Hey guys. Here's the final part of Son of Two Heroes. Enjoy. Chapter 25. Naruto stared at the kunai over 100 yards in front of him. He had just perfectly executed the flying Raijin for the 200th time. It was actually the first time using it perfectly himself, but his clones had previously been flashing all over the pocket dimension. He closed his eyes, and focused on the feeling of the single kunai before him. His eyes suddenly shot wide open however, when he sensed a kunai inside his parents' home. God damn it, I'm an idiot. How could I not have thought of that? Of course you would use flying Raijin to leave this place, Dad. The blonde smiled to himself, and quickly collected his kunai in the area. He then closed his eyes, and flashed to the blade in his father's home. The blonde flashed into existence back in Konohagakure, only to land on a pile of rubble. What the hell? He asked aloud. He looked around, and found himself in the ruins of his parents' previously standing home. As he pushed himself up, he uncovered a large white cloak. The Jounin pulled it from the ruined closet that it sat inside of. He had held it up in front of himself, when his balance was rocked by multiple explosions and the loud sounds of battle raging through the village. His face hardened as he realized his home was under attack. He stretched out his chakra, and felt the weak signatures of Kakashi and Rika, along with everyone in the village. Knowing they were in trouble, the blonde quickly pulled the cloak on, and disappeared in a flash of yellow. Rika and Kakashi sat buried in the rubble, pain coursing through them. Before them stood the orange-haired man. Your inability to move doesn't seem faked. He spoke. Shit, I didn't make it. Is Rika alive? Kakashi thought to himself. He looked around and saw the brunette pinned against a wall, a pipe sticking through her side, but she was breathing. I know you're not a shadow clone, Hatake Kakashi. It's over, but I will not approach you, just to be safe. 2 nails ripped from a board below his feet, and flew up into his grasp. Humphrey. No pain. Kakashi took a deep breath realizing this was the end, only to see a yellow flash appear in front of him. At the same time one appeared in front of Rika as well. Both nails were knocked away, and before both ninjas stood a blonde-haired man, a cloak upon his back, with orange flames licking the bottom, and the kanji reading, Yellow Flash. Sensei? Kakashi called, shocked at the pure resemblance between Naruto and Minato. He had, for just a second, mistaken one for the other. Too slow, said the blonde. 3 kunai flew at the orange-haired man, but he immediately recognized just what kind of kunai they were, and repelled them with his jutsu. Naruto had expected this and appeared behind the man in a body flicker, and 2 kunai were thrown into the air before his foot impacted the man's back. The body of Pain stumbled slightly before he felt a hand grab him on the bicep. He quickly grabbed the offending appendage, and slung the blonde across the rubble field. As he moved to engage the thrown blonde, he was forced to stop and repel a spear of lightning. Chidori sharp spear. Came the voice of Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto. Take them, I'll hold him off while you handle the rest of the problems. Here. Take Lady Katsuyu, he yelled throwing the small slug at the blonde. Thanks. Don't die Uchiha, Naruto said, quickly flashing to Rika, who he picked up gently in his arms. Another clone popped off and grabbed Choji, flashing the boy to the Hokage. HN. As if. The Uchiha replied as he watched Naruto's shadow clone grab Kakashi, and the pair of blondes flashed away to the Konoha hospital. How did you get to me so quickly? Kakashi asked his student. You still carry the kunai my father gave you. The masked man looked at the boy stunned, before realization dawned on his face. Ah, that's right. I guess I do, he said rubbing the back of his head. Where did you get the coat? He asked. Oh, Dad seemed to have a prototype coat in his closet at the house, I found it when I got out. Long story, I'll tell you later. The blonde Jounin replied. Oh okay, and Rika? Did you give her a kunai as well? I gave her one before I returned to my training ground. My shadow clone will explain the rest sensei, I have to go. The boy said to his teacher, before walking over to the bed he had laid his lover on. Rika, I love you. She stirred slightly before looking at the blonde. She smiled softly, but with a tired look adorning her face. Naruto, I love you too, good luck. He leaned down and kissed her cheek. He could see the pain she hid however, and his fist clenched in anger at his side. Thanks. I'll be back in a flash. Tsunade. The boy said landing next to the Hokage. Seeing that Choji had just gotten done explaining the abilities of the main pain body, he continued with his plan. Ma'am please, tend to the people at the hospital. I have clones collecting them and bringing them there. Please Lady Hokage, let me do the fighting, and you do the healing. More will live that way. Naruto, fine. Take me there, she said after a moment's hesitation. Yes ma'am. The blonde said, grabbing her shoulder and flashing her to the hospital. I've gotta go Grandma Tsunade, Naruto said with a soft smile. Be careful, and make us proud, she said, with a soft smile of her own. No matter how smart the young man was, and how collected he could be, some of that age-old personality Iruka had told her about still managed to show through at times. As the Anbu Black Ops battled the multi-headed dog, Inochi, Shizune, and a few others, were surprised by the arrival of a massive rhino. Next thing they knew, the rhino had torn down the building, and the dog had arrived along with the Anbu. Before anyone could move though, a voice echoed through the streets. Summoning, multiple food cart destroyer technique. Across the village, all of the summons were crushed under the massive weight of Naruto's toads. Shadow clones stood atop the heads of some, but the real Naruto stood atop Gamabunta, whose weight was holding down the massive dog. Gamma Hero stood beside them, perched atop the rhino. Bunta. Hero. Hold them down just a bit longer. I need to gather some chakra to do both at the same time. Will do. But hurry up brat, yelled the boss toad. Shizune called out in wonder, Naruto. Is that you? Don't worry Shizune, I'll wrap this up in no time. The blonde called back. After which all the toads in the village came crashing to the ground, the enemy's summons gone from beneath them, along with Naruto and his clones. Meanwhile Sasuke was still battling it out with the main body of pain. Damn it, now that Naruto has that jutsu down, he's definitely stronger than me. I'll have to train more. He might be the only one who can get around this guy's stupid jutsu. The young Uchiha stared down the orange-haired man. Chidori Senbone. He called as thousands of lightning needles shot from his hand at the man. The Predapath quickly appeared, absorbing the ninjutsu Saban. Sasuke grew annoyed, he didn't want to use it yet, considering it risked his sight. Fine, I don't have a choice. He closed his eyes, and his left eye snapped open. Amaterasu. He called, as blood began to trickle from the eye socket. Burn to ash. Almighty push. With that the flames of Amaterasu were forced away, and he then moved his hands in a different gesture. Universal pull. Sasuke was pulled towards the man, but smirked as Naruto flashed into existence behind Pain. Sorry but you're needed elsewhere buddy, Naruto said, grabbing a hold of the man's arm where he had left his flying Raijin marker. He had teleported them outside the village, to a crater left by the tailed beast bomb his father had teleported away from the village on the night of his birth. The man immediately reached up and ripped the sleeve of his cloak off, knowing the flying Raijin marker had been placed there. He noticed that the young adult had also teleported his summons to this crater as well. You know, this crater we now stand in, it's only here because of you. You caused the death of my mother and father. I got to meet my dad. He's more skilled with sealing than I am, so he worked it into the seal that I would be able to meet him one day. Except, when you attacked the village on my birthday, you were supposed to have red hair. The blonde stared down the Deva path, the slightest hint of anger in his eyes. Where's the real you, Nagato? The puppet corpse narrowed its eyes at the Jinchuriki. How did you know? Well, Dad said a man with a Rinnegan and red hair attacked the village, and well, only Jiraiya Sensei's 1 in a million student fit the description. Not to mention, the message he sent back contained valuable intel. I know the real you is not among those here. I see, so you know. But you do not know of my pain. You have not felt my pain, so you cannot understand me. Listen buddy, I felt pain. I watched my first love die before me. I grew up alone, because you killed my parents. And I felt even more pain when you killed Jiraiya Sensei. You may have killed a couple hundred or so nin in the village, but that stops now. I'm here and you won't touch my village again. Naruto quickly weaved through hand signs as he saw the man's summons begin to move. You're all talk boy. Summoning, multi-food cart destroyer technique. He called out as multiple shadow clones burst from the trees, dropping massive toads atop the summons. Among those toads were Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamma Hero. 2 shadow clones burst to life behind Naruto, they pulled the scroll from his back, and flickered to the sides of the crater. They unraveled the scroll, and weaved through hand signs. In a puff of smoke, 40 tri-pronged kunai sat before them. The 2 clones then took the opportunity to litter the crater with them, before they themselves rolled the scroll back up, and tossed it at the original. I hope your eyes can keep up. He reached into his kunai holster, and withdrew another marked kunai. He moved himself into a fighting stance, and as he did 5 more orange-haired paths of pain landed before him. You see, I hope you weren't planning on destroying my village just because I wasn't here. That would be pretty rude. And on top of that, it looked to me like you intended to kill Rika, and that just doesn't sit right with me. The 19-year-old said, appearing before the man in a flash, and kicking him high into the air, sending a barrage of kunai along with him. He slashed the Deva path 6 times as they made their ascent, before flashing behind him at the highest point and bringing his kunai down into the man's back. As pain landed, Naruto did as well. Flying flash, heaven stage. He smirked at the enemy as his feet touched the ground. The path stood, before extending his hands out before him. Almighty pus. He was cut off as the blonde slammed into him, throwing him back across the ground. I won't let you, he yelled, moving to attack once more. He was then intercepted by the human path, who threw him away toward the Asura path, whose massive blade that had once killed Kakashi's shadow clone, moved to end his life. He was forced to flash away from the group, as all 6 paths converged with their chakra rods in a strike aimed directly where he had been. I see you've already able to at least be on par with your father's use of that blasted jutsu. The Deva path commented. You had a fox to distract him last time. Now you don't have that. This time you're going to lose, pain. As if. The man said, extending his arms. Almighty push, he yelled, and every Raijin kunai was blown away to the edges of the crater. From the intelligence I've been given, he should had about 5 seconds in between each use of that jutsu. Their eyes are all linked, but you can't dodge if you can't even keep up. Thought the blonde. Who threw a handful of kunai at the Naraka path. Gotta take him out first so he can't bring back his buddies. He appeared before the corpse puppet, slamming his fist into it, while simultaneously marking it with his Raijin seal. He tossed it away and appeared behind it, a larger than normal Rasengan charged. The jutsu smashed into the body's back, destroying it almost entirely. Universal pull, yelled the main body, and the blonde was sent hurtling towards the remaining paths. Just as he thought he may have the blonde though, the younger man disappeared in a flash, landing on the edge of the clearing. I've got something important to protect. So I can't lose here, yelled the blonde, launching 2 kunai at the animal path. The kunai landed just in front of her, and Naruto appeared, slashing her across the face with a kunai, before kicking her into the air. A kunai chased her, and impacted her chest, before Naruto flashed into existence behind her. The blonde quickly sent her back to the ground with a Rasengan. He appeared once more above her body as she bounced off the ground, and slammed into her with another Rasengan. Flying Raijin, combo level. He called in his head as he destroyed yet another of the paths of pain. The summons now gone, Naruto sent the toads home as well. Having sensed the presence of a new player, Naruto began to weave through hand seals. Wind style, open destruction. A massive blast of wind left his mouth, as it barreled toward the main body. Fire style, searing migraine. Came the shout of the newcomer. As the jutsu joined together, a simultaneous shout came from both parties. Ninja art, massive firestorm. Sasuke landed next to his friend as they watched the jutsu barrel towards the enemy. Unfortunately, the Preta path jumped before the main body, and instantly absorbed the jutsu. Fuck, I forgot about him. Of course you did, you dolt. You never change. Shut up, Sasuke. Now this is going to feel weird for you, but I have a plan. How would you like to teleport today? Asked the last Namikaze. If I was going to trust anyone to teleport me, it might as well be you. Not to mention you've done it before during our fight with Itachi. Quipped the Uchiha. Yeah, but that was a little different. The new speed demon quickly grabbed his friend on the shoulder, and as he did so, his clones once again threw a volley of kunai around the crater. Almighty push, yelled the main body, and all the kunai were repelled, only to burst into smoke. Another volley of actual kunai were launched this time, and the crater was covered. Suddenly the Uchiha had appeared behind the Asura path, and stabbed his Chokudo into it. Chidori blade. He called, and his Chidori took possession of the entire sword, slicing the entire Asura path in half. Naruto flashed beside him, and teleported his black-haired comrade to the Preta path, who Sasuke immediately engaged with his sword. Naruto appeared before the human path, bringing a Rasengan to bear at the corpse only for himself and Sasuke both to be sent flying. Almighty push. The 2 Konoha shinobi landed beside each other. Fuck, we almost had them. Chill, Sasuke. We'll get them. Right. You two should just give up now. End your deaths, shall lead to peace. The Devapath spoke. Surprisingly, it was Sasuke who was riled up by this. What? What the fuck can you say about peace? You just came and tried to destroy our entire village. You almost killed my teammates. And the whole point of you being here now is to kill my best friend. Nothing about what you are doing here is peaceful. My brother gave up everything to protect our home. I won't let you step on his sacrifice. We are outside the village now, so I'm not going to hold back, Naruto. The Uchiha stared at his friend. No, you can't use the Susanoo. You can't risk your eyesight. Save it for if I get knocked out of this fight. You promised not to use it until you had Itachi's eyes implanted. We can use your other jutsu though. Let's go, said the blonde. Sasuke was teleported to the side of the crater, and immediately he nodded to Naruto. Combo 6, said the Uchiha. Got it. Fire style, searing migraine. Wind style, open destruction. As the two massive elemental jutsu combined as they climbed into the sky, and the two nin shouted in unison. Ninja art, massive firestorm. A massive deadly-looking storm cloud began to form overhead. And the main body of Pain was almost confused as to what was going on. Sasuke, Naruto said quickly. Don't even try it until I've taken care of that other one. I know. The Uchiha said, and Naruto reached out, placing a tri-pronged kunai in the one-time Avenger's hand. The blonde disappeared to the opposite side of the crater, slinging a handful of Raijin kunai at the three paths. This is getting old, said the main body. Almighty push, he yelled, sending the kunai away, only to see a second group of kunai come falling down from the sky. They surrounded the three paths, and a flash burst into existence beside the Preta path, grabbing it on the shoulder before disappearing. A small explosion was heard in the direction of one of the training grounds, before the blonde appeared beside the Deva path. He hid kunai in the firestorm they created earlier. Nagato thought to himself from his faraway hiding place. The blonde kicked the body away and yelled to his comrade. Sasuke. Now. The human path had a perplexed look upon its face, before it turned in shock at the Deva appearing next to it, having been teleported by Naruto. This jutsu is called Kirin. Now, with the thunderclap, be gone. As the Uchiha moved his hand down, lightning from the heavens followed. It completely ruined the human path, and left the Deva path with only tatters of a cloak left, and exhaustion evident in his expression. You Konoha nin just don't know when to quit. Fine, then I'll use that jutsu. Planetary devastation. A black sphere formed in his hands, that he then threw into the sky. The ground and everything in the general vicinity began to rip apart and fly toward the sphere. The Uchiha was ripped from his perch, and a few trees were torn away as well. Sasuke. He flashed to his best friend, quickly teleporting the man back to the village. I'll be back, this is my fight now. Seconds later found Naruto staring down the final body. I'll just continue to pump chakra into the jutsu until you are sucked up into it. 9 Tai, the man cut off suddenly. What the blonde didn't know was that back at his control tower, Nagato had began a fit of coughs, having pushed himself much farther than he had anticipated. Naruto took immediate advantage of the situation. He quickly threw a kunai at the man. The kunai stabbed into his chest and Naruto appeared above him, Rasengan charged. He brought the jutsu down upon the man, crushing him to the ground. Flying Raijin, second step. The man's body lay broken and battered, and yet he began to stand. Naruto wasn't about to let him recover though. He flung 2 kunai at the man, and when both impacted he teleported behind him. He landed 3 quick kicks to the man's chest, before launching into a spin kick that sent him backwards. To finish him off, Naruto jumped into the air, and connected a heavy heel drop to the man's head. This ends here. The man once again stood, and Naruto decided it was time he stopped getting up. He threw 2 kunai parallel to each other, and charged a Rasengan in each hand. Time-space, Rasengan barrage. He thought, as he flashed between the kunai, appearing before his target and demolishing his body with the combined force of his 2 oversized Rasengans. Naruto knew he had done it, when the body failed to stand anymore. He spawned 2 clones, who began pulling the rods out of the original blonde, crouched to the ground, and stretched his chakra over a large area, searching for anyone unfamiliar. So that's where you are, he thought, sensing the chakra of the man named Nagato. Not a bad hiding place, out in the forests of Konohagakure. But unfortunately for Nagato, Minato had long ago littered the forests with kunai and markers. Naruto flashed to one of these markers and he was now only about a mile away from the location of the enemy. He was beginning to get tired. Shit, Dad must have been a chakra beast, to just teleport all over like this. The flying Raijin is not for those with small chakra reserves. That's why I'm perfect for it. He quickly body flickered to the fake tree Konan had set up. He cut through the wall with his kunai, and stepped through cautiously. So this is where you were, Nagato. The blonde sighed. As much as I don't want to do this, Jiraiya-sensei trusted in me to try to find peace, whenever possible. So that said, I'll give you this one chance to surrender. Give up, stop this senseless killing. I don't want to have to kill my sibling students. You both trained under Jiraiya. I know about your friend, Yahiko. And seeing as how he isn't here, I'd assume he died. I'd also put money on the fact that you probably only became the way you are now, because of his death. So tell me, would he be proud of the actions you have taken since his death? The blonde asked. At those words, Nagato and Konan visibly froze. The thoughts plagued the redhead's mind, the brunette stunned by the words as well. You talked about finding true peace. Nothing about how you go around just killing people is peaceful. Didn't anything Jiraiya-sensei said stick in that stupid head of yours? Nagato yelled back at the blonde, Jiraiya was a fool. His words are nothing but a dream of an idealistic old man. You're right. Jiraiya-sensei was a fool. The day will never come when everyone can understand each other. But, when I become Hokage, I will do everything in my power to make the world become more peaceful. If there's a chance of the other villages working with me to come together and have a peaceful world, then I'll make it happen. But if Konohagakure is attacked, I will stop at nothing to protect it, and end any war as quickly as possible. The blonde spoke, his voice that of pure resolve. The red-haired man glared at the 19-year-old. You're a fool. You could not find the answer, so there is nothing more you can do. So do the just thing and simply sacrifice yourself to me, and to the peace that I shall soon construct. A chakra rod shot out of Nagato's control throne, aimed at Naruto's chest. I see. So be it. The blonde said. 2 kunai landed beside Konan, and 3 flew at Nagato himself, courtesy of 2 shadow clones Naruto had hidden higher up in the tree before he entered. He flashed in front of Konan, destroying the brunette with a Rasengan in the back, inflicting wounds from which one could not recover. He then flashed to Nagato just after the 3 kunai impacted the man's chest. He appeared just above him, and slammed a kunai into the redhead's throat. Watching the life drain from his eyes, Naruto sighed. I really didn't want this at all. I suppose all I can do is move forward. You threatened my home, I hate you for it, but I forgive you. But you just wouldn't stop. He sighed once more and left the tree as it began to crumple into sheets of paper. He traveled a while, before finding a suitable place, and set up a shrine to his sensei. Jiraiya-sensei, I hope at the very least you will be proud of me for protecting Konoha. I know this isn't exactly what you wanted, but even you may have been too naive. Goodbye, sensei. Rest well. With that the boy began heading back to the village. Lady Hokage. A nurse yelled as the Hokage finally fell from exhaustion. The nurse and a few nin laid her on a bed, and she looked at them through tired eyes. Have Sakura and Shizune take over, bring me Kakashi, he should be up by now. Yes ma'am. Minutes passed and Kakashi walked into the room. You wanted to see me, Lady Tsunade? Kakashi. Go find my brat. The masked Jounin smiled at her before responding with, yes ma'am. Please rest now. Kakashi, I'll be out for probably about 2 to 4 weeks, she said, her body beginning to succumb to exhaustion. Having spent all her chakra on preventing as many casualties as possible, she had done her utmost to protect the village. You are temporarily appointed as Hokage in my stead. Yes ma'am. I'll hold down the fort, he said, and after acknowledging his response, the Hokage fell asleep. I'm coming, Naruto. Thought the Jounin as he left to find his student. Damn if I ain't tired. Flying Raijin really takes a lot out of you, doesn't it, Dad? The blonde thought to himself, looking to the sky as he stumbled through the woods. Jiraiya-sensei, Mom, Dad. Would you be proud of me? Choosing to take the lives of those who threaten the village. I'm sure you would, Mom and Dad. But what would you think, Master? You entrusted your dream of peace to me. Old man Hokage. Dad. No matter how I feel, I will always take the well-being and protection of everyone in Konoha on my own shoulders. The Jounin's steps faltered, and he fell forward. Naruto, you did well. You made your mother and father proud. And all of your sensei as well, including Master Jiraiya. Came the voice of the copy nin as he caught the blonde man on his back. Kakashi, how's Rika? She's fine, kiddo, rest now. Alright. With this, Kakashi made the trip back to the village. He's gotten much heavier. They really do grow up fast. Kakashi! Came the loud shout of the last Uchiha as he landed beside his sensei. They were only about a half-mile outside of Konohagakure, and the Uchiha had gotten impatient in waiting for the return of his comrade. Is he alright? Yeah, just tired, and exhausted. Good. It can't hurt to show a little more emotion, Sasuke. I've already lost enough of my filter due to my exposure to the idiot. It's important I compose myself as much as possible these days. Sure. Fuck you, Sasuke, mumbled the blonde as he began to stir. The conversation between the other two men having brought him back from his slumber. You alright, idiot? Yeah, I'll live. He replied, having Kakashi slowly set him on his own 2 feet. Shortly after, the three broke the tree line, coming face to face with the village, along with hundreds of grateful villagers. Kakashi and Sasuke recognized exactly what this moment would mean for the blonde Jinchuriki, and quickly faded back behind him. Shouts and cheers rang out at the sight of the man who so closely resembled the fourth Hokage. Naruto slowly made his way forward, and the crowd parted, letting children in to pester him. As he patted heads of children, and spoke kind words to the young ones, the crowd parted before him once again. Konohamaru and his group popped out of the crowd, dragging their fellow children from the blonde, and leaving him standing alone. Standing before the man was a blue-haired woman, someone he fully intended to give all of his love to. Naruto, you came back to me. I always will, Rika, it's the promise of a lifetime. No force, in heaven or earth, can keep me apart from you. The blonde replied, walking toward her. She smiled brightly, before turning her face away and blushing brightly. To hide her face, she leapt forward into his arms. But when she finally looked up, their eyes met, and their lips locked together for everyone in the village to see. I love you. And I love you. Chapter 26. A few weeks had passed since the massive attack on the village. An attack that Naruto had almost single-handedly stopped. He and Sasuke were now widely regarded by the village as heroes. Konohagakure was now under reconstruction, the village having taken massive amounts of damage during the battle. Had it not been for the last Namikaze's intervention, it would have likely been leveled. The village had lost over 2,000 shinobi. The losses composed of 580 jounin, 150 Anbu Black Ops members, and 1,314 chunin. The village had luckily lost very few Genin. Thanks to the quick actions of many brave shinobi, they had managed to evacuate most of the Genin from the battleground. The newest development in the shinobi world, however, was not sitting right with the ninja of Konohagakure. Multiple foreign spies had witnessed the battle between the Akatsuki and Konohagakure, and they had seen the huge blow that had been struck against Konoha's military might. They had also bore witness to the rise of the second Yellow Flash. Word had spread quickly across the shinobi world. The news that another Konohagakure shinobi had learned the famed jutsu of the fourth Hokage was troubling to Kumo and Iwa. But the weakening blow dealt to Konoha by Pain was something the other nations could afford not to take advantage of. The borders of Konohagakure's minor allies had been tested time and again by the other nations since the Pain assault. Tensions between the three villages had risen to the point that Sunagakure had publicly come forward and announced they were set-in-stone allies of Konohagakure, and would support them in any sort of conflict. Kumo and Iwa had quickly taken this as a threat, however, and had let their shinobi even farther off of the leash they had kept them on. With the leash loosened, border lines blurred, and conflict quickly burned out of control. It seemed the shinobi world now sat on the possibility of another world war. We need a new Hokage, said one of the elders to the daimyo. No, Hatake was appointed by Tsunade to lead in her stead. There's no need for this. Shikaku countered. We need someone strong enough to show the world that our village is far from weak. We may go to war now. We cannot afford this, shouted the elder. At the very least we should swear in Kakashi as the new Hokage. And when Tsunade wakes? What then? Countered the Nara. Before the elder could respond, the door to the meeting room was thrown open, shocking the daimyo. Sorry it took me so long, Dad. Spoke Nara Shikamaru. It's fine, I trust you brought him? Yeah. When the younger Nara replied, a tall man stepped into the room. He was immediately recognized by everyone there, as they had all seen his skill in battle. Commander Nara, sir. Lord Daimyo, sir. The man greeted with a bow. Thank you for coming. The eldest Nara replied before turning to the feudal lord. Lord Daimyo, I trust you know who this is? Oh. Yes, yes I do. Quite the marvelous young man. The leader of Fire Country replied in a sing-song voice. You've done incredible things. You even look so much like the other one, it's a wonder you're not a clone. He looks like that for a reason, my lord. He is the son of the 4th Hokage, and the student of not only Hatake Kakashi, but also a student of Jiraiya of the Sannin. The Nara spoke. Oh, is that so? Yes, he would do nicely. I believe that if you insist upon having a new Hokage, he should be it. You broke an S-rank secret just now, Nara. You should be executed, shouted the female elder. Ma'am, I knew of my father at the age of 15, long before now. Your lordship, will you lend me your ear for a moment? Naruto asked. Oh yes my boy, you may have them both. I am listening. The royalty responded. All my life I have dreamt of the position of Hokage. It is my ultimate goal, and I intend to take the position. Perfect. Then it's settled. Naruto quickly cut the feudal lord off. However, now is not the time. I'm nowhere near experienced enough, and Tsunade will soon enough be capable again. In due time, I shall one day take the hat, but for now, I am one of Konohagakure's greatest battlefield assets. To remove that advantage is ridiculous. Our best show of force we can give right now, is to announce my real heritage to the village and the world. And if the village must go to war again, I will end it for us. The elders and the feudal lord stared at the blonde in astonishment. After a minute of silence, the male elder spoke. Are you so arrogant as to think you can win a war on your own? Of course not. But I know I will be the deciding factor, as my father was before me. I won't lose. I've got something important to protect, and my will of fire burns hot. I will protect those I love, the village, and my country. Kakashi will do fine as a temporary placeholder for Lady Tsunade. I belong on the battlefield for now. I will take the high-rank missions that previously would have been taken on by those killed by pain. Between Commander Nara, his son, and myself, we'll hold down the military side of Konohagakure. You, the elders and your lordship, must attend to the political and diplomatic side of things alongside Kakashi. I ask you, Lord Daimyo, I know you were a friend to my father, so please leave this to me, and put your faith in Tsunade's recovery. The old leader thought aloud. Lord Daimyo, you can't seriously be considered. Enough, elders. The man has spoken, and we will appease him. Let us put our faith in him, as we did once with his father. Yes, my lord. The two elders replied. Thank you, Lord Ishikawa. You're welcome, my boy. Now please return to your duties, and do contact me sometime. I'd love to know more about his son. Of course. Naruto replied while he and Shikamaru bowed. Well, let us mark this meeting as complete. Tsunade will keep her place as Hokage, and Kakashi will hold the position temporarily in her stead. God, I'm tired, Naruto said, stepping into his new home. His parents' home had been destroyed in the attack, but the builders who had come from neighboring villages had found the original floor plans for it, and reconstructed it to the best of their ability. Specifically, it was Inari and Tazuna who had rebuilt his home. He couldn't have thanked them enough. He was happy he had sealed away the important pictures and notes he had found in the home originally. It had saved him from losing many of the important items the home had held. He was disappointed to see the sealing formula and the door itself to his father's pocket dimension had also been destroyed. He may never be able to reverse engineer the formula now. He figured, however, that this was an acceptable loss. Rika now lived with him, and he had turned 20 in the last week. He hadn't gone on many missions since the battle, but demand was building, and with tensions with Kumo and Iwa rising, he knew he'd be back in action soon. He had begun cooking a meal he planned for Rika to be able to eat when she arrived home, as she had been working long hours helping out at the hospital. Unfortunately, his cooking was cut short when an Anbu arrived. It was fairly early in the morning, and the meeting hadn't taken all that long. Naruto, Kakashi has requested your presence. It's important. Alright, let me change and I'll be there. With this the Anbu disappeared, leaving Naruto alone in his home. Damn, I wonder what's going on. He thought to himself. The blonde jotted down a quick note telling Rika what he was doing, and flashed to the tower. Ready, Naruto? Asked the acting Hokage. No time like the present, replied the blonde man. That's the spirit. The masked man replied with an eye smile. Now let's go. With that the two walked up the steps, and atop the tower. Below them, was the gathered mass of Konohagakure and their shinobi, along with many merchants and travelers. People of Kanahagakure, it is time for an announcement long overdue. 20 years ago, Kanahagakure was attacked by the nine-tailed fox. Our very own fourth Hokage gave his life to save the village. Now, 20 years later, Kanahagakure has yet again been attacked by an unimaginable foe. This time, we were saved by a different blonde-haired man. "This is Uzumaki Naruto," he said as Naruto stepped forward. "The man responsible for defeating Pain in the Akatsuki. I'm sure you all know him. Now, today I am releasing a S-rank secret hidden from all of Kanahagakure. This is none other than Namikaze Minato's own son. I present to you, Namikaze Naruto." Naruto smiled lightly down at the massive crowd. He was happy, because he knew that the villagers and shinobi had accepted him a while ago, and on their own. He knew that his heritage wouldn't be the deciding reason behind the village accepting him, it would be because of his own actions. The large crowd stood in shocked silence for a few seconds, before some people began to laugh, whistle, and cheer. It spread through the crowd like fire, and soon, Naruto smiled brightly at his large family. He couldn't help but hear the words of the third Hokage in his mind. Long ago when he was young he had said something that would stick with the blonde throughout his life. Flashback. The elderly Hokage sat with a small blonde boy, both silently eating ramen late at night. Outside the ramen shop the rain poured, and light thunder could be heard in the distance. "Hey old man. Why do you take care of me like this? Why do you watch over the village like you do?" "Why?" "Because to me, you are family Naruto. Tuchi is my family. Ayame, and every single person in the village is my family. As Hokage, I will watch over and protect them." Naruto stared back at the old cage in awe. And flashback. As he smiled, he felt a set of arms wrap around him. His grin grew, having sensed his blue-haired lover long ago. "Hey there Rika." Kakashi then broke through the cheering with his loudest voice. "Everyone, thank you for coming, that will be all today." 2 weeks had passed, and Naruto could now be found in his home. Himself and Rika lay on the couch, as Naruto had just an hour before met with the Hokage. "The daimyo requested you?" she asked. "Yeah, some big group of mercenaries made up of missing nin is terrorizing one of the larger villages on the edge of Fire Country. Thing is, the daimyo's nephew and his wife live there. But making matters worse is that they've kidnapped the wife, and are trying to ransom her off. They know that the daimyo would bring down Konoha's top shinobi for this though? There's no way they can think that they can hold off people like you, Kakashi, or Guy, right? That's what Kakashi, the daimyo, and myself think. It must be some sort of trap or lure. But the question is, for what or who?" With a sigh, he continued, "This might be a pretty long mission." "Why do you have to go alone?" "We can't afford to move a force of shinobi to the border. It could make Iwa think we're preparing for war." "Naruto. This sounds dangerous," she said, propping herself up off his chest. "Everything we do is dangerous, darling." He replied, grinning back down at her. "I defeated Pain, so I'm confident in my abilities, but I know I can't afford to get overconfident. But you are the one that keeps me grounded. I know that no matter what, I have to come back to you, and that's a promise. I don't go back on my word." "Naruto. If a man hasn't discovered something that he will die for, he isn't fit to live," he continued, moving his face closer to hers. "I have something to return to, so I can't lose. I love you Rika, and I'll be damned if anyone will stop me from coming back to you every time." His nose was now lightly touching hers, and he could feel her breath on his lips. "Are you stupid?" she asked with a smile. "I love you too." And with that she pressed her lips against his. The two quickly found themselves in a passionate embrace, and Naruto was quickly glad that he no longer lived in an apartment, as they could be rather loud. A week later, the Jounin found himself in Amatsu village. It was a rather large settlement in the Land of Fire. It was one of the few to come anywhere close to Kanahagakure in size. The seemingly only downside to the location was its proximity to the border. It was the first settlement that one would come across after crossing through Kusagakure. It was along the actual road that had contained the Kanabi Bridge in Kusa. A bridge his father had participated in destroying in the Third World War. "So you are Namikaze Naruto?" "That's me. Thank you for coming. Uncle has had many great things to say about your father, and he holds you in high regard already." "So, how long ago was your wife taken? And do you have any idea how large this group is?" 2 weeks ago, they took my dear wife. I don't know what I'll do without her. I contacted Uncle because when they sent me the ransom, it was extremely high, I myself couldn't afford it. Uncle then replied telling me he would send you. My samurai guard that was killed when they took her. His last words was that a team of 4 shinobi were responsible. He barely got a good look. I see, how do you know it's a group? A few fishermen had reported seeing a camp a couple of miles out by the river. Something feels off. Thought the blonde. Alright, I'm going to go try to investigate. I'll be back by night. Right. Good luck, Mr. Namikaze. 30. 5 Jounin, 15 Chunin, 10 Jinan, most are missing nin from Iwa and Kumo. Just a few from Konoha and Suna. Naruto sat perched atop a tall tree overlooking the tiny clearing that the camp was set up in. I don't recognize any of them. Wait. That guy is Hashimaru, one of the guys that attacked me alongside Han when I was on my trip with Sensei. Strange. Maybe he was in tons of trouble for trying to capture me and almost causing a war? Still. That doesn't sound right either. Oh well, I need to get back. With that the blonde quickly flashed away, appearing in the room he had been given to stay in. The last Namikaze would spend the next week scouting the enemy encampment, and gathering intel on each shinobi. Alright. I have a plan, Noda, Naruto said. He sat across the table from the daimyo's nephew. You do? I did some scouting. The daimyo gave you the money for the ransom even though I was coming, correct? Yes sir, he did. Arrange for a trade-off. Money for the woman. Tell them they can pick the spot. What? We're going to pay them? No, I'll mark the case with my jutsu formula. I'll make sure we don't lose the money nor your wife. Trust in me. Why yes, Mr. Namikaze. Thank you. A cool breeze blew over the stream in the middle of the clearing. On one side, stood over 30 shinobi, all of them were missing nin. Opposite of them stood Noda, and Naruto. The daimyo's nephew held a large case in his hands, filled with the money the enemy so desired. It had taken a whole 3 days for them to set up a meeting place to complete the exchange. Alright. Hand over the lady, and I'll give you the case, Naruto said with a commanding tone. Hey, listen here, we've got the leverage right now, tree hugger. Fine. I'll give you the case first, but I'm warning you, don't test me. Yeah, give it here. A clone burst to life beside the blonde, and he passed the case to it. The clone took careful steps toward the enemy, the case outstretched in front of him. He then stood before the man holding the woman, and took hold of her with one hand, while passing the case off in the other. A light sound was made as the man beside them drew a kunai, and all hell broke loose. The Iwa nin swung the kunai at the clone, who ripped the woman away from the man holding onto her. He flashed away with her in hand, and appeared where his original had just stood. As some of the nin stared in awe at his speed, the original Naruto appeared with both feet on the case, and a firm grip on the handle. The nin were stunned as the man who had held the case fell dead, and Naruto appeared where he had been moments before. He quickly passed off the case, and formed 3 more shadow clones to escort the couple and the money back to their village. As the group made its retreat, Naruto turned his focus to the missing nin. Tell you what, if you all surrender right now, no one else has to die. In truth, Naruto had expected either a full surrender, or an extremely violent response. He did get a violent response, but not in any form that he had expected. In a cruel and brutal flash of blades, all of the missing nin from Iwa turned on their allies. As the nin fell dead, Naruto's eyes widened as he felt over a platoon of chakra signatures enter his sensory range. The man took his fighting stance, and reached into his kunai pouch. His hand stopped as it gripped a kunai, his focus being ripped away to the 2 massive chakra signatures he felt enter the area. Shit, he mumbled under his breath. This isn't good. The missing nin from Iwa all stood staring him down with grins on their faces. The blonde now deduced that the missing nin status was a cover. Soon, the platoon of backup nin sent from Iwa arrived, and Naruto was struggling to come up with a strategy. The odds were overwhelming. A platoon he could handle, but back that up with 2 Jinchuriki. He wasn't so sure. To top it off, he couldn't run. They would level the village if he did. How did you get through Kusa? He asked with narrowed eyes. It's simple really, said Roshi as he appeared on a tree branch. We didn't, said Han as he sped into place behind Naruto. The massive tank of a man launched a brutal kick at the Konoha Jounin. The blonde dodged the blow, and slammed his palm into the Jinchuriki's leg armor. The massive man spun backwards and quickly landed on his feet. His eyes narrowed as he faced down the blonde. We went around. That means you either went through Amiga Core. or through Takigakur. The blonde once again reached for his kunai pouch only to be quickly blitzed by Roshi. Lava hit where he had stood, and he was forced to dodge when the man brought a lava-covered fist mere inches from his face. The Jinchuriki of the four tails brought his leg around for a brutal impact, only to hit nothing but air. Naruto appeared beside Han and made to ram a newly palmed kunai into his neck. Just before he made contact, Han's body erupted with steam, protecting him by burning anything that it touched. Naruto leapt back, and palmed a second kunai in his offhand. Fuck, he never showed that before, the steam is working almost like Gaara's sand. The last namikaze flashed behind the massive Jinchuriki, to the mark he had placed on his leg, and landed a brutal spin kick to the man's neck. It cost him, however, by burning his foot and ankle badly. He landed on his left foot, favoring his now wounded extremity. He was forced to move when Roshi launched multiple globs of lava at his position. Leaping back, he landed on his right foot, sending shocks of pain through his body. He threw both kunai he held behind him, knowing he needed an escape option. However, he was forced to use it immediately when Han Bull rushed him from the side. The blonde sped through hand seals, before flashing further back to his other kunai. As he landed, he slammed his hand into the ground and completed his technique. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Turtle Shell Dome. A fairly large dome of chakra rose and surrounded him, giving him a defensive option that would allow him to gather himself. The enemy Jinchuriki stopped short of the dome, knowing full well that any Uzumaki Fuinjutsu could prove deadly to the opponent. They had been trying to keep Naruto from even drawing a kunai, but that was no longer an option. The blonde took the time the jutsu had bought him as an opportunity to litter the area within the dome with kunai. He looked up as he felt the dome shake, and was met with the sight of Roshi bombarding the dome with lava. He knew if he didn't act quickly the enemy could easily burn his way through the dome. He sensed his other kunai, and realized that it had been covered and melted away by lava. Damn, they're paying attention. Oi, are you trying to start a war? He yelled at the enemy. You're a fool, boy, the war has already begun. What? This whole situation was created to keep you away from the front line. Naruto growled. If what this man was saying was the truth, then Konohagakure was now an all-out war. Shit. The blonde could see his barrier being stressed by the heat of the lava that now fully encased it. He knew that in the enemy's eyes he was trapped. But they must have either forgot or not noticed that he could place a marker without a kunai. He drew two of his blades and focused in on the mark he'd left on Han's leg, before flashing behind him. Showing his ability to be completely ambidextrous, he slammed a kunai into the back of the hulking Jinchuriki's thigh, while also throwing a kunai with pinpoint accuracy between the eyes of one of the Iwa shinobi on the sidelines. He immediately flashed to the thrown weapon, and palmed a kunai in one hand, while drawing four in the other. He struck out with his foot first, impacting the head of one of the shinobi with deadly force. Ignoring the pain that shot up his leg, he hurled the four other blades into the crowd. Appearing amongst them, he cut down the two nearest combatants before launching a knife into the air. He flashed to it, and in seconds formed a large Rasengan. He came down with force and slammed it into the ground around the crowd. As it burrowed, he tossed another kunai out into the forest before intentionally letting the Rasengan destabilize and implode. He flashed away, and watched the destruction and death he caused with a single move. Knowing he was capable of such things weighed on him in the back of his mind, but he didn't let it shake his focus. I can't flash back to the briefcase, I can't let a battle between Jinchuriki take place in a populated area. I might have to draw them away. This fucking leg is slowing me down. The blonde acted quickly and launched 6 kunai at Roshi. The enemy Jinchuriki smiled and simply melted them to nothing by spewing globs of lava to intercept each blade. So that's how it's gonna be. The Jounin thought. Thanks for this, Sasuke, he mumbled with a smirk. He launched another set at the man and watched as he shot the lava to intercept them. Just as the lava was about to impact the blades, Naruto yanked hard on the ninja wire he had connected to 2 of them. The 2 blades veered from their original trajectory and ran into 2 of the others. The nudge sent them off course and they rocketed to each side of Roshi. As soon as the blades had ricocheted off one another, Naruto had formed 2 clones. Said doppelgangers flashed to the kunai and launched a hail of them at the lava-wielding ninja. Simultaneously they threw a set behind him. The original Naruto appeared at the kunai behind Roshi, and took a second to throw a handful of tri-prong at the now recovered Han. As soon as they left his hand, he leapt into the air. The 2 clones flashed close to Roshi, a Rasengan roaring to life in each one's hand. In a defensive move, the old man blasted superheated chakra from his body, courtesy of the 4 tails. Before the heat could disperse the clones, they both flashed away, appearing with their momentum carrying them forward and Rasengan's bared. Han's eyes widened as he was blasted with a Rasengan on both sides of his body. The bulky Jinchuriki managed to live, however, by using his steam once again, and destroying the clones before they could do fatal damage. At Han's shout of pain, Roshi's attention was pulled away for a split second. It cost him dearly, when Naruto landed kunai first into his shoulder. Before he could counter, the blonde formed a large Rasengan, and proceeded to blast the old red-haired man's arm clean off. In defense of its host, the four-tailed monkey took over the now unconscious man's body, and his chakra quickly began to emerge. At this, Naruto leapt back off of Roshi, and was impacted in the side by the heavy boot of the severely wounded Han. As Naruto rolled to a stop from the blow, he saw the bulky man land next to the newly made amputee. Han spawned a large amount of scalding hot steam around his hand, and then grabbed hold of Roshi's stump. The beast-man screamed in pain as its bleeding limb was cauterized. He caught a glimpse of Han slamming the most crudely and badly made suppression seal Naruto had ever seen into the back of Roshi's head. The massive Jinchuriki leveled a glare at the second yellow flash, and picked up Roshi, before quietly retreating. "Alright Noda, please retreat to your uncle's city and stay there. Have this village evacuated as well. We can't afford to leave it open for attack, it's going to take a while before I can get shinobi deployed out here." "It will be done, please take care Mr. Namikaze. Thank you for saving my wife." "Gladly Noda, and please just call me Naruto. I've got to get going, but I'm going to leave some shadow clones to overwatch your village's evacuation." "Thank you Naruto, I seriously cannot thank you enough." At this Naruto smiled and sprinted away, leaping into the trees and making his way toward Konohagakure. "I've got to find out what the situation is and see what our next course of action will be," he thought to himself seriously. His brain was in overdrive wondering what kind of situations could be happening at the village, and he wanted to be at his home to help them prepare for war. "What do you mean Konohamaru is missing? Settle down," the Hokage yelled, watching as the man before her let his anger get the best of him. "Tsunade, we're at war and the brat is missing? On the front no less?" he yelled back, his Sharingan blazing to life. "Need I remind you that there isn't a war on yet? No official declarations have been made, and I've called for a cage summit. Taki is a fucking battleground. Naruto will kill me if he knew that I just stood by and didn't search." Both people stopped speaking as they heard the door handle turn and click before it swung open. "Search for what?" Naruto asked as he stepped into the office. "Lady Tsunade, it's good to see you back at it." "Thank you Naruto, and Team 12 has gone missing." Team 12. That number still left a bad taste in his mouth. After all, the members of the team from his graduating class had been wiped out right in front of him. "Who are the new members? I was kind of busy during the last graduation." "Sarutobi Konohamaru, Hyuga Hanabi, and Inuzuka Sakumo, lead by Ebisu." "Kono, is missing?" the blonde asked, as if testing the waters. "Yes," she answered simply. She did like the child, and was worried, but she currently needed to be in full Hokage mode. "I see, we'll address that soon. I have to report." "Yes?" Naruto proceeded to explain the events that took place over the course of his week-and-a-half-long mission, and the speedy escalation that took place the day before. "So you're telling me you killed over a platoon's worth of Iwa Nin, and took on 2 Jinchuriki to a standstill?" "Yes ma'am." "My god, you're just like Minato." She grumbled aloud. "You didn't chase them down, correct?" "No ma'am, they said the war was already on. I felt the need to come back immediately. Alongside that fact, I also would prefer not to battle 2 Jinchuriki without backup. Had Roshi been able to transform, I may have been put into a very bad spot. Honestly, I got lucky." "At least he's humble," thought Sasuke. "Understandable. Well, they must have said the war was on to try to throw you off. What has happened is Iwa launched a full invasion into Waterfall Country. Takigakure shinobi held them back, but were forced into retreat after their Jinchuriki was removed from the equation." "Removed from the equation?" he interrupted. "She was beaten down by a few members of Anaki's family. They are known for their strong earth techniques, and they had plenty of shinobi to focus solely on her. Add to that the fact that she didn't nearly have mastery over her tailed beast, and she was eventually captured. Now anyway, if you'll let me finish," she asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yes ma'am." "Taki Nin now hold a defensive line spanning a good chunk of Waterfall Country right at their border with us. I've called the 5-cage summit to try to get this resolved without a war, and get Iwa to pull their forces out of Taki, she said, the stress of the looming war obvious on her face. There's no way it's gonna work, Lady Hokage. Iwa isn't just gonna back down. The only reason we haven't gone straight to war over this, is because I'm hoping I can get Iwa to back down anyway. Takigakure is our ally, and I won't allow them to get beaten down like this. Now, the cage summit is in 2 weeks. You and Sasuke will be my bodyguards. You've made names for yourself and it will be a blatant show of force. If we have 2 weeks, then I request a mission to find Konohamaru. I'd like to know the details behind his disappearance as well. Naruto couldn't just leave the boy he saw as a brother out there to die. Alright, you have a week and a half. Find that silly brat and bring him back. He is Sarutobi sensei's grandson after all, and I do like the kid. She finished with a sigh. Can I bring Sasuke? Naruto requested. Considering where you're going, yes you can, she said with a solemn look. Team 12 was undergoing an escort mission to Takigakure. Why did they need our nin to do the escort? He questioned, curious as to why Jinan would be needed to help Taki out. Taki has been on a downhill slide as a ninja village for a while now, and they had been running low on manpower. It's a shame this all happened, because they were just now really starting to recover from the last 2 wars, and things had been finally looking up for them. Now, when the invasion started, Ebisu managed to get a message out to us informing us of the situation. We sent a force to our border immediately, but Taki had been pushed back quickly. Their village fell in 2 days. Once our shinobi mobilized and set out, they were already pushed to the border. You will be going behind enemy lines to find a needle in a haystack. This will be highly dangerous, and there is a high chance Team 12 may have been killed already. I'm gonna go see Rika, get a shower, and we can head out tomorrow. That work for you, Sasuke? HN. The Uchiha grunted in response. Also, I'd like a copy of Ebisu's report, ma'am. I'll have one delivered to you. Go see your girlfriend. Will do, ma'am. Chapter 27. The entire way back from his battle with the Jinchuriki from Iwa, Naruto had been trying to make a life-changing decision. After the shortest chat with his best friend, he decided he would do it. Flashback from literally 20 minutes before. Do you love her? Yes. Do you want to be with her forever? Yes. HN. Then do it, you dipshit. Right, thanks Ski. HN. And flashback. Honestly should have just wrote out the scene. It was early in the morning after his meeting with the Hokage, and Naruto was in a rush. His chat with Sasuke hadn't taken long, but he still didn't want to waste any time. The Jounin sprinted across the rooftops, quickly making his way to the academy. Half of the kids in the classroom almost jumped when Naruto came bursting through the door. Iruka-sensei. What? God, Naruto. Settle down. What is so urgent? Whispers from the children could be heard through the room behind their conversation. Things like, wow, is that really Namikaze Naruto? And other things that would have made Iruka smile like, wait, he called him sensei, did sensei teach Namikaze Naruto? Sensei, this is super important, I need you to take a quick break. Please. I'm super sorry to interrupt your class, but I need to talk to you for a bit. Alright Naruto, calm down. Let me go grab another sensei to watch after my class for today, said Iruka. The man wasn't one to abandon his students, but one of his students desperately needed his help, and he wouldn't let him down. Soon Naruto and Iruka were walking down the street away from the academy, and towards the market side of Konoha. So what is this about? The teacher questioned. Iruka, I'm going to ask Rika to marry me. I know I'm only 20, but I'm sure of it. I love her dearly, and don't want to be with anyone else. I know how quickly a shinobi's life can end, and I don't want to have regrets, Naruto said with a huge grin. If you're absolutely sure, then I think you should go through with it. But you seem dead set on this, so I have to ask. What do you need me for? Iruka asked with a smile while rubbing the back of his neck. Well, it's a little off, but I need help finding the ring. I don't want to go alone, and you're my only family, he said with a smile at his teacher. Iruka looked almost shocked for a moment before smiling lightly at the blonde. This child, that had grown into an amazing young man, and an incredible ninja, was very much like a son to the older shinobi. Iruka was so very happy that the third Hokage had convinced him to teach Naruto. Lord Third. If you could see him now. They stumbled around some shops chatting and browsing. The two had a fun time looking for something they thought Rika would like. Eventually, a ring caught Naruto's eye. When he showed his mentor, he agreed as well, and now, Naruto was one step closer to having his very own family. Thank you so much for helping me with this, Iruka-sensei. You don't know how much it means to me. Of course, Naruto, anytime, Iruka said, happy as always to help his student. Let's grab some ramen, sensei. I'll pay, but after, I gotta go try and figure out how I'm gonna propose to her. The blonde said with a grin. Iruka chuckled before responding, we can brainstorm at the shop. As he finished, his face split with a grin of his own. Right. Come one. Rang the voice of the loud Namikaze as he dragged Rika out of their home by her hand. Naruto settled down. The brunette giggled. Where are you taking me? What could be so urgent? You'll find out. Just come on, he shouted with a large grin. Tell me, she said blankly but with a smile. Ugh, you're so stubborn. Fine. He opened his mouth as if he was about to speak, but instead yanked her to him and wrapped his arms around her. Before she could even protest, the blonde flashed them to the top of the Hokage monument. This startled a few villagers who were on a viewing platform that looked off the mountain. They soon realized it was none other than the hero who had appeared, and they watched with quiet curiosity. Naruto. She smiled. Where have you taken me? As always, her voice was blank, but her face conveyed her feelings. We're atop the monument, no? You would be right, darling. It was dusk, and the village lights were a beautiful view. Naruto loved this spot, and knew Rika enjoyed it a lot as well. He looked out over the village before speaking. You see, Rika, this village is my home. I'll protect it until my dying breath. Every single person in this village is my family, and I will treat them that way. He smiled and turned to face her. But out of everyone in this village, you are the one I truly love. I don't ever want that to change, and I want our love to be permanent, and I want it to be forever. Finally, the last Namikaze dropped to one knee, and drew the ring he had purchased. Rika, will you do me the honor of being my wife? Will you be the beginning of my family, and be my forever? Naruto. Her breath hitched, and her voice went high-pitched. She could hear villagers' surprise in the background. She didn't care. Her focus was on this man in front of her. He was offering to spend the rest of his life with her. He wanted to build the family he'd never had, starting with her. He wanted her. This man who was the same boy who had saved her all those years ago. Naruto, are you stupid? She asked quietly. Yes, of course I'll be your wife. Really? Rika. I love you. I thought it might be too early but you said yes, he yelled, jumping up from his knee, and picking her up. The blonde laughed happily as he spun the woman around in the air. Of course I said yes, stupid. I love you. The villagers watched with smiles and cheers, and soon started clapping. He was so happy, and she was just the same. The two held their embrace, before Naruto abruptly flashed them back to their home. Naruto, you sense anything? The black-haired Jounin inquired. No, not yet. No enemies and no friendlies. The blonde said, removing his finger from the ground and standing. The two men had been slipping past Iwa patrols for about 2 days now, and were still trying to come upon the place that Ebisu had described in his message. Naruto could only hope the team had survived, especially considering the implications of a main branch Hyuga being stuck behind enemy lines. Dusk was now taking over the day, and the pair had just come upon a small goat farm. As they snuck up to the house, Sasuke peered through the window, and saw a family eating their dinner. Surprising they haven't evacuated. Thought the Uchiha. The men were stopped when they hear a gasp and a whisper. She shinobi. Instantly Naruto was behind the origin of the sound, blade to his throat. I don't want to hurt you, old man, so please be quiet. The man shook slightly, but looked up at Sasuke's face. When the man saw the Konoha headband he smiled. He spoke softly under his breath to the pair. Konohagakure shinobi? I'm sure you're here for your missing team? Yes we are, what do you know? We stayed behind as we refused to abandon our home, even with the invasion. Not soon after Iwa came through did we run into your team. They came in about 4 days ago, and were tired and beat up. We gave them food and a night's rest before we sent them off to a separate farm. We figured if we can get them through enough homes and to the border, they can escape. With this Naruto let go of the man and apologized. Mister, can you take us to where you sent them next? No, I cannot leave my family, but let me fetch you a map. I'll show you where. Thank you, sir, you're saving the life of someone dear to me. It's my pleasure, son. Never turn away someone in need. That's how my papa raised me. After a few minutes and a small argument the man had with what Naruto and Sasuke assumed was the man's daughter and her husband, the elderly man came back outside. Now, see here, about 10 miles east there's a small farmhouse. They are kind people, but they may have evacuated. Hopefully there's something to put you on their trail there. Thank you again, mister. I promise that Iwa won't stay in your country for too long. If they won't negotiate, then we'll kick them out ourselves. Thank you, son, please have safe travels, both of you. With that the pair left the man and his family. Naruto couldn't help but think about how wars like this ripped apart families made up of wonderful people like that old man. It was no wonder Jiraiya longed for peace. Naruto and his companions sifted through the wreckage of the small farmhouse. It had been burned to the ground, and they were searching for any sign of where Team 12 may have gone. The sun had set in the last hour, and the Jounin would be on high alert searching in the dark. They got lucky with a bright moon and a cloudless sky. There's plenty of sign that points to them heading farther east, reported the Uchiha. Ah, good. At least we can go after them. There's signs of a battle. Lots of earth torn up from earth-style jutsu. I'd assume that's the Iwa Nin. Tons of kunai and shuriken on the ground as well. Some of it's damp. I'm pretty sure Ebisu is the only one who can use water style on the team, Naruto said, observing the battle damage. Who do you think burned the house down? The black-haired Jounin questioned the blonde. He asked more out of curiosity than concern. Either Ebisu or Konohamaru. Kono knows the burning ash jutsu, and probably more. Naruto replied, betting on the goofy Sarutobi. I see. Sasuke replied. Betting on Konohamaru then. Yeah. Well, let's follow this trail. It's only about a day or two old, but it looks like a chase happened, Naruto said, standing from his crouched position over some kunai embedded in the ground, and some scuffed marks leading into the forest. Right, that time frame fits with what the old man said. Hopefully we can catch up to them in time. The Uchiha replied, following after the blonde. With this the two Jounin set off on the trail. They slowly investigated, stopping to pull kunai from trees as they went, trying to see if they could identify if some of them had been made in Konohagakure. The two Jounin stopped as they came upon a clearing about 6 miles from the burned farm. They stopped here. Maybe to rest? Naruto guessed, seeing signs of the group stopping. Some ration wrappers here and there, and some kunai on the ground. No. Sasuke replied, walking toward the base of one of the larger trees. Someone is wounded. They changed bandages here. Shit, hopefully they're still alive. The Jounin said, slight worry for the team creeping into his mind. Looks like they got cornered here though. Had to fight their way out. Look at those burn marks on the ground and in the trees, Sasuke said, examining one of the marks closely, feeling the charred wood with his hand. Indeed, but they made it out. There's plenty of signs they used explosive tags to help them set the enemy back. The blonde replied as he pointed up, where the tops of some of the trees had been blown clean off in a fashion that closely resembled the controlled explosion of paper bombs. That is true. Well, let's keep going, Sasuke said, as he leapt back into the trees. The pair made steady progress following the trail, moving quickly but being thorough nonetheless. They came across 2 more places the team must have stopped and changed the bandages of the wounded member. They were running out of bandages, evident by the fact that Konohamaru's scarf was now discarded on the ground and covered in blood. Soon, there was yet another break in the trees. This time, however, they were greeted with a different sight. Before the two Jounin was a large mine opening. Fuck. I hope to God they didn't let Iwa Nin drive them underground. That's a death sentence, Naruto said, a small bit of frustration in his voice. Agreed. Let's have a look, shall we? The other man said. The pair made their way into the mine, but found the entrance blocked off from a cave and not too far in. But it wasn't what they found there that worried them, but who? Ebisu. At Naruto's shout, the eyes of a man close to death opened. Masters Uchiha and Namikaze. It's good too, he cut off as he burst into a fit of coughs. Hold on, Ebisu, I can get you to a medic quick. The Jounin cut off the blonde with a struggled word. No. He coughed again, blood coming up this time. The man looked beat up, but had tons of internal bleeding. The massive hole in his leg wasn't helping anything either. Blunt force trauma was an Iwa specialty, unless they pierced you with a spear of earth. I'm already too far gone, I've been lying here for a few hours. I'm bleeding internally, and I've drained my chakra far enough that I cannot recover. Listen, Naruto, Konohamaru, and the others, they managed to escape. Please go after my students. The man was again cut off by a fit of coughs. I do not want them to die here. I did my best to keep them safe, but there were too many of them. I sent the children on a straight shot back to Fire Country. It's alright, Ebisu. You did well. We'll find the brats, and I'll get them home safe. Now save your breath, it's gonna be alright, I'll have a shadow clone get you back. Thank you, Naruto. I think that I'll rest now. With that, the man who had given his all to protect his students died. Damn it. The blonde said, punching the wall of the mine shaft. Naruto, we need to get a move on. If the kids are out there alone, they don't have long, Sasuke said. Right. The blonde replied, forming 3 shadow clones. They would stay behind to seal away the deceased Jounin's body and bring it back to Konohagakure for a proper burial. With this, the Jounin took off at an even faster pace, intent on catching up to the children. They hauled ass in the direction that Ebisu had sent the team. Naruto hoped he could make it in time, and was almost tempted to start flashing his way forward. He knew that would be a waste of chakra, and he needed to still be cautious of an ambush. We'll find them, Naruto, Sasuke stated in a calm tone. I know. Thanks, buddy. The blonde gave a slight smile in return as he spoke. HN. About half an hour later, the Jounin could still be found leaping through the trees. They came to a halt when they heard a loud bang and watched as smoke plumed from the trees about 4 miles in front of them. The two cast a quick glance at one another before using the body flicker to double their speed. Upon arrival, the pair were greeted with the sight of Konohamaru standing defensively over his teammates. 10 Iwa nin could be seen standing before the boy, one of them walking towards him menacingly. Another 10 sat hidden around the small clearing in the trees, no doubt making sure there was no escape. Time to die, brat, just like your sensei. Then we're going to take your little girlfriend, and bring a whole new bloodline to Iwa. At this, Hanabi recoiled in fear. Naruto and Sasuke couldn't blame her for being scared. Encountering this many high-level enemy nin while still a Genin would nearly break even the hardest of fresh Genin. Then finally, we'll get your dog boyfriend as well. With a quick nod to his partner, Naruto made his move. The 10 nin in the clearing suddenly found themselves surrounded and intermixed with over a dozen tri-pronged kunai. The man closest to the young Sarutobi was the first to notice. What the foo, he was cut off as one of Naruto's kunai cut clean through his throat, and blood spurted out onto the blonde and some got on the Genin. The young boy's eyes widened at his role model's sudden appearance and intervention. Naruto flashed out of existence and reappeared behind 2 more of the Iwa nin. Without hesitation he buried kunai into the back of their skulls. At the same moment, a shrieking sound ripped through the air, one reminiscent of the chirping of birds. Lightning screamed through the treetops, bursting holes through the chests of half the nin up high. Naruto wasted no time, and quickly dispatched the rest of the Iwa shinobi before they even knew what hit them. In conjunction with Naruto's quick kills, Sasuke took advantage of the expert body flicker he now possessed. Naruto and Kakashi firmly believed that Sasuke was now as skilled, if not more skilled with the body flicker than even Uchiha Shisui himself. Between the speed of Naruto and Sasuke's attacks, the two of them dispatched 20 Iwa ninja in under 30 seconds. Naruto quickly crouched and placed his finger to the ground. Once he knew the area was clear, he stood and turned to the shell-shocked Genin. You guys alright? Big brother Naruto. Is that really you? Konohamaru asked with tears in his eyes. Yeah, it's me, buddy. The blonde replied with a reassuring grin. Naruto, he yelled as the floodgates opened. The boy leapt forward and latched onto the blonde. The young Sarutobi cried into the blonde's shirt as Naruto rubbed his back. At this moment, Sasuke dropped down from the treetops and started to console the other children. The Jounin knew they needed to get the kids out of there as soon as possible, but they also knew that the children were in dire need of rest. Alright kiddos, let's get you some rest, then we'll get you home. The blonde Jounin said with a reassuring smile to the children. He and Sasuke quickly tracked down a spot to let the kids rest while they took watch. It had taken them a few hours, as they needed to calm their panic, but Team 12 finally managed to doze off. After a while, Sasuke approached Naruto. The Uchiha may be a loner, but he still got bored. So, when's the wedding? The man questioned. As soon as we get back from the summit. She wants it sooner rather than later. Naruto replied. He couldn't help but smile at his soon-to-be wife. Is she sure about that? There's a chance that any of us could die if war breaks out. The raven-haired shinobi asked. That's why she wants it now. Live while you still can, Sasuke. Do you want any regrets when you die, or would you rather die knowing you lived a happy life? Naruto replied, looking Sasuke in the eye. I suppose you make a good point. The Uchiha said, ending with a grunt. Of course I do, I'm not stupid. The blonde replied with a cocky smirk. Our childhood says otherwise. The Uchiha quipped with almost a snort. Oh, go fuck yourself. Naruto retorted. But seriously, didn't you want to rebuild your clan? The blonde asked, seriousness taking over the conversation. Yes, but this romance stuff is difficult. I'm a little too antisocial. The man admitted. Well, what about Sakura? Naruto offered. He knew the two had run quite a few missions together, and were quite close. I've considered it. She's strong now, much stronger than I ever thought she might be. And she's our friend, she's close to us, and that builds a connection already. But I don't know, I still have no idea. The Uchiha replied thoughtfully. Just take her on a date, and test the waters. She's an adult just like us, I'm sure she'll understand if you two don't work out, urged the legendary 20-year-old. Well, Sasuke started, only to be interrupted. Just fucking do it already. Quit being a scaredy cat, Naruto demanded. Fuck you, Naruto, Sasuke said with a snort. You know I'm right, Ski. Now shut up, we've a whole damn company coming our way. Definitely Iwa Nin, their chakra feels like dirt. The blonde said, shifting into full shinobi mode. How fast? The Uchiha asked quickly. Pretty quick, they must have a sensor. They seem to know where we are, Naruto said, finger on the branch. Damn, what's the plan? He inquired, leaving the tactical decision to the blonde. Have the kids run and hold them here, Naruto said confidently. What if they get attacked on the way? The Uchiha asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. I'm gonna give Kono one of my kunai. He replied with a smirk. Alright, that works. I'll be back. Naruto quipped. Don't take too long. Sasuke replied with a grunt. Naruto leapt out of the trees and down to the ground. Quietly but swiftly he made his way to where the kids slept. He gently shook Konohamaru awake while holding his mouth closed and shushing him. After waking the other Genin, he addressed them. Listen up. We've got a ton of Iwa Nin closing in fast. Me and Sasuke are going to stall them, but we can't go all out with you guys here. You need to run back to Fire Country. Friendly lines are only about 5 miles out. Stick together, help each other, and don't stop. Got it? He said, addressing the children with a highly serious tone. You're not coming with us? The small boy asked, fear creeping onto his face. I'll be right behind you, but I have to handle these guys first. Don't worry, I won't let any of my teammates die, that includes you guys now, he said with a grin. He stopped and reached into his kunai pouch. He withdrew a tri-pronged kunai that was slightly larger than usual. This is a special one of my kunai. I tweaked my formula a lot, so I can flash to it from much further away, okay? Take this with you, and if something goes wrong, flare your chakra. I'll sense it. But when you flare your chakra, you also have to push as much into this seal on the bottom as possible, he said, showing the boy an engraved seal in the ring of the kunai. He had created it so anyone on his team could use it as a beacon to get help from him. It had an effective range of 6 miles, which was well outside his sensing range, and his normal teleportation range. It's special, so don't lose it, buddy. Be safe, and call me if you need me. I'll be there in a flash. Naruto finished with a wide and bright grin, reassuring all the kids that they would be safe. He then pulled Konohamaru's hand out, and opened his palm. He then gently placed the kunai in the boy's hand. Now get going. You got it, boss. Don't lose, all right, Konohamaru said quietly but with enthusiasm. Naruto's words had, as always, reassured the boy. He stuck out his fist to the older shinobi. The blonde bumped his fist off of the young Sarutobi's and replied, I never do. Naruto, they're closing in. Came the shout of the combat-ready Uchiha. Got it. Get going, brats, Naruto said sternly. With that, the brown-haired boy pushed the Inuzuka forward, who then started running. Seeing Hanabi, who even though she was no longer scared was still unmoving, Konohamaru grabbed her hand and took off with her into the trees. Sasuke, I never did ask. Did Tsunade do the transplant? Naruto questioned. Yeah. She did. Why? a look of curiosity on his face. Just wanted to know if we can count on that Susanoo and black fire of yours. The blonde said, his brain was running through many battle scenarios. Obviously, but I doubt we'll need it. Between the two of us, we'll mop these rock biters up quick. The Uchiha said with confidence. Don't be so hasty, Naruto cautioned. You're no fun, Namikaze. The man quipped in return. Shut up, and don't hold back, Naruto said, with a light smile. As they bickered, a squad of Iwa nin landed before them. Naruto could sense the rest of their company spread out through the trees. Turn back, and let us be on our way, there is no need for any bloodshed today. Fuck you, Namikaze. Your pops killed tons of our shinobi, we're gonna kill you for it. You do realize he has the same skills as his father? He can just do exactly what his father did and slaughter you, Sasuke said, internally stunned by the arrogance of the Iwa nin. The last Uchiha too, huh? We heard there was a Hyuga, but to have a chance to grab up the Sharingan too? That's just icing on the cake. With this the Iwa nin drew their blades, and the slaughter began. The company was made of mostly Chunin, but the squad before them were all Jounin. Sasuke's eyes quickly changed, and he set the squad ablaze with the black flames of Amaterasu. Seeing their comrades die, the rest jumped into the fight. The flashing then started, and men and women began falling dead. Sasuke proved capable yet again with his body flicker, and over the course of about 6 minutes the entire company was dead, save for one last squad. They had managed to actually stay alive and fighting with the pair. The squad was made up of some of the best Anbu Iwa had ever produced. Sasuke was forced to sidestep as a massive fist of stone impacted the ground he had occupied. With a quick body flicker, he finally made his way behind the attacker and ran him through with his sword. He was caught off guard when a spear of earth skewered his target straight through and managed to stab into his own shoulder. Wrenching himself free, he rolled away as a shower of kickball-sized stones rocketed into the ground he had landed on. Meanwhile, Naruto flashed away as another hole opened in the earth, pulling everything above it in and quickly snapping shut with force. It was quite the annoying jutsu, though he supposed they could say that about his own as well. The enemy was removing his kunai from the battlefield in large numbers. He had plenty more at home, but he had neglected to bring his scroll along this time. Luckily, he did have a backup set and a storage seal on the inside of his pouch at all times. A large explosion went off that sent Naruto hurling into the air. The blonde quickly flashed away to regain sense of his surroundings, and at the same time, Sasuke joined him. What just happened? Asked the Sharingan wielder. He'd heard the loud explosion, but hadn't seen the cause. I dunno, the explosion came out of nowhere. Did you get any? Just one. 3 left then. 2 Iwa nin dropped down on each side of them, before one dropped down in the middle. The man wore a brown kasa, and had a large box strapped to his back. I am Dojuro. Part of Iwagakure's blast battalion. They sent these 2 boys with me to fish out the Konoha scum that were hiding in our new addition. This land belongs to Taki, not Iwa. We took it, so it's ours. You tree huggers aren't gonna stop us. I'm tired of this, Naruto. Spoke the Uchiha. His Susanoo roared to life around him. The now armored form struck fear into one of the Iwa nin. Wah, what the hell? Before the man could turn and run, the last Uchiha skewered him with an arrow. Shit, yelled the man now identified as Dojuro. He flew through hand seals, and silently set off a jutsu. The lid of the box on his back popped off, and a massive worm-like column of white clay shot from it, and as it sailed over the pair of Konoha nin, a large length dropped off. Meanwhile the remainder of the column retracted back to its owner. Sasuke quickly recognized just what this white substance was. He glanced over at his friend as the Iwa man moved his hands into the snake seal. Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw that Naruto's full focus was on the last nin they faced, and the blonde was far too oblivious to the danger that had just reached them. Naruto! Teleport! He screamed. The blonde finished parrying his attacker, and slid his blade across the man's throat. The spiky-haired man then spun around to face his friend. Wah? Oh fuck, the Jounin was cut off when the explosive went off. It tore apart the entire clearing as the Iwa nin surrounded himself with a protective dome of stone. Everything in a half-mile radius was blown away, and most of it incinerated. Naruto, yelled the Uchiha, uncaring as the armor of his Susanoo was ripped away by the might of the explosion. This left Sasuke standing alone in a crater, covered in the skeleton of his Susanoo. It had all happened in under 5 seconds. Naruto? The Uchiha asked, disbelief in his voice. He glanced around and saw the final Iwa nin had made a hasty retreat during the blast. "Naruto, don't fuck with me." He spoke aloud. A quiet noise was heard and a flash of yellow light went off next to the last Uchiha. He spun around and saw his best friend. He was far from relieved when he saw his companion. The blonde's flak jacket had been shredded. His chest, arms, and legs were covered in burns, cuts, and shrapnel. Blood poured from a large wound on his leg. "Shit, man. Hey, I guess I got careless. Can't do much, with speed, if I don't know what's going on around me. I thought." Jiraiya beat situational awareness into me. "Ow. Naruto, it's gonna be alright, hang on," said Sasuke as he grabbed the blonde and began to lift him up. "How'd you survive?" "I flashed away, but I did it too late to avoid catching some of the blast." The blonde spoke through gritted teeth. Suddenly the blonde's eyes widened, and Sasuke felt him tense. "What is it?" "Konohamaru is in trouble. Hang on." With that, the two felt the sensation that came with teleportation via the flying Raijin. They appeared behind the Jinan, and quickly took in the situation. Naruto saw a large Iwa nin standing over the Sarutobi boy, a sword poking at his chest. The man was obviously going to skewer the Jinan. "Don't touch him," yelled Naruto before Sasuke even had a chance to react. The blonde pushed himself out of Sasuke's grip and at the same moment flung a kunai at the Iwa shinobi. The man turned and managed to tilt his head slightly to the side and dodge the blade. The enemy grinned maniacally at the blonde and said, "Too late," as the kunai passed by his skull. With this, Naruto returned a smirk of his own, and simply replied with, "Never." The blonde, for the moment having forgotten his injuries, flashed behind the man and buried a Rasengan into the man's chest cavity. Blood squirted out, and covered some of Naruto's arm. "Big brother Naruto. You came?" With a smile the blonde looked down at the boy, but felt his strength fading. His body was using a large mix of his own chakra and the 9 tails to heal his wounds. "I told you, Kono, I'll be there in a flash." With those words, Naruto collapsed from physical exhaustion. The rapid healing rate put a great deal of strain on his physical strength, along with tiring him out quickly. Sasuke caught the blonde just barely before he hit the ground. "Is he gonna be okay?" the Sarutobi boy asked in worry. "The idiot? Yeah, he'll be fine," Sasuke said with a light chuckle. "Oh good, I was worried." Alright, let's get out of here." "Right," came the response of the Jinan. "Congratulations on the successful rescue of Team 12. The Hokage said, addressing the Jounin. She soon turned her gaze to the 3 Jinan. "I'm sorry for your loss, but I'm going to need you to recount the events of your mission." Sakumo's gaze turned to the floor, and Hanabi still looked slightly shell-shocked. Konohamaru, however, grimaced once, before looking up and staring the Hokage in the eyes. "Okay. I'll tell it. Takigakure, the day of the Iwagakure Blitz. Team, let's go." "Sensei, what's going on?" "Taki is being invaded. Come children, we need to get back to Konohagakure and inform them of what is going on." "But Sensei..." Konohamaru was cut off by the extremely stern and heavy voice of Ebisu. "Konohamaru. No more questions. You will do what I say, when I say it. That goes for all of you. If you don't, I have no doubt the Iwa shinobi will wipe us out. Do you understand?" He got a single reply from all 3 Jinan at once. "Yes, Sensei." "Good, now let's move." After some time of rest, and a lot of stealth evasion of enemy patrols, the team had found themselves at the old man's home. He gave them food, and let them get a night's rest before sending them on their way to the next farm. Team 12 sat resting in the second farm. They had arrived at the farmhouse to find it abandoned. They made use of the home as a quick shelter for the night. Unbeknownst to the Konohagakure shinobi, a decently sized squad of Iwa nin had caught their scent just before they had found the farmhouse. Night settled over the farm, and Sakumo sat outside on lookout duty. The Inuzuka boy and his dog Kaoru had taken first watch, and were unaware of the nearby threat. Upon noticing the Inuzuka and his dog, the Iwa nin took extensive measures to hide their scent. Finally, after some more observation, the nin made their move. One launched from the trees at the boy, and only thanks to his enhanced hearing was he able to stop the attack. The boy stared the Iwa nin in the eyes as they locked blades. As they did, the dog let out loud barks, alerting the shinobi in the house. The Konoha nin were outside in seconds, and a fight broke out quickly. Ebisu launched off water jutsu, trying to attack and counter the Iwa nin. The earth ripped apart and reshaped around the team, Iwa ninjas showing their aptitude for earth jutsu as always. Meanwhile, the Jinan exchanged kunai and shuriken with some of the other Iwa nin, the young ninja barely holding up against the enemy. Suddenly, Ebisu's voice broke through the silence. "You three. Get inside." With that, Ebisu strained himself to fire off a massive version of the water wall jutsu. The river near the farmhouse and the massive amount of groundwater in the area were the only things even making this possible. At the same time, Konohamaru and Hanabi had made it in the house, but Sakumo had just started for the door. An enemy nin, seeing an opening on the Inuzuka boy, sped through hand seals. The Iwa nin let off his jutsu, and a spear of earth rocketed at the boy. At the last second, Ebisu appeared, and tackled the boy through a window. The spear of earth rammed through the man's thigh, but the earth broke away without stopping their momentum. Ebisu rolled through the window, boy and dog in hand, and was greeted with Konohamaru and Hanabi. The man quickly bandaged his wound, before he motioned for the team to follow him. As they made their way to the front of the farmhouse, 3 Iwa nin came busting through the windows in the back. A quick-thinking Konohamaru filled the house with ash, and as Ebisu ripped the boy from the home, he ignited it with his teeth. The resulting fireball blew the house apart, and roasted the Iwa shinobi. This all took place over the course of a minute. Ebisu's team rushed into the tree line and made a run for it. About 6 miles into the forest, they stopped to change Ebisu's bandages. Hanabi helped their sensei rewrap his leg, and the boys set up some explosive tags in the trees. They were soon attacked again by Iwa shinobi, and Konohamaru once again managed to hold them back by using his ash as a trap. The team took to the trees again, and the boys set off the explosive tags as the enemy made to follow them. They blazed their own trail through the forest, stopping to bandage their sensei's still bleeding wound twice more. Konohamaru was worried, as they had just used up their last bandage. Soon they were forced to make a third stop. Ebisu was losing quite a lot of blood, and it was starting to affect him. Konohamaru removed his scarf, and used it to replace the blood-soaked bandages on his teacher's leg. Continuing on, the group finally came to a break in the trees. Here, they were greeted with the sight of a mine, and they could tell the Iwa nin were close. Ebisu, thinking quickly, formed 3 shadow clones, and had them transform into the children. This used up quite a lot of his chakra, and Ebisu found himself close to his limit. Add on the blood loss, and things weren't looking good. The sensei turned to his students, and crouched down in front of Konohamaru. He looked at his student in the eye and smiled. "I was happy to be a sensei to all of you. Look," he said, pointing off in the direction of the Taki/Konoha border. "Head that way, and don't stop, all right? Stay together, and don't give up. I'll lead them away, and buy you time. I'll be right behind you after I deal with them." "Sensei." Ebisu interrupted the boy before he could finish. "Konohamaru, that's an order. Be strong and look after your teammates." "Why, yes, sensei." "Good, now go." With that, the children ran off into the woods, and Ebisu sent the shadow clones down into the mine as soon as the Iwa nin broke the tree line. With the shadow clones as bait, and Ebisu himself there to stall, he could only hope the Jinan would make it back to the border. As the children ran off, they heard Ebisu shout at the enemy, "I won't let you harm them." The children ran through the woods for a while, and eventually a large group of nin must have gotten past Ebisu, or avoided him completely, because they caught up. This is where Naruto and Sasuke found them, and the story of Team 12 ended. "And that's when Naruto showed up and saved us," Konohamaru said as he finished recounting his story. "I see. Thank you for explaining." The Hokage responded. "Now, Naruto, you said you were injured? Looks like you healed up fine?" "Ah yes, Sasuke and I stopped off at the border. The spot you set up a support effort to help Takigakure fight Iwa is impressive. Tsunade had sent a guard group, and a group of medical nin to the border to help treat Takigakure's wounded. Sakura healed me up. She's an impressive medic nin now. They're doing good work down there." "I'm glad to hear that. Well now, Team 12 will have to be put on the back burner until we can find you a new sensei." She was cut off when the door opened and in walked an angry Hyuga clan head. "It's obvious my daughter was not assigned a strong enough sensei to protect her. What do you?" Suddenly the man was cut off by Naruto. "I ask you not to disrespect the sacrifice Ebisu made to keep these children safe. Hang out for a minute, Lord Hyuga, I think you'll want to hear this," he said to the clan head before turning back to the Hokage. "Ma'am, I hereby officially request that Team 12 be rebranded as the new Team 7. I will be their sensei." Chapter 28. "Ma'am, I hereby officially request that Team 12 be rebranded as the new Team 7. I will be their sensei, Naruto said, the confidence evident in his stature. The Hokage's jaw dropped. You want to make them your Jinan team? I'm sure I can keep them all safe, and I see potential in these brats. The blonde said with a confident smirk. Meanwhile, the children, the clan head, and even Sasuke stared at him in shock. It had also blown away the Hokage as well. The last thing she had expected from Naruto was that he offered to take a Jinan team. Furthermore, with the possibility of war looming on the horizon, they should have a sensei that can keep them safe even on the battlefield if need be. This would be sufficient in my expectations for the new sensei Lady Hokage. Spoke the clan leader. Naruto does have a way with kids. Maybe I should take a team as well, Sasuke said, surprising the whole room. I'll have to consider it. The Hokage quickly got over her shock at the Uchiha's words, and turned her gaze to the blonde. Very well, Team 12 will be rebranded as Team 7, and we'll have Joun and Namikaze Naruto as their sensei. Awesome, yelled Konohamaru. Settle Kono, Naruto said in a commanding tone. Now, for the record, if war does break out, unless we have a severe shortage of manpower like we did in the Third War, Jinan will not participate in any missions involving the war. Yes ma'am, understood. The blonde spoke. That means you'll be away from your team quite a lot, Naruto, and if this goes down, you're going to play an important role. The Hokage said, clarifying how this would be for the blonde Jounin. Yes ma'am, will there be anything else today? He asked. As much as the man didn't mind his shinobi duties, he still wanted to get home to his fiancée. No, that's all, you may all be dismissed. Hiashi, please stay, I'd like a word with you. She finished, motioning for the clan head to take a seat. With that, Naruto, Sasuke, and the new Team 7 left the cage's office. The Jounin turned to look at each other, and Naruto broke the silence. See you around, you know, he said with a smile before holding out his fist to his friend. Replied the mostly stoic Uchiha, bumping his fist off Naruto's before walking away. Naruto watched his friend leave, before he turned to his new team. Alright guys, meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow, alright? Yes sensei. The three replied. At this, the Namikaze smirked at them, before disappearing in a flash of yellow. Rika stood in the kitchen humming to herself. She was cooking a meal, and she had heard Naruto had returned from his mission. She had come back from her own mission the day before, a quick document delivery to Sunagakure. She liked Suna a lot, but would always rather be home in Konohagakure. She was starting to feel lonely without Naruto, but as always he continued to find new ways to surprise her. Only this time his surprise was flashing into existence right in front of her, and shocking her so much that she dropped the stew pot she held. Her jaw dropped at the sight of her lover, and she stood for a moment with a shocked expression before finally smiling. You're back, she said, in her standard monotone. Looks that way, doesn't it? The blonde said with an amused grin. He then motioned to the ground and quipped at his fiancée. You made a mess. Only because you decided to scare me. You can clean it up. She retorted with a smirk. Aw, do I have to? The blonde whined, before pulling off his flak jacket. He always kept multiple sets of clothing and a few replacement flak jackets in a storage scroll on his missions. No, have a shadow clone do it, you dolt, she said blankly, but with an amused smile while walking over to the kitchen table. Ah, Rika. How could you? You wound me so, he said with a fake frown. Oh hush, how was your mission? She said dismissively, before asking about his adventure. I brought Kono back, but it didn't really go that well. Sadly Ebisu was killed, and I may or may not have gotten hurt a little. Add on to that Sasuke and I had to kill a lot of Iwa Nin, Naruto said while trying to skim over the fact he had been injured. You were wounded? She asked with concern, instantly singling out that fact. I kind of got exploded, he said while scratching at his cheek. Rika stared at him, worry showing heavily on her face. He moved with his ridiculous natural speed, and grabbed her by the waist. He leaned her down, as if they had just finished a long dance, and planted his lips on her own. Finally, the blonde pulled away and spoke. I'm fine, Rika, really. It wasn't that bad. I just caught the tail end of the blast. Sakura fixed me up to tip-top shape at the border. You need to be more careful, she said blankly, but she couldn't hide the bright blush that burned her cheeks from the sudden kiss. I know, it was entirely my fault. I was too focused on what was in front of me, and I got arrogant. I underestimated the enemy, that's something Jiraiya-sensei taught me to never do. The blonde said looking down. Naruto, you're an extremely powerful shinobi, just like your father and your sensei. But you and I both know that even the slightest mistake will get even the best shinobi killed, she said, reaching up and cupping his cheek. I love you, and you made a promise to return to me. And you're not exactly the type to break a promise, right? Yes ma'am, that's correct. The man replied with a loving smile. Good, she said before stepping away into the closet. She came back out seconds later and shoved a mop into his hands. Now clean up that mess, she said blankly. After having found out his team had not completed the water walking exercise, he had quickly instructed them to do just that. The team of children got to work, and he explained to them that he wanted it done by the time he got back from the cage summit. The blonde, however, did secretly ask Kakashi to watch over them while he was gone, and step in to help them if necessary. With that, the blonde and his raven-haired friend departed Konoha with the 5th Hokage. They soon begin their journey to the Land of Iron. The samurai there had agreed to host it, as it was a neutral country, and the samurai had no interest in fighting in shinobi wars. However, they didn't wish to see another shinobi war break out, hence the summit. Naruto and Sasuke were well aware of what could happen at this summit. Best case scenario, negotiations would go well and Iwa would pull out of Taki, and the shinobi world could avoid another war. Worst case scenario, a full-scale battle between the cage could break out at the summit. Luckily enough, Naruto and Sasuke were strong enough to compete at that level. Naruto knew Tsunade was feeling the pressure. She knew the things she said at this meeting could mean the difference between war and peace. Naruto and Sasuke were well aware of the fact that they hadn't helped the case for peace. They were both responsible for the deaths of over 36 Iwa shinobi. However, Iwa had killed a Konohagakure Jounin, and hunted a Jonin team. Add to it they forced Naruto and Sasuke to fight them, and were given plenty of opportunity to not engage in combat. Eventually, Naruto put these thoughts far from his mind. It was time to focus on the task at hand. He knew his duty, protect the Hokage at all costs. He wasn't that worried however, an Uchiha, a Senju, and an Uzumaki who was the son of one of the most legendary kage to ever live, was nothing to scoff at. They all entered the room, everyone tense. With the world so on edge, the leaders all sat in difficult positions. They were greeted finally by the leader of the Land of Iron. Thank you all for coming. I am happy to host this summit as a neutral party. I ask that no hostile actions happen here, anything you can't settle here you can handle in your own lands, Mifune said as he greeted the 5 cage. Now, if you will all please have a seat. The cage all got themselves situated, and the room went quiet. Old Aniki stared down the blonde with anger and contempt in his eyes, and the Raikage looked at him with caution. The red-headed Mizukage sat quietly, watching the tension form in the room. Gaara looked calm and collected as always, clearly waiting for someone else to start. Naruto watched as his own cage leaned forward and rested her elbows on the table, while folding her hands together and resting her chin in them. Mifune broke the silence finally. Lady Hokage, maybe you should start, considering you called this summit. Yes, thank you Mifune. I'm sure you all already know why I've called you all here. Iwa has invaded our ally Takigakure. In an effort to avoid another war, I've called you here to attempt to negotiate your immediate withdrawal from Waterfall Country, she said, staring down Aniki with intensity. The old man unexpectedly leapt forward in his seat and shoved a finger out at Naruto. You dare to come to the negotiation table with that man in tow? Yes I do. Naruto is extremely skilled, and I saw no reason not to bring him along, she said with a glare. He and his father have slaughtered my nin. I should kill him here. The man yelled in anger. Sasuke had to force himself to hold back a snort at the words of the cage. Are you threatening me, Aniki? She asked with a serious tone. He killed my nin. Each word was accented by the man's fist impacting the table. And your nin killed one of mine. Add to that they hunted a Jonin team relentlessly through Takigakure. Jonin, not Chunin or Jounin, fresh Jonin, she said, countering the old man's argument. What reason do I have to pull out of Taki? He said, sitting back and crossing his arms like an angry child. Preventing another war. Taki is our ally, and we will back them in any conflict. I simply came here to give you the opportunity to spare the world from another war. Is it true that you've invaded Takigakure unprovoked? Questioned Mifune. I too would like to know if this is true. Spoke up the Mizukage, taking an interest in the situation. Taki shinobi had been crossing into our borders repeatedly, and had been skirmishing with our ninja. I simply took action. You stomped your way in thinking Konoha didn't have the might to retaliate, Tsunade said with a raised voice. This man was starting to piss her off. I find it hard to believe a minor nation would attempt to anger one of the big five out of nowhere. Can you prove this? Inquired the other female Kage. Other than eyewitnesses, I cannot. The elder man replied. Kumo is inclined to believe Aniki's claims. I have nin who witnessed this themselves. The Raikage chimed in. You, said Tsunade, turning to the large man. You're not free of guilt either. Don't think I don't know about your nin snooping around the border of the land of hot water. The Raikage almost recoiled at this accusation, but managed to hide his surprise. I assure you I have no idea what you are talking about. Mifune's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the Raikage. The land of hot water has always been a neutral country. Not once have they participated in a war. I most certainly have not had. I will send a samurai messenger, and ask the leader of the land of hot water herself, said Mifune, interrupting the large man. Finally, the Kazekage chose his time to chime in. I'm not one for accusations, but since we're at it, our ally, the land of bears, has informed me of multiple trespassings by Iwagakure. Boy! Are you even of an age where you can know what you speak of? Called out Aniki. I assure you Gaara might be one of the most capable Kage I have seen in my life. Tsunade interjected. Thank you, Lady Hokage. Gaara replied with a smile and a nod. Mifune interrupted, and put the summit back on track. This is not what this summit was called for. We are here to discuss the matter of Takigakure, first and foremost. Lord Tsuchikage, what would you require to pull your forces out of Takigakure peacefully? Humph. Lives for lives maybe? And monetary compensation for the deaths of my shinobi. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the old man. Lives for lives? Sacrifice your shinobi, so I can bring peace to their families, and pay for the expenses the families may encounter now. The man finally made a demand, no matter how outlandish it may be. Who are you implying I sacrifice? The Namikaze. At this, a clink echoed in the background as Sasuke gripped his sword. Naruto just stood calmly, leaning against the wall. And the Uchiha. That got the blonde's attention, and in response he drew a kunai and began twirling it around his finger by the ring. Excuse me? The Hokage asked. She couldn't believe the nerve of this man. I would be happy to talk terms with the monetary situation if it could possibly avoid a war, but you're demanding the deaths of two of my most talented shinobi? Indeed I am, they are single-handedly responsible for the deaths of my shinobi. No other Konoha nin has made any aggressive acts towards Iwa but these two. Tsunade had had enough. She stood from her seat, and the entire room went tense. She waved a single hand, and Naruto and Sasuke walked up to her sides. Aniki, remove your forces from Taki, or I will remove them myself. You've come here with an obvious agenda, and I won't stand for the outlandish demands. Do you want a war, Tsunade? No, but if I must fight one to keep my allies safe, then I will. Now I'm sure. Mifune was cut off. I'm sorry Lord Mifune, I don't mean to disrespect you like this, but I will be leaving now. We're done here. I thank you for your hospitality. Tsunade spoke. The Raikage broke the table they sat at in anger, but before he could speak he was interrupted by the blade of Mifune's sword in his face. There will be no shinobi battle in my country. I came here to try to give the world a chance to rest from war a bit longer. Honestly, I should have declared war the minute you invaded Takigakure, she said staring down at Tsuchikage. I apologize for wasting your time Lord Mifune. Lord Kazekage would you like to come along? She asked, turning her head to Gaara and his siblings. With a nod, the Kazekage stood, and walked over to the Hokage. Naruto set his hand on Tsunade's shoulder, and Sasuke did the same on the other side. Gaara stood next to Naruto, and the blonde put his hand on the Kazekage's shoulder as well. The redhead then did the same to his brother, who mimicked the action with his sister. It's quite alright, I'm sorry it had to end this way Tsunade. The leader of Iron Country said. So am I, she said sadly. Let's go Naruto. Now, with a simple flex of his chakra to show off to the enemy, the blonde flashed all 6 shinobi out of the room. Aniki's teeth ground together at the sight of the plight of his existence. Lord Raikage, I do hope you will join me in this war? Gladly Lord Tsuchikage. Keep your war away from my village, said the Mizukage, before she stood and quickly left the building. Thanks for coming, Gaara. Sorry it was a waste of time, Naruto said, shaking the hand of the redhead. I couldn't just ignore a cage summit. He replied with a smile. It wasn't a waste of time either. Yourself and Sasuke taught me a lot, and I'm always happy to visit the both of you. I guess it's not that bad running into you sometimes. Comment the Sharingan Wilder. Good to see you too, Uchiha. Gaara replied. He'd figured out the hidden meaning to most of Sasuke's comments during their last interaction. We must be on our way now. It seems we must prepare our villages for war. The young Kage said solemnly. It was good to see you, Lady Hokage. You as well, Lord Kazekage. The blonde woman replied. With this the six separated, and they began making their way home. The villages would soon be at war, and they had to be prepared. Tsunade almost laughed, thinking about how much the two Naras in the command structure would go on about the war being a drag. Tsunade, I want in on the first force headed to Takigakure, Naruto said calmly. You have a Jinan team now, you're Respo. I know, and I will take care of the children, but for now I want to save as many lives as possible in the opening days of the war, Naruto said stubbornly after interrupting her. Fine. Be that way. She huffed. Tsunade. Will you be coming to the wedding? He asked looking away and scratching his cheek. The woman smacked the jounin in the back of the head and laughed loudly. Of course. I wouldn't miss it in a million years. Thank you. He replied with a smile. He then turned to his best friend and grinned. You're not gonna chicken out, are you, best man? I know Sakura and you are coming as a pair. The blonde said teasingly. After the death of Ryuko, Sakura and Rika had become very close. Due to Rika's time being commonly spent with Naruto, she saw a lot of Sakura, so they hung out along even when he had left. This resulted in Sakura being the maid of honor. Sasuke glared at his friend for the teasing, but replied nonetheless. Of course I won't, idiot. Good. The blonde was beaming, and very excited. Rika would soon be his bride, and it filled him with happiness. Hey, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked almost nervously. What's up, Naruto? Is something wrong? The teacher asked. He and the blonde sat at their favorite ramen shop, and they had been talking for over an hour. The teleporting shinobi had sought out his former instructor as soon as he'd gotten back from his mission to the cage summit. Rika was off on a mission of her own, and hadn't been there when he'd arrived home. Will you? Well. The namikaze managed to spit out. Damn it. Why can't I ask him something so simple? I doubt he'd turn me down, right? The blonde thought to himself. Naruto, whatever it is, it's fine to tell me. Finally Naruto sighed aloud and turned to face one of the people who had shaped who he was today. Iruka-sensei. Will you attend the ceremony as my father? To say the Chunin was shocked would be an understatement. You want me to take that spot? He asked in disbelief. Yes. I'm sure I want it to be you, and I think my dad would approve as well. There's no one else in the world I would want to take his spot in the wedding but you. The blonde replied with a light smile. Naruto, of course I will. You can count on me. Thank you, Iruka. I'm not gonna write the wedding. I've been to plenty, and as important and symbolic as they are, they're feckin' boring. Naruto was found in the kitchen, cooking himself and his new wife breakfast. He had a wide smile, but on the inside something had him feeling down. With the Fourth Shinobi World War about to kick off, the blonde and his brunette bride would have to postpone their honeymoon until the war was won. This saddened the two as well, due to the fact that no one knew how long this war might be. He smiled at the thought of his wedding. It wasn't too large of a ceremony, but all of his friends had attended, as did his new Jinan. The daimyo and his nephew had also come, the blonde now being quite close friends with the feudal lord. The blonde finished cooking, and made his way toward the bedroom to wake his wife. Along the way, he stopped and glanced over at a photo. He smiled at the grinning faces of his mother and father. His hand reached out, and lifted the photo from its resting place. Mom, Dad. I found a wonderful woman, and I've made her my wife. I have a family of my own now. I hope you are proud of me. Thank you for giving me this life. I'll protect my family and my village at all costs. The blonde felt his heart clench at the absence of his parents, but smiled nonetheless. The jounin placed the photo back down, and entered his bedroom. There he observed the beautiful sleeping form of Namikaze Rika. His smile grew wider at the sight of her, and he moved to the bed. He leaned down, and kissed her, stirring the woman from her sleep. Naruto? she asked sleepily. That's me. Come on now, it's time to wake up. I made breakfast. With a groan, the beautiful female cracked open an eye to look at her husband. Okay. I'll be out in a minute, she said while stretching her arms and yawning. All right, don't take too long though or it will get cold, he said. The blonde started to walk out of the bedroom, only to be stopped by her words as he reached the doorway. I love you, Naruto. The brunette said groggily. And I love you, Rika. Came his reply, followed by a light chuckle. A few minutes later, Naruto was greeted with a wonderful sight. Rika stepped through the doorway to the kitchen, clad in only her underwear, and one of Naruto's standard Konoha uniform shirts. It was one of his many black shirts. He kept a few blue ones, like that of which his father wore, but most were black. The girl stepped through the doorway rubbing her eyes, and attempting to wake herself up. She sat down at the table with a yawn, and smiled at her lover. Thank you for the food, she said. The blonde just stood by the counter for a minute, drinking a cup of coffee and watching the wonderful woman he had married. Finally, he too sat down and began eating. So I'm going to test my Jinan skills in full today, would you like to come along? She smiled at him, but shook her head in the negative. I'd like to, but I desperately need to finish painting the room upstairs. I've put it off for much too long after starting it. With the war beginning soon, I probably won't have any time to do so. Ah yes, I forgot you started that. I haven't been upstairs in a while, but I suppose I spend most of my time in our bedroom, my study, or the kitchen, and that's all downstairs. What color did you decide on again? The blonde asked, attempting to remember on his own. Gray, she said blankly. Ah, I remember now. From the one wall you did finish, I remember that it looked pretty good. He replied with a smile. She grinned back at him before replying. I like how it turned out, I'm actually quite excited to finish it. Well, if I'm back soon enough, I'd love to help dear. The blonde offered. I would enjoy that, she said, her eyes shining but her voice flat. Perfect. The couple finished their breakfast, and soon, Naruto was at the door with Rika standing with him. He leaned down and kissed her as he pulled on his jounin vest, and smiled at her as he zipped it up. She smiled back at him and said, Don't hurt them too badly now. I'll be gentle, you have nothing to worry about, you know. He replied with a thumbs up. Good. Now go, they're waiting, she said pushing him out the door. I love you. I love you too. With that he leaned forward and kissed her once more, before disappearing in a flash of yellow. All you have to do is take these bells from me, he said with a soft smile. That's all? The Inuzuka boy asked, dumbfounded. Yup, I want to see if you're worth it as a team. Naruto snickered inwardly, he knew it wasn't nearly as easy as they thought. This would be the first time the blonde man would have a mock battle with them, as he had only friended the group before. Alright. Let's do this, Konohamaru yelled, punching his fist into his palm. Hanabi nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, let's get this done, she said confidently. Seems she's broken out of the shell shock she had. Good. Naruto thought to himself smiling. Alright, let's begin. Come at me with the intent to kill, or you won't stand a chance. The test starts now. As soon as the jounin finished his sentence, the Jinan scattered. He smiled to himself, at least they knew not to do something dumb like stand in the middle of the clearing and yell at him or something. He walked to the tree in the center of the clearing, and leaned against it, crossing his arms. Unbeknownst to the Jinan observing him, he'd placed his finger against the tree. Being a censor, and a skilled one at that, Naruto knew exactly where each Jinan was. He smiled, and pulled out a book. Unlike his own team sensei, Naruto's book was not smut. It was, however, one of Jiraiya's books. He held in his hands the full production print of Jiraiya's final book. A book the sage had finished writing only a day before his death. The Tale of the Prodigal Son. Does he really take us so lightly? Thought the Jinan unanimously. But he did wipe out a ton of enemy shinobi. Sensei is strong. Hanabi quickly used her Byakugan to find her teammates. She made her way to Sakumo first and dragged him off to find Konohamaru. Once they had regrouped, they decided they would need to test the waters. All of the Jinan performed the clone jutsu, sending the clones formed by the Academy Jutsu to attack Naruto. Naruto smiled at the clones, having known from the chakra levels exactly what they were. The Jinan were thrown off guard when Naruto didn't even flinch as all the clones leapt at him, kunai bared. They all dispersed at contact with his body, and the Jinan were shocked at his unflinching demeanor. First test, ninjutsu, Naruto yelled out. If that was what they wanted, he would provide. Wind style, gale palm, Naruto said, announcing his technique to the Genin. He pumped just enough chakra into it to rip some of the smaller branches out of the trees in which the Genin hid. Shit! The young Sarutobi exclaimed as he and his friends were blasted out of their perch in the trees. The boy fell to the ground, and had all the air knocked out of him when the Hyuga girl landed on his chest. The Inuzuka landed safely, but was filled with pain as his pup landed on his most precious place. Kaoru! Watch where you're landing! Came the pained voice of the feral child. Sakumo, Konohamaru, get up! Hanabi whisper/yelled at them. Right! They had found enough time to plan a strategy, and took up positions around the clearing. Of course the brash Sarutobi led the charge. Bursting from the trees he threw a barrage of kunai at the blonde, who simply deflected them with his own. Konohamaru smirked when one kunai dug into the tree behind the namikaze, causing Naruto to look at him with curiosity. Of course the Jounin had noticed the explosive tag attached to the kunai, but ignored it, intending to see what their plan was. Suddenly, the blast rocked the clearing, and for a moment Konohamaru was worried he had killed his sensei, as the blonde had disappeared. He flickered behind the Genin, intent on still giving him a chance. Usually I'd say, second test, genjutsu. Unfortunately I'm useless at that, so I'm gonna let you go this time. He grinned at the boy as he turned around, and launched him away with a kick, sending him careening into the Hyuga who had just left the tree line. Kono, she yelled, but was cut off as the larger boy hit her. It wasn't hard, but definitely enough to send them both tumbling. No battle plan survives contact with the enemy, Naruto stated coolly, his voice ringing out over the clearing. We haven't got all day, but go back in the trees and I will wait. I want to see what you guys can come up with. He wanted to see what they were capable of doing with their minds. He knew that a shinobi could have all the power in the world, but without the proper ability to strategize in the moment, it would be useless. If the team made no progress today, he would have to start from the very basics, instead of where Ebisu may have left off. After about 20 minutes, the blonde noticed their locations shifting. So it's time. He thought. Alright, let's see what you've got. Naruto was flabbergasted when the ground before him burst away, and the Inuzuka's dog burst from the ground, spinning at a rapid rate. I guess I spaced the dog. A 4-man team then. He easily sidestepped the attack, his natural speed completely outclassing the puppies. He turned to catch the dog, but was forced to dodge again, as Sakumo barreled toward him. They'd managed to get him to ignore them for a split second, whether it was intentional or not. He reached out, and stopped the boy mid-spin by the leg, which blew the boy's mind. He swung the boy around, intent on hitting Konohamaru who he had noticed made it in close. As the boy impacted his friend, the female of their team came decently close to actually laying a finger on the blonde. She made for a palm strike to his calf, but was sent to the ground when he swept her leg out from under her. By then, their plan actually managed to come into play. Konohamaru managed to let out a cloud of ash as Sakumo grabbed him and jump away. At the same time, the small pup managed to yank away Hanabi. As soon as their teammate was clear, Kono clicked his teeth, and set off the blast cloud. Hanabi, due to her eyes, barely caught a glimpse of the kunai that rocketed out of the cloud as it was set off. Therefore, she managed to warn her team. They caught sight of the blade stabbing into the wood of a tree, and were surprised at the flash of yellow that Naruto appeared in. They knew he was fast, but seeing it was still impressive. He smiled at them, but was surprised himself when the entire tree line of the clearing lit up with explosive tags. They had the dog plant them? Naruto thought in surprise. Sakumo had a smile on his face as Naruto saw the boy's hand come apart after having set off the tags. The blast went off, and Naruto teleported back to the center. Wah! Came the surprised voice of Sakumo as Naruto appeared beside him. Mediocre. Third test, taijutsu, he said, leaping away from them. No teleports, nothing funny. Just come at me and show me what you got. At this the feral boy leapt into action, his companion meeting him in the air as they barreled forward with their clan's jutsu. Naruto dodged the combo, sliding around the Genin with ease. Before he could do anything however Hanabi leapt into the fold, using her gentle fist, and attempting to strike her new teacher. Naruto, with his ridiculous speed, caught her by the wrist and flipped her off her feet. As soon as he let her go, it was the third's grandson who came after him. The young boy launched into the air, attempting to come down with a solid right hook. The Jounin smiled in return, and sidestepped the strike, smacking the Genin in the head as he passed. I hate to rile them up, but it's time to see how they handle stress. The blonde thought to himself with a sigh. He quickly put on his most uncaring tone, and spoke. You guys are terrible shinobi. You should have never made Jinan, he said, spewing a blatant lie. Seeing he hadn't struck a chord, he said something that hurt to say, but he had to see how well these kids could handle their emotions. I would have thought Ebisu would do better as a teacher, seems he didn't teach you squat. What? How dare you? Ebisu-sensei was an amazing teacher. He gave his life for us. How dare you insult him, big brother Naruto? I thought you were better than this, Konohamaru yelled, leaping to his feet. Sakumo and Hanabi soon joined him, yelling their own collection of obscenities and insults at the blonde. He looked at them blankly, letting them yell. He had expected better from them, but he understood. Either way, it would be helpful for them to let any anger relating to their late sensei out on him. Finally, the three stopped yelling, running out of things to say. Well? Don't you have anything to say for yourself? Konohamaru asked, his anger showing its teeth. At this, the blonde motioned for the three to follow him. They were angry, but they followed the yellow-haired jounin nonetheless. He brought the children to a location he would sometimes visit. Kakashi had taught him a lesson here that he would never forget. The young legendary ninja sighed, and finally spoke. Here, on this stone, we engrave the names of the heroes of Konohagakure. Heroes? I want my name on that stone then too, Konohamaru said. No. You don't. The names on this stone are of shinobi who had all fallen in the line of duty. Oh. The young boy said, shutting up. Here lie the names of many great shinobi. All of the Hokages, many legendary nin, including my master, Jiraiya of the Sannin. The fourth Hokage, my dad. The third Hokage, your grandfather, he said, ending with his eyes solely on Kono. He then turned to Hanabi. Your uncle's name is here as well, he made a great sacrifice. Hanabi looked at the ground at this, having a basic understanding of the whole incident. Finally he turned to Sakumo. Many of your clansmen's names rest on this stone, along with their ninkin. Even your namesake, Hatake Sakumo, Naruto said. He had asked the boy's parents, and they had told him they did indeed name their boy after the legendary shinobi. He reached out, running his fingers over the names of his parents. His hand drifted down the stone, and he ran over Ryuko's name. Once again, his hand drifted and finally settled on Ebisu's. Your previous sensei's name is here as well. Ebisu made an ultimate sacrifice for you. I lied when I spoke of him. I have the utmost respect for the man, he was a wonderful sensei. He taught you well, and you all have potential to be splendid shinobi. Why would you lie to us, sensei? I was seeing how well you could handle stress. I know it sucks, but it is extremely important for a shinobi to stay calm and focused. You didn't handle it well, but I also knew you had some very bottled up emotions inside you over the whole incident. As a shinobi, it's important to let these things out. You're going to kill many enemies. You will kill in the name of your village, your country, and your Hokage. But it's important not to blur the line, and become a sick monster. There are ninja out there who kill innocent people whenever they can, and butcher others for their own gain. Is this what it means to be a shinobi? Asked Sakumo, fear creeping into his voice. Naruto patted the boy on the head, and crouched down to his level. No. A shinobi is one who endures. He stood and smiled. In this world, those who break the rules are trash. The children's eyes widened, but before they could come up with anything to say, the blonde spoke again. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. The children all stared back at their sensei, stunned by his words. He smiled at them and sat down, unsealing a large lunch. He handed the food out to the kids, and told them to eat. Congratulations, you are now the new Team 7. Live up to it, all right? Yes sir, they said cheerfully. Now, what I just taught you, it's a lesson you better take to heart. The children smiled and nodded at him while eating. All right, eat up quick. We're gonna have another go. Your teamwork is really good, and I want to see what else you can do. I have to know what you've already learned so I know where to start with each of you. I've got a good idea of what you're capable of already, but there's always more to see. We're gonna beat you this time, sensei, Sakumo said. Yeah, agreed Hanabi. The Sarutobi boy smiled widely before he spoke. You're going down, boss. After a long day of mock battles against their sensei, the children were sent home. Naruto gave them all low-ranked jutsu scrolls to study, and also started them on the basics teamwork-based tactics. He told them all to practice over the next week, and to ask Iruka for help if they needed it. He informed them that he may be gone for a while. The Namikaze was happy that Konoha didn't need to deploy Jinan in this war. Well, for now at least. Naruto knew that fact could change in a day. The Jounin had witnessed the massacre of Konohagakure forces when they had been lured into Otogakure after all. The blonde man hoped that nothing like that might occur during this war. In 2 days' time, Konohagakure would go to war with Iwa over the invasion of Takigakure. He would be in the leading forces in the operation to take back Taki. He hoped he wouldn't have to watch any of his comrades die, but he knew the world was a cruel place. The son of the fourth was scared. Not fear of battle, or being killed, but scared for the future. He was scared for his country, his village, and his family. He couldn't help but think of his wife, and what the future could hold for them. He would fight for the right for the children of Konohagakure, and the world, to not grow up in wartime, like Kakashi-sensei once had. The blonde shinobi laid down with his sleeping wife in bed, and closed his eyes with one final thought. I'll protect everyone I can. And I will win this war. Chapter 29. The sun shone brightly through the window beside Naruto's bed, stirring the blonde from his sleep. He sat up, and groggily looked over at the sleeping form of his wife. A grin split his face, as he remembered that after a quick one-day visit with the daimyo, he and Rika had gone on a date. With the operation to take back Takigakure soon, they decided it would be good to spend time together. That said, in the throes of passion, they had broken in the new bed sheets the brunette had recently purchased. The Jounin made his way out of bed, and formed a shadow clone to prep his gear. He and Rika had been lucky to get time together, as the operation was pushed back a day to account for more Konoha shinobi coming back to the village to stand guard while the strike force was gone. The strike force consisted of 4 battalions, which in total was around 2,000 shinobi. The battalions were made up of mostly Chunin, with a fair number of Jounin throughout to lead them. He was pleased when he found out that not only would Rika be in Kakashi's battalion, she was actually in his squad as well. This put to rest any worries he had about his wife being wounded in the battle. This was not to say Naruto wasn't confident in his wife's abilities, he just worried either way. She was a frontline fighter after all, her skill in fire-style ninjutsu was staggering. Kakashi himself said she may have the strongest fire chakra affinity he'd ever seen. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki sighed as he began making breakfast. He wouldn't be fighting with the main force. He would be leading a platoon of Onbu, but he would not be donning a mask, not that one could even hide his bright blonde hair. His objective was to reach the main village, and garrison the mission center. Pretty much a Hokage tower, but not for a cage. While this took place, the strike force would battle the enemy throughout the country. Sasuke would also be leading a platoon of Onbu, and would be linking up with his own at some point. Before the invasion, some of Takigakure's ninja killed a rogue Konoha nin by the name of Rokuso Aoi. This man had stolen an important weapon from the village, the Raijin no Ken, or the Sword of the Thunder God. It was sealed away, but before it could be returned to Konohagakure, Iwa had attacked. Once Naruto's Onbu had secured the mission center, Naruto would retrieve the sword, and return it to Konohagakure. The sword that had once belonged to Senju Tobarama was not something they wanted to possibly make its way from Iwa to Kumo. Luckily for the people of Takigakure, many of their shinobi had fought a retreating battle as they left the village. By doing this, they managed to keep most of the fighting outside of their village. It was Naruto's platoon's job to clear the village with minimal damage and civilian casualties. To top things off, the Jounin commander of Taki, the leader of a minor village, had survived and managed to retreat to Fire Country with his forces. All in all, if things went in Konohagakure's favor, Taki would quickly be rid of Iwa forces. Worst case scenario, Han and Roshi would show up, in which case Naruto was to immediately meet up and engage them. If it came down to it, the rest of his original Jinan team would join him. The minute this operation began, the war would be on. Thus, Konohagakure had sent plenty of shinobi to the border of the Land of Hot Water. In the last wars, Kumo had made use of boats and water walking to transport their nin and supplies into the Land of Bones. Country where the mountain graveyard sits, this time, while the Land of Frost had always been allies with Kumo, it seemed they would invade the Land of Hot Water. Considering Iwa's move to grab up land, and the fact that Kumo had already been poking around, it could be argued that they would start by invading the minor nation. They would most likely march straight through their allies' country, and into the Land of Hot Water. Konohagakure would be fighting a multi-front war, just like the last ones. Kumo had been rapidly increasing its forces since the Hyuga incident, and that meant that they could very well have quite a manpower advantage. That said, They may even come through the land of bones just to get 2 entry points into the land of fire. In Konohagakure's advantage, however, once they pushed Iwa out of Taki, they would likely only face off with them in Kusagakure, and Kusa would be ready. The Iwa front would also be significantly held down by Sunagakure's forces. Gaara would surely do his utmost to keep Iwa focused on defending against his village, instead of going after Konohagakure. At least until Konoha could knock one of the 2 opposing nations into submission. Finally, the already once considered Hokage candidate was ripped from his focused thoughts by 2 slender arms wrapping around him. He smiled as he was broken from his trance, and enjoyed the feeling of his wife's perfect chest pressing against his back. "You're going to burn the toast," she said blankly with her face pressed into his back. "Oh. I almost forgot about it," he said, frantically reaching over and turning off the toaster. It had broken the day before, and would stay on until turned off. He still just hadn't had time to get a new one. "Actually, why do we even have a toaster, dear? You could literally toast bread in your hands at any time." She smiled at his words and released him. The woman pushed him slightly aside and took out the toast. With a blank tone she replied as she began buttering the crisped bread. "Are you stupid? Because no guest would ever want their toast cooked in my bare hands. Plus, it's a bad practice to use fire style in the home. Haven't you heard the old tale passed down from the Sarutobi clan?" Naruto had long gotten used to her asking him if he was stupid. It was almost more of a verbal tic of her own than it was an actual insult. "Ah yes, the one of the man who tried to cook a whole meal with his jutsu, but ended up burning down the building?" He questioned after raking his mind for the memories of the story. "That's the one," the brunette replied. I'd say that's a fair point then." The male namikaze replied, content with his wife's explanation. He could almost hear the smile in her response. "I knew you'd see it my way." After all the time they'd spent together, her blank and static tone of voice had started to show more and more emotion when she was around him. Sometimes, the villagers who'd known her would be shocked when they went out into the village. He would take her someplace, and if he managed to get her excited, she sometimes had quite the outburst of emotion. "You're wise beyond your years, love," he said almost sarcastically. "Oh? Have you been doubting me, darling?" she said in mock hurt. That was another thing, when she wanted to fake any sort of emotion, she was very good at it. The blonde figured it was due to many years of observing and not consistently participating. Just then, he saw the eggs were finished, and moved the pan to a separate burner. He quickly turned off the stove, and as soon as he saw her put the toast down, he grabbed the woman. Her world spun as her husband twirled her around in his arms. His lips impacted hers, and he lifted her up. She found herself sitting on the counter opposite of the stove, with her brain tuning out everything but the affection she felt from her lover. Naruto soon pulled away and set her back on her feet. As he did, she moaned in disappointment at the loss of the feeling of his lips. "The eggs will get cold, dear." He stared with a smile. The pair then sat down and ate their breakfast, talking about different things that had gone on in the village, and chatting about their meeting with the daimyo. After some time, the blonde gained a look that conveyed that he was deep in thought. "What is it, Naru?" the brunette inquired. "Well, I've been thinking." The man started. "That's a shocker," she joked, cutting him off. "Ha ha." He deadpanned. "Very funny. Anyway, you have an extremely strong affinity for fire. Do you have any other nature affinities?" "Actually, no, I don't. Just an extremely potent fire affinity." "Why?" the woman informed him. At this point, she was curious where he planned to go with this. If you trained hard to learn wind style, couldn't you form a bastardized version of the Scorch release?" he said, his eyes narrowing in thought. "Actually, I did train to gain hold of wind style, even though I don't have it naturally. So in theory, yes, probably. Again I ask though, why?" She had a feeling she knew where he was going with this. "Well, I want you to be as strong as possible for this war. And I think it would be worth it for you to be able to mess with it and make your own jutsu." The second yellow flash replied. "Ah, I see. Yes, I suppose I could do it." The woman responded, resigning herself to Naruto's idea. "Rika, you know you have fairly high chakra reserves, right?" he questioned. "Well, yes. With the amount of high-level fire jutsu I throw around in combat, I have too." She responded before throwing back her own question. "Why?" "Well, your reserves are higher than even Kakashi-sensei's. Thus, if you're willing to work hard today, and borrow some of my chakra, you can make a technique overnight," he said with a cocky grin. "What do you suggest?" Her eyes narrowed in suspicion at her sometimes goofy husband. I'm going to teach you shadow clone jutsu. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms as he spoke. She recoiled in mild surprise before responding. Oh? Yeah. So, are you on board? The man asked. With a shrug, his lover replied. I suppose. All right. The man said. Let's go get dressed. 12 hours later found Namikaze Rika breathing heavily. Her clothes were charred and burned in many places, and she had quite a few burns on her skin that she would need Sakura to take care of before the day was over. She looked over at her lover, who smiled at her. Good job, now we know you can use it in combat. 100 shadow clones, all training for 12 hours, was a lot. It was extremely taxing on her brain, and had no doubt caused a small amount of harm. On the bright side, however, this was a one-time thing. Naruto told her she wasn't to ever train like this again. The only reason he had her do it was that the war started tomorrow. Thanks, she said, her breathing beginning to steady. Let's see it one more time. Right, she said, then the woman sped through hand signs, and called out her new technique that she and her husband had developed entirely that day. Scorch Release, Scorch Phoenix. As she called this out, her body was enveloped by a cloak of scorching hot flames. Yup, it's perfect. I don't even get burned anymore. Good. I'm very proud of you, Rika. The woman's new technique made her an extremely dangerous taijutsu fighter now, and any fire techniques she used would be enhanced by the flames already surrounding her. The only downside was that it was fairly taxing on her chakra reserves. The woman would first envelope her body in a very strong and thick coating of wind chakra. The way it surrounded her was almost like the Nine Tails chakra cloak, albeit without the tails. Immediately after it surrounded her, she would light it ablaze with her fire chakra. This cloak was almost like a fire version of the Raikage's legendary lightning cloak. It was to be her trump card in battle, and Naruto had no doubt it would help keep her safe. At times, the flames burned so hot they were able to melt kunai on contact. His lover soon let her cloak fade away, and smiled tiredly at him. Can you take me to see Sakura? Yes I can. He wrapped his arms around his wife, and flashed into existence outside Sasuke's home. Naru, this is Sasuke's house. I know, they're having dinner together. How did you know she was here? She asked, before answering her own question. Oh right, you're a censor. The blonde lightly knocked on the door of the home, and only a minute later they were greeted with the view of a very relaxed Uchiha Sasuke. Oh, hey Naruto. He greeted, before taking in Rika's appearance. The brunette held her usual blank look on her face as she leaned against her husband. Geez, what happened to you? I can explain, but could Sakura look at her? Sure, I don't see why not. Go get settled on the couch. The raven-haired man said, opening the door all the way and moving aside. Naruto had spent more than enough time at the Uchiha's home in the past month, preparing for the once possible, but now guaranteed outbreak of war. The Uchiha had sold away the land of his once proud compound, and had decided that if he was to rebuild his clan, they would live amongst the villagers as equals instead of an outside clan. As the married couple walked past him, he yelled down the hallway to his kitchen. Sakura. Naruto and Rika need to see you. Naruto and Rika? I'll be right there, she yelled back. Soon she arrived in the room, and got to work on the female Namikaze. Meanwhile, Naruto explained Rika's new technique to his former teammates. It's a wonder she didn't incinerate herself, Sakura said. Agreed, if she'd have lost control of the wind chakra in full then she would have been cooked, Sasuke said, remembering the heat of some of he and Naruto's combination jutsu. That's why I was there, with the Nine Tails constantly healing me, I was able to bear with the heat any time the fire took full control, and lend my wind chakra to her as well. The cloak of wind the woman created around herself not only boosted the heat and potency of the flames, but it was what kept her safe from being cooked alive. Naruto, being a censor, was able to closely replicate the flow of her wind chakra to allow him to add his own. Thus, if it looked as if she would lose control, the blonde would either put her back on track, or in bad cases, he would overpower her fire with a massive amount of wind. Usually so much that it blew the flames away from her body entirely. Ah, I see. Well, that makes sense. Anyway, let me check your hands as well. Sakura replied. Why? I just told you. He was cut off as his pink-haired teammate gave him a glare. Knowing you, it's still a good idea to check. You and Sasuke are too stupid to know when you have minor injuries, and even those can cause problems down the line. Also, I have to scold you for doing this kind of training right before the start of our invasion. I know, but I wanted to make sure Rika had a trump card in case something went wrong. Well, that's fair. Sasuke commented. After a short chat between the four friends, Naruto and Rika took their leave. All four had an early morning tomorrow. Himself and Sasuke's Anbu platoons would be in Taki before dawn, and they would be leaving Konoha shortly after midnight. The main strike force would be hitting the Takigakure border around first light. Thus, the still newly wedded couple were in bed by 8. Naruto kissed Rika goodbye as he moved to leave the house. The woman was currently double-checking her gear, as she would be leaving in the next couple hours as well. I love you. I love you too, Naruto. Come back to me, she said with a smile. I always do. Stay safe, love. He replied before sliding out the door. In mere seconds the man crossed the distance of the village and was at the gates. The platoon of Anbu flickered into existence in front of him, all on one knee. Captain Namikaze, we're ready when you are, said one Anbu. Well, let's not waste any time. The blonde replied, turning and disappearing into the forest, the platoon quickly following suit. The group was inside the borders of Waterfall Country by 4 in the morning, and were steadily making their way toward the village. They breached through the underground caves, and killed off the Iwa guards. When the group came to the opening that led to the village, Naruto held his hand up and signaled for the group to hold. The Jounin crouched and placed his finger on the ground, and stretched his chakra around the village. Looks like we're dealing with about a battalion of Iwa nin. They're spread out around the village, but there's about a company guarding our target. With any luck, they haven't found out about the sword yet. The blonde stated, standing to his full height. All right then, separate into squads. Divide and conquer. 3 of you come with me. Yes sir. The Anbu replied. The platoon quickly split into groups, and each squad began making their way into the village in different directions. 3 figures stood behind the tall man, still awaiting his orders. The Jounin made a gesture with his hand, and the 4 of them disappeared, body flickering into the village. They quickly carved a war path through Taki, heading straight for the mission center. With the chaos ripping down the village, many of the Iwa nin on the outskirts of the village moved to support their allies. As soon as their attention shifted, they were ambushed by the separate Anbu squads Naruto had sent out. The Iwa commander was ripped from his concentration when a tri-pronged kunai burst through the window and pierced the wall in front of him. The man quickly reached for the radio, attempting to warn his superiors. His attempts to call out were silenced as another kunai impacted his side just after Naruto appeared in the room. He flashed again to the blade inside the man's ribs, and appeared on his back, plunging a kunai into the base of his neck, severing the ninja's spine. The blonde Jounin collected his kunai quickly, and took a moment to congratulate himself and his platoon. They had managed to breach an enemy-controlled village and kill the commander within minutes of first contact, and before he could send a radio distress signal. He knew not to be naive, however. The enemy would definitely have more security. Somewhere out there were most likely sensors, or forward observers who had seen the assault and would report back to their superiors. Now let's find that scroll, Naruto said, cutting away at the wall. He could have taken the time to gently remove the cover, but it was a long process, and his mission objective was clear. Once the wall was out of his way, the Namikaze was greeted with the sight of a fairly sizable vault door. With a wide grin, he spoke aloud. Jackpot! He activated the chakra key given to him by Taki's Jounin commander, causing the door to unlock itself. He could have broken through the ceiling arrays by himself, but that would have made it so he could not reseal the vault. He looked over the wall of lockboxes, which were each locked with separate chakra keys. He pulled out the second key he'd been given, and opened one of the smaller ones. Inside sat his objective. He pulled out the scroll, and at that moment one of the 3 Anbu he'd brought with him entered the office. Sir. The shinobi said. Are you finished? Quite. Can you fix this wall? Like, a perfect copy? The platoon leader inquired. Yes. Wood style, wood wall jutsu. The man said quietly but with the intensity most shinobi had when they executed a technique. The wood grew in place of the old wooden wall, Tenzo's chakra forming it to match the rest of the wall. Hey, looks like they'll need to rip that one down before they can put up a new removable one. The teleportation expert joked. Let's go Tenzo. Sir, you're not supposed to use that name. I've been rebranded as Yamato. The Anbu said. Ah, but Kakashi says you should get used to it. Eventually you'll have to come out of Anbu, you know. The blonde retorted. Anyway, I need to get this back to friendly lines. Hold out until then, alright? I'll be back in an hour tops. The blonde said, absent-mindedly twirling a kunai around his finger. Understood. The wood user replied. Good luck, Tenzo. I'll be back in a flash. The namikaze said, and as soon as he finished the last word, a flash of yellow filled the room, and he was gone. As the blonde sped through waterfall country, he realized he was close to the home of the old man who had helped Team Ebisu. He smiled, knowing he had some extra money on him. He figured it would take all of 2 seconds to drop off a gift to the family. He changed course slightly, and quickened his pace. If he was going to detour from his mission, he would at least be fast enough to make up for it. He burst through the trees into the farmland of the man's home, and had been immediately assaulted by the smell of smoke and decay. He came to a stop in front of the home, and for the first time in a while, the namikaze shed a tear. A sad scene played out before the shinobi, reinforcing the harshness of the world he occupied. The home sat charred and burned, the roof having collapsed in on itself. He could smell the burned flesh wafting out of the home. What saddened him the most was that he knew no one escaped. Every exit to the home, all the windows and both doors were sealed shut but rock walls that jutted out of the ground. They didn't deserve this, he said quietly, while holding back his rage. You Iwa bastards. His fist shook at his side, and his teeth clenched. The man took a few deep breaths before shaking his head. If I ever find you, I'll kill you. This world has no room for humans who act like animals. The blonde leapt to the trees once again, after saying a prayer for the late family. Congratulations on a complete mission, said Shikaku. The Jounin commander and other strong ninja had met him at the border to retrieve the scroll. Good luck, Naruto. Thank you, Shikaku. There's a war to be fought, and I intend to fight it. The teleporter responded. With that, the spiky-haired Nara pocketed the scroll and watched in amusement as his comrade disappeared in a flash of yellow. Unfortunately for Naruto's Anbu platoon, only minutes after the Jounin left they were attacked by Iwa reinforcements. They fought from the mission center, using it as cover to fire off jutsu and kunai. Any enemies that managed to get close were dispatched by the blades of swords and kunai alike. The platoon finally had a crack formed in their resolve, however, when 3 full companies of Iwa nin descended upon their garrison. They fought valiantly, and managed to take out an entire company. Tenzo had been forced to go all out, draining his chakra further than ever before as he ripped apart the streets of Takigakura with his wood-style techniques. Finally, the remaining companies of Iwa nin withdrew, to collaborate in the largest earth-style jutsu he'd ever seen. They all slammed their palms into the ground, spikes ripped up from the earth, a massive forest of them coming at the Konoha shinobi at a ridiculously fast pace. They ripped through streets and buildings alike, and the Anbu were sure they couldn't outrun it, let alone stop it. Just as Tenzo resigned himself to his fate, a voice ripped through the air, accompanied by the familiar chirping of birds. Chidori impact. The Uchiha called out as he burned the blade of his sword into the ground. Lightning split through the earth, tearing up the ground as if Sakura herself had punched it. When the earth techniques inevitably clashed with the current of electricity, Sasuke's overcharged Chidori won out. With earth jutsu being weak to lightning, Uchiha Sasuke was the worst matchup the super combo jutsu could ever encounter. Well, other than the Raikage of course, but he sided with Iwa. The rest of Sasuke's platoon showed up at that moment, landing in a defensive perimeter around the absent Namikaze's garrison. A few of the Iwa ninja recoiled in fear, shocked at his arrival. No, it can't be. Sasuke of the lightning style? No, it's the second coming of Shisui of the body flicker. Well, he's not alone. Tenzo, we were supposed to cause minimal damage to the village, you know. Look what you did, you know. Came a familiar voice from the rubble behind the enemy companies. Naruto stepped out from a ruined building, absent-mindedly twirling a kunai around his finger. No. You're Konoha's second yellow flash. Look, surrender now, and none of you will have to die, Sasuke said loudly. The Jounin presence of both the Uchiha and the Namikaze put unwinnable odds in the hands of the Iwagakure shinobi. On one hand, they could try to escape, most likely losing at least half of their force. On the other, they could stand and fight, and most likely be killed. Or, they could take the easy road and surrender. The rest of our forces are battling their way here at this very moment, you don't really have a chance here. The blonde Jounin said. The Anbu encroached on the enemy, intent on subduing them if they did choose to surrender. Just as it looked like they might give in, one man's bravery, or maybe it was foolishness, had the entire group reignite the battle. The man leapt forward quickly, drawing his blade and railing it through the nearest Konoha Anbu. With a roar, he called out, "Die, you tree-hugging scum!" He was, however, silenced as the Anbu he had stabbed turned into a log and appeared behind him, shoving his blade into the nin's neck. Like sharks after blood hits the water, the Iwa shinobi responded in a frenzy. They stuck out, attacking any of the Konoha shinobi that were close. They even managed to bring down a few of the Anbu who had been too close at the start. The black and blonde-haired jounin soon dove into the fray as well, trying to protect their comrades. "Let's show them, Naruto," Sasuke called out with a smirk as lightning sparked down his blade. "Right," Naruto called back. If they wanted a fight, they'd give them one. He jumped high into the air, and launched a barrage of his famous kunai into the battle. A sad and doubtful thought crept into the back of his mind, but his focus was on the battle. It's less of a fight and more of a slaughter. They're defenseless to Sasuke and I. Just like Ryuko was to Han. His shinobi training and his commitment to preserving the lives of those under his command pushed the thought to the back of his mind. Suddenly, the ridiculously torn apart main street of Taki was filled with rapid yellow and blue flashes. The yellow happened at a much quicker pace, and the blue were long and sustained. Naruto flashed between enemies, slamming kunai into their vitals with ease. The Uchiha's sword would light up, slashing men in half, and sometimes bolts of lightning would fire from the sword's tip. The Anbu also participated, but with their speed Naruto and Sasuke did most of the work. Quickly, the fighting stopped, the dust settled, and the shinobi relaxed. Blood and bodies littered the main street of Takigakure, an image that would be forever scarred into the minds of not only Naruto and Sasuke, but Iwa's forward observers as well. The best friends would never forget the awful stench of nearly 100 dead or disemboweled shinobi. They ordered the Anbu to seek out any survivors, and joined in as well. The Konohagakure shinobi mercy killed anyone beyond saving, but anyone who could possibly make a recovery had their wounds tended to immediately. While the others patched up the survivors who would live, Naruto simultaneously placed high-level chakra blocking seals. They could be healed just fine, but if they themselves tried to mold chakra, it either wouldn't work, or if they managed to force it through, they would simply die. When Konohagakure's main force arrived, Takigakure was devoid of any combat-capable Iwa shinobi. Some of the main force stopped to help guard Taki, and any Taki nin who had participated in the opening act of the war began to clean up their village. Throughout the night, Naruto, Sasuke, and their Anbu held back a few half-hearted counterattacks. Meanwhile, the main force continued on, attempting to put Iwa on a full retreat. The next morning, Naruto rose slowly, but when a radio nin showed up, he got worrying news. Radio nin. My own creation. So, I know radios are kinda canon, but for purposes of this story and my 4th Shinobi World War, radios will be like that of the actual radios used by the US in the real-world Second World War. Look them up if you'd like to know what I'm talking about. They require someone to strap the big-ass thing to their back to be mobile. "Sir. I've got a message for you." "Let's hear it," Naruto said with a commanding tone. "Sir, Commander Hatake has requested your assistance with his battle group. They've encountered heavy resistance, and he said he needed you there. He also mentioned something about Jounin Namikaze." The nin reported. "Fuck. Did he say anything else?" Naruto said, pushing the panic that rose within him back down. "No sir." "Thank you, radio back, tell him 3 minutes tops," Naruto commanded, turning his back to the shinobi and waving for Sasuke, who was on a rooftop across the way from him to come over. "Understood sir." "Naruto, what's up?" questioned the Uchiha. "You'll have to hold out here. Kakashi and Rika need my help. Keep my platoon here, and carry out our original orders," Naruto said quickly. "HN. Who made you boss? But I understand, I'll handle things here. Go get your girl, and save that pervert. Later ski. Don't die," Naruto said, walking away. "HN. You too Namikaze," the Uchiha said, crossing his arms with an uncaring look. "Like hell I would," the blonde replied. He walked toward the edge of the roof, and held out his hand above his head before giving his best friend a thumbs up. As soon as he hit the edge, he took a step and disappeared in a flash of yellow. Rika scorched the vitals of the nin in front of her. When she had jabbed a kunai into his gut, and ignited her scorched style, he was done for. Lucky for him, she still had compassion for those she killed, and it was not a slow death. She fried him from the inside out so quickly he most likely barely felt it. Another Iwa nin appeared behind her, throwing a hail of shuriken at her back. The flames engulfing the female burned even hotter, melting the ninja tools as soon as they touched. Scorch style, solar flare, she yelled after moving through hand seals. A large part of her cloak flared up, before bursting off of her body. And igniting not only the Iwa shinobi, but the surrounding forest as well. As the flames burned around her, she was brutally smacked to the side. Seconds away from hitting a large tree, she felt herself stop gently. The familiar warmth spread through her body as she realized her husband had arrived. "Naruto? What are you doing here?" she questioned. He said nothing as he landed, still carrying his wife bridal style. She watched in curiosity as he held her tightly and cast a glare over his shoulder at her attacker. Not once had she seen such a cold look in the eyes of her lover. "I'll be back for you, Han." With that, the blonde tossed a kunai into the air. He flashed away, appeared beside Kakashi. "Sensei. Watch after her, I'll handle the Jinchuriki." "Right. Be careful, Naruto," the masked Jounin said as the blonde set his wife back on her feet. Before she could ask what they meant by Jinchuriki, the blonde kissed her deeply, before disappearing once again. "What do you mean Jinchuriki? Is one of Iwa's Jinchuriki here? Is he going to fight them alone?" "Yes, he is. You know Naruto is stronger than all of us at this point, Rika. The only one who can go toe-to-toe with a Jinchuriki is either himself, Sasuke, or me. I have to keep commanding this unit, and Sasuke has to oversee defense of the village." She cast a worried look to the area where she had ignited a forest fire, knowing her husband was fighting alone in that raging inferno. Kakashi caught her attention once more, and she ignited her cloak. She leapt back into the fray with her comrades, intent on doing her share of the fighting. The quicker she finished up here, the sooner they could help Naruto. Han watched as the kunai was caught in the hand of the yellow flash before it could hit the ground. It was 1-on-1 now, and Han knew only one of them would leave the burning forest alive. "You almost hurt my wife. I'll kill you this time, Han," Naruto said, glaring at his nemesis with enough intensity to light the man ablaze. "You'll die here, Nidaime Kyoto Senko." Chapter 30. "You'll die here, Nidaime Kyoto Senko," the bulky Jinchuriki retorted. "Like hell. Let's end this feud now, Han." "You won't walk away this time," Naruto said, his focus solely on the enemy. Both shinobi ignored the blaze that had engulfed the forest around them. The fire roared, and trees cracked and collapsed as they burned. The scene played out a dramatic backdrop for the coming battle. Naruto leapt back, quickly peppering the edges of the tree line where the fires were weakest with his kunai. The enemy container began to let out large amounts of steam, and it slowly engulfed his body. "I created this just for you, Namikaze. You won't be able to touch me." The steam created a scalding hot film around his body, and anything that touched it would no doubt be severely burned. Naruto said nothing as he watched his opponent. The bulky man grew impatient, and quickly launched himself at his enemy. As he came, Naruto flicked a kunai at him. He dodged, knowing the blonde wouldn't be able to attack him. His thoughts were blown to the side, however, when Naruto's foot collided with his ribs, and he felt the distinct feeling of water splashing onto the affected area. The blonde had wrapped his foot in a coating of cold water to help counter the steam's effects. And now, he knew it worked. The red-clad man caught himself quickly, turning fast to attack the Konoha nin. The Jounin formed a Rasengan, and made it fairly large. As Han closed in, he intentionally let it destabilize, causing it to explode outward in a blast of pressure. The resulting attack launched the armored man backwards, his body impacting one of the charred trees. He stood quickly, only to encounter Naruto slamming a kunai down where his head was. Barely managing to dodge the strike, the man rolled away, distancing himself from the enemy Jinchuriki. Immediately, the younger man was on top of him, slicing at the larger nin with his kunai. The man dodged a few of the strikes, but Naruto's natural speed outdid his own by a long shot. If it weren't for his steam, the Namikaze surely would have ended him. When Han had fought alongside Roshi, he'd had a strong ally. Now he was alone, and he was being pressed by the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto spun around with another kick, but his leg was caught by Han. He dropped the kunai he held and flashed to it, putting himself behind the large man. He swung out with his blade, channeling wind chakra into the knife. He cut deep into the Iwa shinobi's side, enough to make the man stagger. Once he had his enemy on the back pedal, he shot toward him, coating his hand in a large amount of wind chakra. "If I can mark him, this is over." His hand was close now, mere inches away, and he was confident he would end the fight soon. His palm hit the steam, the wind keeping him from being burnt by the hot air. The tip of his finger touched the man, and his senses were overloaded. He was blasted away by a huge release of chakra as the enemy went into his three-tailed state. Han knew he couldn't fight the yellow flash in his base form. It was a well-known fact between Iwa and Kumo, that the second yellow flash had almost no control of his tailed beast. This was a weakness the enemy nation's strategists intended to use to their advantage. While Killer Bee and Yugito were the only Jinchuriki capable of entering a full-tailed beast transformation, Han and Roshi still had recently gotten a fair grasp of the higher-level Jinchuriki forms. As the Jounin stared in deep thought, the bulky Jinchuriki drew out a fourth tail. The beast featuring 4 horns emerging from its head, and a dense red skin formed over the Jinchuriki. He watched as chakra pooled into a ball in front of the enemy, before the beast suddenly ate it. He'd never seen a tailed beast bomb before, and he was in for a shock. The destructive attack launched from the mouth of the monster, and Naruto quickly flashed behind it. The blonde's eyes widened as the chunk of ground he'd inhabited, and the forest around it, was blown away. Dad fought this, but all out. He fought the 9 tails at full power. Incredible. He thought to himself. He quickly performed a set of hand signs, before throwing a kunai at the enemy. Shuriken Shadow Clone. The blade duplicated to a massive number, and the yellow flash made use of his signature technique. He flashed about the kunai, slamming Rasengan's into the transformed shinobi and battering him all over the battlefield. He slammed a foot into the abdomen of the man, sending him flying, but discovering the corrosive effects a tailed beast's chakra had. However, due to his own, the effects were quickly alleviated. Damn it, that still stung. He thought, putting distance between himself and the man he had just kicked. At that moment, Han began using the version 2's speed to great effect. Naruto was forced to dodge at rapid rates, and in some cases even flash away. The Jounin stepped forward, launching at the beast. He threw a kunai with a tag on it, and when it went off, the battlefield was bathed in bright light. The Namikaze peeled his eyes open seconds later, and seeing his enemy had turned around in its blinded state, he pressed his advantage. He came upon the enemy fast, pulling out a suppression seal. Just as he reached the beast, however, it spun around. The blonde's eyes widened in shock when the Jinchuriki opened his mouth, and launched its deadly attack. Naruto barely had time to move as the attack hit at point blank. He flashed away, but not before catching a lot of damage from the blast. As he appeared beside his kunai, the force of the explosion threw him from his feet, sending him flying into the burning tree line. The forest around the battlefield was still engulfed in an inferno, and as the Jounin hit the trees, he was burned badly. The blonde's eyes slowly opened as he brought himself back from the momentary lapse of consciousness. His eyesight focused just in time to see the enemy flying toward him, claws bared. Naruto waited until the last second, and as the claws touched his flak jacket, he smacked a suppression seal onto the Jinchuriki, and flashed away. The teleporter appeared in the center of the battlefield on his butt. He sat breathing heavily, knowing that the seal wouldn't cut the link between beast and container for too long. He also knew Han would wake soon, and that tailed beast bomb had done a number on the legendary shinobi. He coughed and wheezed as he realized a few of his ribs had broken. He grimaced in pain, and knew that the difficulty breathing was a direct cause of one of said ribs puncturing his lung. Ignoring the pain, the man leapt to his feet, and forced himself to move, quickly appearing beside Han's currently limp form. He reached down and moved to cut the man's throat. Han stirred at that moment, and grabbed the wrist of his enemy. He tossed the wounded blonde away, and the Konoha shinobi rolled to a stop and sat motionless. The red-armored man stepped toward his opponent, and channeled chakra to his arm. He intended to crush the skull of Konohagakure's strongest ninja. Naruto disappeared, and reappeared with his feet planted firmly in the back of the bulking Jinchuriki. He attempted to bury the blade of his tri-prong deep into the base of the man's skull. He quickly pushed off to give himself distance, and see if he had brought an end to his adversary. He almost growled when the man once again stood. Unfortunately, he'd only been able to shove the kunai into the soft flesh on the side of the man's neck, somehow missing vital points. As Han reached to remove the embedded blade, Naruto quickly took action. He flashed to the kunai, immediately planting his foot in the side of Han's head, launching him across the scared earth. He teleported once again before the man could come to a stop, and planted his fist into the man's gut. He spun a kunai into his palm from his pouch, slashing the man across the chest, channeling wind chakra to cut through the tough armor. Naruto repeated the process, while consistently landing punches and kicks. He finally kicked the man away slightly, before jumping into the air and coming down with a heel drop that connected with the bulking Jinchuriki's head. The student of the Toad Sage wasted no time when his foe fell, flashing to the blade still embedded in the enemy's neck. He appeared straddling his adversary, and lifted his kunai above his head. He channeled wind chakra into it, and brought it down full force into the beaten Iwa nin's chest. As Han let out a raspy gasp, Naruto pulled one arm back, and formed a large Rasengan. With one final move, he blew the head of Han clean apart, and the Jinchuriki of the steam release was no more. Naruto collapsed to his rear, holding himself up with his arms. His raspy breathing filled the clearing as the battlefield went silent. The surrounding forest was slowly burning out, and he could sense Konoha nin hosing down the fires in an attempt to make it through the forest. Waterfall country had trees large enough in some places to even rival Konohagakure's, so the nin couldn't exactly just go over. With the fire's size, it would be hard to go around as well. He sensed a few nin trying to make their way around, but he could feel Kakashi making quick work in forming a path to get to him. He lay back and sighed, his ribs were killing him. Man! Rika's gonna be so mad that I got hurt. Soon enough, he heard the telltale sizzle of water dousing fire. He painfully rose up, turning his head to the direction of the noise. Out of the trees emerged Kakashi, Rika, and Sakura, the latter of which had rushed to the front when Kakashi's troops began taking heavy casualties. Naruto, Rika yelled in fear and worry seeing his battered state. She sprinted toward him, but when she and Sakura reached the blonde, she moved up, and placed his head in her lap. Sakura quickly got to work on the wounded blonde, and Kakashi watched with a smile. A few hours passed, and after the arrival of Guy, Genma, and Anko at Takigakure, Sasuke rushed to the front line. Upon his arrival he was greeted with the sight of Sakura and Kakashi conversing a few feet away from his former teammate. Naruto still looked battered, but unknown to the Uchiha, he was in much better shape than he had been, thanks to the pinkette. The blonde Jounin sat with his head in Rika's lap as she ran her fingers through his golden hair. Sasuke made his way to Sakura, checking up on the woman. He found himself worrying more and more about her with their budding relationship. The idea of losing her often caused the man to lose sleep. After a few minutes conversing with his sensei and girlfriend, the Sharingan wielder checked up on his friend. He approached the married couple, Rika raising her eyes to greet him. "He asleep?" the Uchiha questioned. "Yes, he was pretty beat up when we got to him." The woman replied with a soft smile. "Kakashi told me he killed the Iwa Jinchuriki. It was the same Jinchuriki that killed Ryuko," the man said, turning his gaze to the sky. Before Rika could respond, Naruto's voice interrupted their conversation. "I'm probably going to be in the bingo book as S rank soon, Sasuke. You better catch up." "HN. Seems we woke you. You look like hammered shit, Naruto," the last Uchiha said, not dignifying his friend with a response. "Yeah, well, as you know, it's not easy to fight a Jinchuriki. He managed to catch me up close with a tailed beast bomb. I was able to flash away and avoid most of the blast, but I wasn't that fast. I've no doubt flying Raijin could outrun the explosion, but I didn't register it until pretty much the moment it went off. He hit it well, and I'm pretty sure he actually took a bit of damage himself just to get that hit on me," the male Namikaze explained. "HN. I see," the raven-haired Jounin commented. After a few moments of thought, he turned his gaze to the sky again before speaking once more. "I wonder where the Five Tails will reform." "Good question. I don't want to have to reseal it. I'd hate to force one of our shinobi to be a Jinchuriki, and I honestly feel like the tailed beasts should not be forced to fight in our wars. I wish they could live on their own. The sage might have created both us and them, but these are our wars, not theirs," Naruto said. It was something he'd thought of for a long time. After he'd met his father, he'd realized the Nine Tails had been forced into it just as much as he had. "HN. You're being soft. But you're right. In a way, the tailed beast's predicament reminded him of his brother. His brother hadn't wanted to participate in any sort of civil war, but his hand was forced. At least Itachi had been able to choose his own side in a way. The beasts, however, had no say. None of the five shinobi knew, but at that moment deep inside Naruto's mind a creature lifted its head in slight confusion and curiosity. It thought for a while, before reaching its own conclusion. The massive fox slowly set its head back down on its paws, and slowly drifted back to sleep. On their own, huh? Konoha shinobi would continue fighting for the rest of the week, and eventually, Iwa would be completely pushed out of Waterfall Country. With Konohagakure emerging from the first large skirmish of the war victorious, Iwa would be on the back foot for quite a while. The shinobi of Konoha now had downtime to recover before throwing themselves back into the war. 5 weeks had passed since Konohagakura's victory over Iwa in Waterfall Country. This found Naruto waking up to a strange noise in his home. He strained his tired mind, trying to find out exactly what the noise was. Bleh! Echoed through the home once again. Naruto sat up quickly, realizing his wife was not in bed with him. Bleh! Once again sounded, with a series of coughs following it. What the hell? Asked the legendary Jounin aloud. He quickly got out of bed and followed the noise to his bathroom. There, he found his wife on her knees, face over the toilet bowl. In moments he was by her side, stroking her back. Rika, what's wrong? Are you okay? He asked with worry. A few coughs came from the woman, trying to clear her throat and mouth. With labored breathing, the woman responded. Are you stupid? No, I'm not okay. I just felt super nauseous out of nowhere. Are you sick? He asked, placing his hand on her forehead. She wasn't overly warm, and he was confused on why she could possibly be throwing up. I guess so, but other than this, I don't feel all that bad, she said, letting out a few more coughs. Let me take you to seat Tsunade, he said, grabbing a small bucket for her, and taking her in his arms. Okay, she said tiredly, clutching the bucket. The bathroom was suddenly filled with a yellow flash, and they were gone. With a bright flash, the blonde and his wife arrived in the Hokage's office. Tsunade recoiled in surprise at the sudden and abrupt arrival. Damn it, Naruto. Couldn't you arrive outside the damn door? Sorry Tsunade, it's kinda urgent, he said with an apologetic smile. At this moment she addressed the fact that he was carrying Rika. What happened? She questioned. In response, Rika threw up into the bucket. Don't puke on my floor, make sure it stays in the bucket. Set her on the couch. Yes ma'am. Naruto replied, doing as he was told. Tsunade began using her medical ninjutsu to diagnose the problem. She stopped suddenly with her palm over Rika's abdomen. She slowly turned her head to the blonde. Naruto. What? What's wrong? Is she okay? He said, his mind going into a frenzy of worry. She's pregnant, Tsunade said flatly. Eh? Eh? What? The Jounin replied in happy shock. Rika's head also popped up, looking Tsunade in the eyes. Wah. She was cut off when she was forced to put her face back over the bucket and throw up. Naruto, I'm going to take her and run tests for most of the day, so run along, Tsunade said, pushing the blonde out of the room. Naruto stood shell-shocked in the hallway. He took one step before stopping and looking forward with his eyes wide. What just happened? He asked aloud, getting some strange looks from a few passing Chunin. The pair were found later that night cooking dinner together silently. The Hokage had informed the pair that Rika was indeed 6 weeks pregnant. They were both lost in their thoughts, and had barely spoken a word since Tsunade had let the woman go home. The mood of the room, however, was so happy and joy-filled, that even Sasuke would smile from just walking in. Rika stepped away from the counter with a plate, intent on setting the table. She made it 2 steps before stopping and dropping the plate to the ground. The dish shattered, and a huge grin finally split the female Namikaze's face. Naruto. I'm gonna be a mother. The blonde stopped what he was doing, and spun around quickly. He smiled widely, and lifted his wife into the air. I'm gonna be a father, you know. A mother. Me, a mother, she said in disbelief. They knew they were young, and it was early in their marriage, but they loved the idea of a child. I'ma be a dad, you know. Naruto was proud. His smile split his face, and his entire presence radiated happiness. With the lack of family they had through their childhood, the pair found the idea of having a real family extremely exciting. Who do we tell first? Go invite Sasuke and Sakura for dinner. I'll make more for them. The woman said. All right. The blonde said, leaving for the door. Grab Kakashi and Iruka as well. She called out. Right. And with that the blonde was gone. About 30 minutes later, the group of shinobi sat gathered around Naruto's large kitchen table. Other than the Namikazes, everyone in the room was very curious as to what was going on. So. Rika felt strange, she'd never been very shy before, and she was unsure why she felt shy. Naruto came from the counter with a large plate of turkey. He set the dish down, and placed his hand on her own. He leaned over her slightly, gave her a smile, and squeezed her hand. What Rika is trying to say is that she's pregnant. The jaws of each person at the table almost hit the ground. They stared at the new married couple for a while, before Sakura started gushing at Rika, asking the blue-haired woman all kinds of questions. Meanwhile they ate their dinner, answering questions and talking about the future with their close friends. I wanted to tell you all first. You're the closest thing we have to actual family. Naruto spoke with a soft smile. I'm very happy for you too, but isn't it a little early? Iruka questioned. Well, we weren't trying. It just kind of happened. However, it's a very happy surprise to us. I've dreamed of having my own family for so long. The blonde responded. I understand entirely, Naruto, Iruka said with a smile. He had his own budding relationship with surprisingly none other than the one and only Mitarashi Anko. He was very happy for his surrogate son. I'm sure you'll make great parents. Hopefully the child won't be as energetic as you were when you were young. Don't you think, Naruto? Kakashi said with his signature I smile. The man of 1000 jutsu had been surprised at the idea of one of his students becoming a parent before he himself had even thought about it. He knew Yugao was thinking about it. About 2 years after the death of her fiancé, she had come to her old Anbu captain to talk about him about her loss. Time had been spent together, far more than they had as Anbu. Eventually, the road led to romance. I hope so, sensei, Naruto said. Naruto was found laughing as Konohamaru and Hanabi argued. The Sarutobi was currently arguing with the Hyuga girl about who was the better shinobi. Inuzuka Sakumo sat beside his teacher, smiling at his friends. Naruto had come to find that the feral brown-haired boy was very passive, which was quite the oddity among the Inuzuka clan. He preferred to sit on the sidelines if things got too exciting when it came to social interaction. As it turned out, Sakumo was a very close cousin of Kiba's and the blonde had promised to look after the young man. Sakumo had come a long way with his Ninken, proving the Inuzuka to be a fierce foe in battle. The other Jonin were fairly skilled now, and the Jounin had confidence in their teamwork. Hanabi had grown strong in the Hyuga arts, and Naruto thought that she was almost as much of a prodigy as Neji. She trained with her elder sister, and her cousin Neji quite often. Konohamaru had come a long way as well. They Sarutobi had unique mastery over his fire release, one that almost made him think of Rika's natural mastery of the element. Most notably, through the Sarutobi clan's summoning, he now had his own familiar, a monkey known as Enra. Maybe if you weren't such a spoiled brat. Did you just call me a brat, Sarutobi? What, your eyes are so good that your ears went to shit. You bastard, Hanabi yelled, swinging her palm for the boy's chest. In a sentimental way, she reminded Naruto of a very young and prideful Sasuke. The blonde Jounin quickly appeared between the bickering children. Hanabi found her hand caught by the tall Jounin, and was shocked at his natural speed. The three Jonin had seen his speed before, but they were still shocked every time he showed off. Now Hanabi. Unless you're going to have a real spar with our silly monkey, then I'm going to ask you not to hit him. The man said with a smile. His calm voice caused the hot temper of the young girl to quickly settle, thus she turned almost shy like Hinata had been when she was younger. The girl was either 100% hot temper, or 50% a shy mess. Ah sensei, it's just because they like each other, Sakumo said, approaching the trio. Hey, you're right Sakumo, maybe I should leave the lovebirds alone. Their sensei said. At this, the two children leapt back from one another. Fingers pointed at the other, they screamed at the same time. I could never love her/him. Now, you're teammates and comrades. You shouldn't be fighting like this, so either put it aside, or you can both spar with me. Both Jonin audibly gulped. They knew when their sensei gave them the option of a spar as punishment, they would be brought to their absolute limit. When Naruto used a spar to dish out his discipline, the Jounin held back only enough to avoid killing the Jonin. He made sure they had to help each other to get home, so his lessons wouldn't leave their heads before they got there. Kakashi had done the same for Team 7 in Naruto's Jonin days. After a short chat one afternoon about his father, Naruto found out Minato had done the same for the mask-wearing Jounin in his own Jonin days. With Kakashi once being a stickler for rules, he rarely had to face that situation. On the rare occasion when he and his friends needed a proper lesson, the kind-hearted fourth Hokage had no quarrels giving them a smack-down. Yes sir. We understand. The two bickering children said. Good. Now, I've got something important to tell you. Oh? Is it a S-rank secret or something? The young Sarutobi questioned. No, not quite. However, it is something I'd rather you not go running around the village yelling to everyone about. Well, what is it? The scarf-wearing boy asked. Konohamaru, if you'd shut up he'd tell us, Hanabi snapped. Naruto simply cleared his throat, and at noticing the implication of the interrupting sound, the Jinan quickly shut up. As I was trying to say, I'd like you all to know my wife is now pregnant. What? Hanabi yelled, her eyes sparkling to life as she remembered the few babies she had held. Hanabi secretly loved babies, and even their crying didn't annoy her. She absolutely adored what she called the cutest thing in the world. Ew, those loud screaming monsters? Konohamaru asked. Congratulations sensei, Sakumo said, the ever-calm boy he was. Thank you Sakumo. Yes, we're having a child. I hope you can all assist me at times in watching over my child. Parenting will be difficult, and with the war going, I'm going to need someone to help watch over Rika, Naruto said with a smile. He thought it might be fun to include a Jinan in his child's life. They would likely be able to act as pseudo-siblings to the yet-to-be-born Namikaze. Gladly sensei. Do you have a name decided? No. Naruto replied laughing. It's much too early for that kiddos, but we'll let you know when the time comes. Now, if you guys are free tonight, Rika would like you all to come for dinner. The three Jinan looked at each other and shared a nod, before Hanabi replied. We'll be there Naruto-sensei. Good. Naruto patted the Hyuga on the head with a smile before speaking again. I've got to go speak with the Hokage, so I'll see you later. Before the children could reply, Naruto disappeared in a flash. The training field went quiet, and the three Jinan began training together. What? The blonde questioned from the couch off to the side of the cage's desk. Kumo has made a large invasion into the land of hot water, as well as hitting fire country through the land of bones. Luckily, with Iwa currently occupied with Gaara's forces, we're only facing Kumo on a wider front than the last wars. The Hokage replied, answering the man's question. I see. How's our garrison in hot water? It's not. What? He asked in confusion. Naruto, she sighed. The Raikage and his brother showed up in person to take over hot water country. We lost nearly as many shinobi as we did in the Oto-Gakure massacre. The Hokage said softly. The Jounin's fists tightened at his sides, anger coursing through his body. He quickly settled his temper before returning his mind to their conversation. I see. What's the game plan then? Well, now that's where things get interesting, she said. Before the Namikaze could reply, she turned her head to the door and called out. Shikamaru, Shikaku, come in please. Into the office stepped the father and son duo, who were the backbone of Konohagakure's current tactical planning. Lady Hokage, Naruto. Greeted the eldest Nara. Shikamaru, Commander. It's nice to see you. The Jounin replied. Thank you for coming on time. So, you two said yesterday you'd finalize a plan by morning, correct? I assume our new asset was involved? Naruto's brow rose at her words, but he held his tongue and did not interrupt. Yes ma'am, Shikamaru said confidently. If you don't mind? He questioned, pulling out a marker and moving to draw on a war map they'd placed on the wall. By all means, walk us through this. She replied with a wave of her hand. Right. The Nara said, approaching the map. Now, our biggest threat currently is the fact that the Raikage has taken to the battlefield so early. With him on the front, it will be difficult to push back into hot water country. Our shinobi will have no issue holding out on the border of bone country, but the Raikage is the big factor right now. Shikaku explained, as Shikamaru circled countries on the map. Now, as much as we'd like to send out Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi to hunt down the Raikage and his brother, killing the Raikage could cause issues. If we kill A, it could be detrimental to any future peace talks, Shikamaru said, taking over for his father. We've concluded that if we are to send Jounin Namikaze, Hatake, and Uchiha behind enemy lines with a small force into the Land of Lightning, they could cause enough havoc among the forts and war camps that Kumo has set up to force A and B to return home. Shikaku took the reins once again, and addressed the two blonde shinobi. Once they're confirmed to be back in country, we can lead a large force to push Kumo's forces back into the Land of Frost. With enough havoc caused in Lightning Country, the Raikage should need to stay in his village to handle the chaos. Naruto smiled at the plan. Avoiding direct confrontation with the Raikage was wise. Although Naruto was optimistic about the idea of himself and or Sasuke being able to handle the legendary brothers, the Raikage still had years of experience on them. On top of that, the Raikage had a better understanding of the flying Raijin than most ninja, due to facing his father in the last war. Naruto knew in reality he could probably deal with the brothers on his own, but Shikamaru had made an important point. The death of their Raikage could possibly cause the people and shinobi of Kumo to completely ignore any sort of peace talks. Instead, they may favor the idea of revenge against Konohagakure. Well, you certainly thought this out well. However, I think Sasuke should either be deployed to the front at the Land of Bones, or the Iwa front in Kusa. We're both strong, and definitely better together, but we need to make sure we have someone who could hold off a strong push. That someone would be Sasuke. The Namikaze said. Tsunade mused. I believe Naruto is right, it's dangerous to take all of our strongest jounin off the front. It would certainly leave us open to attack. In that case, Kakashi will stay behind as well, attending to the Iwa front. Shikamaru and Shikaku looked at each other for a moment before nodding their heads. The two geniuses usually would have thought that factor out, but they had structured the full plan in one night. We believe our forces are more than capable, that is why we decided on this. However, you are Hokage, and this is your decision. We have to keep Kakashi and Sasuke back. If somehow this turned into a catastrophic disaster mission, we'd be out not one but 3 elite jounin. Naruto is S rank, and this is an S rank mission. How many nin do I get to bring along? The blonde man questioned. We've decided on a force of 20, including yourself. Understood. Now, I'm rather curious. How exactly do you plan on getting us into Lightning Country? He questioned. At this moment the Hokage waved her hand and spoke to an Anbu in the corner. Bring him in. A few seconds later, there was a knock at the door. Yes, come in, she said. At this, a man of Naruto's age stepped through the door, with his short white hair with a blue tint, along with his fang-like teeth being his most prominent feature. The second thing that stood out to Naruto was a large familiar sword strapped to the man's back. And who are you? The blonde man questioned. I'm here to be your solution, replied the newcomer, giving Konoha's yellow flash a large shark-like grin. The name's Hozuki Suigetsu. Chapter 31. The name's Hozuki Suigetsu, said the newcomer. Mangetsu's brother? Naruto questioned, knowing of the man. Yeah. Don't let him overshadow me now. Kirigakure's back, alongside the 7 swordsmen. I've taken Zabuza's place. The man said. Naruto quickly took in the standard shinobi gear the man wore. It was the same as Konoha's, just gray. I thought your village wanted nothing to do with this war? Naruto asked. At this point Suigetsu started to make air quotes while speaking. We don't. But maybe some Kiri-nin wanted to fight in the war, so they kinda went rouge and decided to come work for Konohagakure. The man said, grinning the whole time. It was my idea. We all knew Kumo and Iwa wouldn't stay out of Kiri's territories if they beat you. So here I am. I see, well then, I look forward to working with you. The jounin said. Well, I owe you one after all. What do you mean? As ashamed as I am to admit it, I was captured by Orochimaru. I escaped when you dropped that big-ass toad on Outpost 10 in the war with Otto. Ah, I see, glad to help. Anyway, let's get down to the details. Interrupted Shikamaru. The group began poring over the plans. They showed that Suigetsu would escort Naruto and his team through the sea surrounding Kirigakure. Under the cover of a cleverly made thick fog formed by Suigetsu, they would slip into the Land of Lightning. There was a hidden cove on the shoreline where they could get ashore. The nearby guard tower would have no knowledge of their arrival, even with a sensor nin stationed there. Suigetsu had recently developed an extremely deadly and useful version of the hidden mist jutsu that could hide even the largest of chakra signatures. Well then, when do we leave? Asked Naruto. In 1 week, said Tsunade. There's someone who wants to see you. Warning. I honestly can't remember if I addressed this or not at all before, but if I did, then anything that conflicts with what I write in this scene you can consider retconned. Naruto boy. Lord Fukasaku. It was Jiraiya's intention for you to one day learn Sage Mode. I brought you here to see if you can. The Elder Toad had heard long ago that being a Jinchuriki could cause problems with the gathering of nature chakra. He and the late Toad Sanin had discussed the rumors at length, but had never come upon any evidence. They had dug deep, and searched through the history books. Throughout history, other than the rumor that Hashirama had tried to teach Mito, no Jinchuriki had ever attempted to learn the sage arts. After some time spent introducing Naruto to the theories and working behind nature chakra, the toad had the jounin sitting on the ground in meditation. No luck Naruto boy? No, I can't feel a thing. Alright, now hold still. I'm going to try to fuse with you. The toad hopped atop the blonde's shoulders, clapping his hands together and closing his eyes. He soon found out why the boy could not draw in the nature chakra around him. The second his eyes closed, the chakra of the nine-tailed fox surrounded his being, forcing the image of the gigantic chakra monster into his mind. Seconds later, the toad felt pain from the chakra that tried to force itself into his own chakra paths. Quickly, he abandoned his place atop the man's shoulder, and sighed in defeat. It seems it won't be possible to teach you Sage Mode, Naruto boy. I felt it too. The nine tails, right? Yes, his chakra is so prevalent throughout your own pathways, it seems there is almost no room for any nature chakra to go. That's part of the issue. I was able to feel the energy you spoke of when you attempted to fuse with me. Due to my sensor ability, I have a theory. I believe from what I observed, that the chakra of a tailed beast is the exact opposite of nature chakra. Not in the literal sense, but like a magnet. Except in this case, opposites repel instead of attract. Tailed beast chakra seems to force away sage chakra, meaning I can't even gather it in the first place. I see. I'm sorry to waste your time, Naruto boy, I thought I could help. It's alright, Lord Fukasaku, thank you for your time. I got to at least see the kind of training Jiraiya sensei put in to get to the level he was. Anyways, please come visit sometime. I'm sure Rika would love to meet you. Will do, Naruto boy, now get back home to your wife. The toad said with a smile. Naruto simply nodded at the elder, giving a grin in reply. The aged toad quickly formed hand seals, and sent Naruto back to his village. The green creature sat quietly, remembering something Jiraiya had once said. Sage Mode would be a game changer for him, yes. But if he learns Minato's jutsu, along with having the nine tails, that boy will be strong enough to handle anything thrown his way. It seems you were right, Jiraiya boy. The toad mused aloud. Please, make sure he comes back safe, Yuta-sensei, Rika said to her former teacher. She really did not want her husband to go off on such a difficult mission, but she knew his duty to the village called for it. Don't worry, Rika, we'll watch out for Sunshine, said Agus Mikazuki, one of her former teammates who was now a jounin. He spoke with almost robotic tone, and his personality reflected that voice. He had fairly long black, and slightly spiky hair. He possessed blue eyes, and was quite short compared to all the people present. The jounin wore a blue t-shirt with a large green coat about 2 sizes too big. Olive green combat pants with black combat boots finished off his slightly unusual look. He'd actually become a fairly well-known jounin in the opening stages of the war. He had a very strong water affinity, that some even said could be the closest to Senju Toburama any Konoha nin had been since the second Hokage's death. You have our word, we will do everything we can. Spoke the almost crazy-looking swordsman beside Mikazuki. Thank you, Kenji, said the brunette. The man was her other teammate, Luka Kenji. He had short, dirty blonde spiky hair, and was a tough-looking man from a civilian family. Naruto had noticed in his limited interactions with the man that he almost always had a crazy kind of look in his eyes. He wore a simple dark sweater over blue and red pants. The two male teammates had a close bond, them having met before ever ending up on a team together. Mikazuki had actually even been raised by Kenji's family. Alright, how about you two let her say goodbye to her husband? Spoke the former sensei of Team 2, Satomi Yuta. He had graying black spiky hair, red eyes, and slight stubble along his jawline. He looked reclusive and tired, and also had a slight drinking problem, but was actually very outgoing and liked to laugh. He wore the standard Konoha jounin attire, and was almost as tall as the now 6-foot Naruto. Thanks, Yuta. The blonde said with a grin. He'd met Team 2 a while before he'd married Rika. Her team had been on an extended assignment in the capital. Yuta had become one of the 12 guardian shinobi right after his team had made Chunin, and with the exception of Rika, his Junon followed him to the capital with permission from the Hokage. There the boys had trained until they were strong enough to become jounin. However, with the outbreak of the war, the team was ordered back to Konoha by the daimyo. He'd made it clear that he could go without a few of his guardians, and that Konohagakure would need the extra manpower. The shinobi met with the rest of the outfit, while their commander said goodbye to his wife. Rika reached up, cupping the cheek of her husband. Naruto, come back to me, you've got more responsibility here than ever before. As she finished, her lips and voice trembled. So much of the young woman's mind was screaming at her to demand he stay, but she knew he could not. Come back to us. I promise I will. I won't abandon my wife, nor my child. I don't blame my father, but I won't let this child grow up without a father like I did. I will always return to you, because you are the most important person in my life, Rika. I love you. The blonde said, leaning into her hand. He wrapped his hands around her waist and pulled her to his chest before kissing the top of her head. I hate saying goodbye, because it feels like I'm not coming back, he said, lifting her chin up. So instead, see you later, Rika. He kissed her, and before she knew it, the blonde was walking down the street, his hand waving above his head. Naruto, she said quietly. I love you too. She screamed loudly. She heard him laugh loudly, and watched as he turned around to grin at her. When he turned the corner, she noticed the people staring at her, and blushed bright red. At the front gate, the blonde shinobi met up with his group. His platoon consisted of 4 Inuzuka, including Kiba. 3 Hyuga came along, among them was Neji. A familiar Anbu had come along too, as Naruto had a particular task in mind for him. The men of Team 2 were there as well, with the last 6 nin consisting of some civilian-born jounin and 2 from the Sarutobi clan. All set? Asked their commander. Yes, sir. Responded the group in unison. Good. Let's go, we're to meet Suigetsu by dawn, so we're going to travel all night. And with that the platoon got underway. They all knew they couldn't fail, as the mission they had could save the lives of hundreds of Konoha nin. Kisaragi Juzo was the youngest jounin in Naruto's platoon. The fresh jounin followed orders well, and was itching to prove himself. He'd been awestruck when he was told he'd be going on a mission when with the son of the 4th Hokage. He was one of 2 radio nin that had been sent along, him being the one with a long-range transmitter. He found that 2 of his fellow jounin seemed a bit excited to be able to go cause chaos behind enemy lines. The talk made him uncomfortable, so he made his way to the front of the ship to find his commander. Naruto sat at the bow of the ship, with his feet dangling over the railing. 10 of his soldiers joined him on the ship, while the other 10 were on a second boat with Suigetsu. He really wasn't sure if he could trust the Hozuki, but he didn't have a choice. If this was a trap, then it was a risk they had to take. Sir? A voice asked behind him. The 21-year-old blonde turned around to see the 19-year-old jounin standing awkwardly behind him. Oh, hello Juzo. What can I do for you? The diligent commander had taken to learning and memorizing the names of all those under his command. He was fairly good at keeping the information retained, but every once in a while he still forgot. I wanted to thank you, sir. Oh, thank me? For what? The namikaze questioned with a smile. The younger man idolized the blonde ninja, and Naruto could tell. For defending the village from the Akatsuki assault, sir, and for all you've done in the war. There's no need to thank me. One day defending this village may fall to you and your comrades. If people like myself and Uchiha Sasuke fall in battle, Konoha loses strength. However, as long as you and your comrades exist, there is hope for the village. With your team's help, you're stronger than ever. You just have to have the guts to not give up. Naruto was sure that Konoha could win this war, even if himself and Sasuke were to fall. He was just here to make the war as short as possible, and save the lives of as many Konoha shinobi as he could. The younger nin stared back at his superior with complete awe. You really think so, sir? I've only freshly made jounin, and I'm not that strong. You were strong enough to become jounin. So I'd say you're strong enough. You'll be leading your own missions often now, unaccompanied by any other commanding officer. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader, cowardice cannot survive. Be that strong leader, and you can't go wrong. Thank you, sir. Of course, now get some rest, we'll be hitting lightning country soon. Right. The younger man replied, turning on his heel and leaving his commander to his thoughts. Naruto had been happy with the distraction his comrade had provided, but now alone, his mind drifted back to its original thoughts. Now. What the fuck am I going to do if the Raikage or B show up? I'm the only one who can fight them, so I need to keep my nin safe. He soon resigned himself to playing it by ear. If the Raikage did show up, any plan would go right out the window anyway. No strategy survives first contact with the enemy. Alright, show us this trick of yours, Naruto said to the Kiri ninja. Watch and learn, namikaze. Spoke the swordsman. He weaved hand seals, and slowly a large foggy mist rolled in around the boats. They watched as the distant towers disappeared within the growing mist. Naruto closed his eyes, and realized he could barely sense the people on board his boat. He placed his finger down, and with extra concentration could just barely locate the other boat. I'm impressed, Suigetsu. It really can hide chakra signatures from sensors. The blonde commented. Pretty cool, huh? Now, let's make landfall, no? Indeed, let's. The Jounin replied. With the boats having been sunk in the deep cove, the team made their way inland. They'd cut large holes in the sides of the ships, after removing all the water-susceptible gear from them. Naruto intended for Tenzo to repair the ships with his wood style when they left, thus the Anbu would be sticking close to the teleporter, and was even given one of Naruto's kunai. The task force made its way through Lightning Country over the next 2 days, slinking around the enemy to get to their first target. There it is. The Storm Fortress, Naruto said. I'd heard tales of it from my mother, but never thought I'd see it myself. Kiba commented in awe. Likewise. My clan keeps stories and records of it in our history books, Neji said. The Hyuga have quite the grudge against this place. Why? Questioned the Inuzuka. This is where Kumo brought any prisoners or corpses from the Hyuga clan to try to extract their Byakugan during the Second and Third World War. Naruto answered for his comrade. The large fortress had a very long and dated history, leading all the way back to the warring clans era. I see. Kiba replied solemnly. Think nothing of it. Spoke the well-mannered Hyuga. We will destroy it soon enough. Over the next day, Naruto and Neji spent their time meticulously learning the patterns of the guards. The fort had played a major role in Kumo's war effort in the past, and was an important target for the Nara's plan. With the help of their thorough scouting, the team managed to strategically place large amounts of explosives on the weak points of the fort. Naruto had even managed to get close enough to place flying Raijin markers on the watchtowers, giving him the ability to put all of his shinobi in position in seconds. The blonde's sensor abilities had told him that, although the fortress garrison was large, only 10 Jounin-level ninja were stationed there. Although he knew full well not to underestimate any ninja, even Jinan. As sunrise broke through the darkness, Chunin Haruko Ken of Kumagakure stood outside of his radio building drinking tea. He watched as the sun slowly rose over the far wall of the massive fortress. He had been sent here as soon as the war with Konohagakure had kicked off to man the radio of Kumo's most important radio station in the area. The Storm Fortress currently held the closest permanent radio tower to the border of Frost Country. The fort resided on the very border of Lightning and Frost Country. Its proximity to the front line made it the last place orders were relayed through before reaching any station not within the land of Lightning. He smiled widely. If he did well, he'd likely have an easy promotion to Jounin after the war ended, maybe even before. His job was easy, and he was happy to do it. He yawned loudly and stretched his limbs, feeling light-headed as he finished. Once he'd regained his balance, he sighed. Maybe once the war is over I can finally find a woman and settle due. The young man was cut off when massive explosions ripped away large portions of the fort's walls. He watched as Konoha Nin suddenly appeared along the watchtowers, and realized what exactly was going on. Recognizing a surprise attack, the shinobi immediately made for his radio. He reached out for the radio transmitter, only for his eyes to widen in shock as a well-known kunai carved its way into the electronic equipment. No. It can't be him. He muttered softly as he stopped his movements. Sorry, but you didn't have a chance. The truth is, the game was rigged from the start. Spoke the voice of none other than Namikaze Naruto. I surrender. The man stuttered out. Good choice. You are the second yellow flash of Konoha, aren't you? Yes, I am. The blonde said sternly. Now come on. The blonde and his task force managed to capture 5 of the Kumo garrison, and quickly destroyed the entire fort. He sealed away the chakra of the captured nin, and sent them off with Suigetsu and Tenzo, along with 2 more of his men back to the ships. There, Tenzo would create an entirely new, smaller boat that the 2 extra nin would use to take the Kumo prisoners back to the Land of Fire. After the successful attack, he and his force made their way deeper into Lightning Country. They arrived at the next target soon enough, which was one of Kumo's few full-blown forward operating bases. They scouted the defenses and the surrounding area until Suigetsu and Tenzo returned. Suigetsu and Neji sat beside Naruto as the blonde placed his finger to the ground. They had just observed the arrival of another 15 shinobi, and Naruto wanted to know their chakra levels. The blonde huffed in annoyance soon after as he realized exactly who one of the new arrivals had to be. What's wrong, Naruto? Questioned the Hyuga. With a sigh, the blonde lifted his finger off the ground and opened his eyes. There's a Jinchuriki down there. What? Really? Asked Suigetsu. Damn it, this is gonna be a pain. Yeah, No kidding. Either this is some routine inspection, or they found out about the destruction of the storm fortress. The latter is definitely the more likely candidate. The Namikaze said. From the chakra level, it seems she's the Jinchuriki of the two tails. It's not every day we have to fight Jinchuriki, said the dog-loving shinobi, who had just walked in on the conversation. In fact, I'm pretty sure you're the only one who has. It's safer for me to do it as a Jinchuriki myself than it is to send anyone else to fight them. It just seems to be my bad luck to run into them lately. The blonde thought to himself for a while before speaking again. Listen. When we begin the assault, I'll draw her away. You guys rig the place, and blow a retreat signal. Are you sure? We could help. The Inuzuka offered. Yes, I'm sure. I can handle her by myself, and it will give you time to get the job done. Naruto commander. Alright then. Good luck. Don't be reckless, Naruto, you've got a child coming. The dojutsu wielder said. I know, thank you, Neji. The father-to-be replied with a smile. He stood and walked to a higher point. Is it time? He questioned. Yes. Neji replied. Okay, relay the move order. I'm going. And with that, the blonde stood tall on the edge of the cliff overlooking the fob. Forward operating base, he drew two of his signature kunai, throwing them high and long into the sky, watching as they arched when gravity grabbed hold of their weight. With a smile, he disappeared in a flash. Ni Yugito walked quietly behind the jounin that lead their group. After receiving the news that all contact had been lost with the storm fortress, the female Jinchuriki was dispatched to inspect and reinforce Fob Gale. She had been dispatched with the jounin in front of her, a man she had just met, and Team Samui that walked behind her. The two students of the blonde kunoichi bickered behind them as they walked through the front gate. She tuned out the pair's argument as Samui intervened in their argument, knowing Yugito was beginning to get annoyed. She glanced back at the team, only to hear the jounin in front of her yell out in pain. She spun around quickly to see him crouching down, and pulling a large kunai out of his foot. Her eyes widened as she recognized the object, and before she could speak, the jounin had his throat cut by the Konohagakure shinobi. Her claws came to bear, and as she lashed out at the newly arrived enemy, Team Samui finally began to move. They made to provide assistance, but were distracted once again when the south gate exploded. They watched as Konoha shinobi assaulted the base, quickly jumping into the fray. The female Jinchuriki leapt back, moving to allow her tailed beast to let loose. Naruto, being in close proximity, recognized the buildup of chakra, and immediately rushed her. He slashed at her with his blade, which she dodged. She took the opening to thrust her claws forward, stabbing into his side. However, only then she realized she'd fallen into his trap. His hand grabbed her wrist, and before she could move to break free, he spoke. Let's go somewhere else, shall we? The Namikaze asked with a grin. Suddenly she found herself in a forest about a mile or two away from the fob. She'd barely regained her bearings when she was forced to dodge as a Rasengan ripped apart the ground she had just occupied. Before she could even land fully, he'd already appeared above her. He swung down with the blade of his kunai, barely missing her neck as she dodged. As she got her footing, he again appeared above her in a flash of yellow. She barely managed to avoid the deadly sweep of his wind-covered kunai, only to be on the back pedal once again to dodge a newly incoming Rasengan. Yugito knew she needed to draw out the power of her beast, but this Konoha jounin had her completely cornered. They battled quickly, the woman on the consistent back pedal, and Naruto was almost fully in control. He flashed behind her, and she finally realized exactly how he was getting to her so easily. He noticed that she was now staring at her forearm, seeing the formula he'd attached to her. Her eyes raised to him, and she sent him a sharp glare. You can't get it off, even if you were to kill me. So why don't you just surrender and make this easy? He asked. Suddenly the female smirked, and unleashed her claws. Like hell. Naruto's eyes widened as the woman shaved the entire top layer of skin and muscle off of her marked forearm, and then kicked the severed flesh away. Well, that certainly shows commitment, Naruto said. He would admit that this was unexpected, and had actually thrown him off guard slightly. This gave the enemy just enough time to launch forward. She reached him in a burst of speed, and her claws came close to his chest. The Konoha jounin dodged her attack quickly, and kicked the woman across the clearing, and watched as her beast's chakra began to emerge. He'd given her a chance to draw it out, and he knew that would cause him trouble. Just then, a loud whistle rang out through the area, signaling the Konoha group's retreat. Seconds later, a large explosion sent shockwaves through the ground, and smoke billowed in the air in the direction of the fob. She quickly took the form of the two-tailed cat, albeit still smaller in size. The Jinchuriki leapt forward at her enemy, lashing out with her claws. He tossed a kunai lightly out of his hand as her claws got dangerously close to his face. He quickly flashed to a kunai across the field, and before she could move, he appeared at her back. He charged Rasengan and slammed it into her back, sending her to the ground with a hard sickening impact. In seconds, he performed a set of hand seals, and slammed his palm into her back. Fuinjutsu, divine suppression, he said softly as the chakra suppression seal bound her body, knocking the woman unconscious as it did. If I don't kill her here, she could kill many more of my comrades in the future. Naruto growled loudly at the predicament, before finally he did something that would bother him for the rest of his life. The Jounin withdrew a kunai from his pouch, and spun it around in his hand. His hand shook lightly, as he forced himself to plunge his blade into the side of the defenseless Jinchuriki's chest. With the woman now bleeding out, he stood and flashed to a kunai he'd left with Kiba. Yugito. Yu Ujai Vyou. Where are you? Called out Samui and her team. They wandered through the forest, in search of the Jinchuriki. As soon as the base had come under attack, the commander had sent them to attempt to back up the now missing Jinchuriki. They had gone back and seen the aftermath of Konohagakure's attack, and chose to hunt for their missing kunoichi. They knew there was likely no survivors from the size of the explosion that rocked the earth minutes ago. Finally the team burst through the underbrush, to find the Jinchuriki bleeding profusely from a large hole in her ribs. Samui noticed the strangeness of the stab wound. It was larger than most kunai, and had a fair-sized puncture on each side. She was oblivious to the fact that Naruto's kunai were larger and a lot more deadly. What would bring Yugito to her death, however, was the severed connection between herself and her beast. With no link, the two-tailed cat was unable to heal its host. Well, that's objective number 2 complete. What's next, Naruto? The feral-looking man asked. Naruto? Oi. Naruto. Ha, oh, what was the question? The blonde asked, ripped out of his trance. What's next? Oh. That would be the Typhoon Fortress. It's Kumagakure's second largest fort. It's likely to be garrisoned with a large amount of shinobi and kunoichi. It's not going to be an easy battle by any means. Naruto mused quietly. His head was in a bad place, he was beginning to doubt himself, and he knew that it could cost his team lives. I see, well then it's likely time to get moving then? Kiba inquired. Yeah. Please go gather the troops. Naruto asked of his friend. PSH, don't boss me around. The Inuzuka said dismissively, even though he was walking off to execute his orders. As Kiba left the blonde to himself, a thought popped into the platoon commander's head. What would Sensei think of my actions? Chapter 32. The sounds of battle and the smell of blood filled the ruins of the destroyed fort. Naruto found himself and his platoon now defending the ground instead of assaulting it. They were currently fighting tooth and nail, outnumbered 10-1. During their assault on Kumagakure's Typhoon Fortress, the last few Kumo shinobi had managed to activate a self-destruct system that had been built into the fortress to prepare for an attack. This had been done in direct response to the destruction of the Storm Fortress. The explosions that had ripped apart the fort caught many of the Konoha shinobi in the blast, leaving the group with more incapacitated nin than combat-capable ones. As they tended to their wounded, and prepared to move, Naruto had suddenly ordered them all to dig in. The sensor had caught wind of the rapidly encroaching enemy, and their force was large. Now the battlefield saw Yuta, Mikazuki, Kenji, and Juzo standing tall in defense of their comrades over half the fort. On the other half Naruto, Kiba, Neji, and Suigetsu held their own. Tenzo meanwhile, had been sent back to the cove before the attack, and likely had no idea what was occurring. Naruto. I don't know how long we can keep this up, yelled out Kiba. I know, just hang in there. The blonde called back. He showed no fear or worry to his comrades or enemy, but his mind was racing. They were trapped behind enemy lines. Most of his nin were wounded, and moving as a group would be impossible. There were few options left for the Jounin. Miraculously, the fighting soon died down and the Kumo nin pulled back slightly, giving the Konoha shinobi a small reprieve. Naruto knew, however, that this was no miracle. He felt the strong chakra signatures of a new group of enemy shinobi arriving on the battlefield. Something else worried the man as well. When the chakra signatures arrived, he quickly felt each of his marked kunai suddenly disappear off the battlefield. Unbeknownst to Naruto, the new arrivals had blasted high amounts of electrical current into each of the kunai, Enough to cause the metal blades to explode into fragments, ripping apart the sealing formula they held, and rendering them useless. A few minutes passed, and finally he noticed the strongest 2 chakra signatures moving close to the fort. Yellow flash. Come out and speak. Called out a tough voice. They obviously wanted to have a chat, and Naruto knew not indulging their desire would spark a new assault. Slowly, the blonde hero stood from his cover, waiting for any sign of attack. When he found no ambush, he stepped out slightly, to get eyes on the newcomers. At the same time his eyes grabbed hold of his enemy, he felt Suigetsu take place by his side. When the ex-Kirigakure shinobi caught sight of the 2 who had called for Naruto, he muttered 3 words. "Oh fuck me." Naruto didn't give Suigetsu a response, instead choosing to answer to his opponents. "What can I do for you?" he asked, while also implying an inquiry as to what their names were. Of the newcomers, there were about 20 large and strong chakra signatures, with the 2 before him being the strongest of the group. He took in the appearance of the 2 tall men and their strangely wild but familiar look. The people they seemed to resemble were long dead, however, confusing the blonde slightly. "I am Jinkaku," spoke the first man, who had large long headdress-styled gold hair. "And I am Minkaku," spoke the second, who had the same hair, but it was silver. "Honestly, you don't stand a chance. Surrender now, and your deaths will be painless. A few of you can live if you are compliant and give us intel on your village." Naruto stared back at the men, seeing the whisker marks all 3 of them mutually shared. "Let us think on it?" he asked, hoping against all odds for a possibility to stall for time. "Hey, damn tree-hugging bitches. You have exactly 3 minutes, don't think we're stupid enough to allow you time to recover." It seemed to Naruto that the enemy was a bit overconfident, but they did have the overwhelming advantage. Naruto was already pressed for chakra, and knew that if he wanted to keep the shinobi under his command alive he couldn't leave them undefended for a second. "Say hello to that plot armor." He returned to cover with Suigetsu, who immediately got his attention. "Namikaze." "Yes? Do you know who these guys are?" They seem to be descendants of the Gold and Silver brothers responsible for killing the second Hokage. "More than that. I recently got intel on this situation, Arcade shared it with yours, but I thought you'd have known about it. Not only are they pretty much the second coming of the Gold and Silver brothers, but they lead what Kumo is calling the second Kinkaku force. They're dangerous, Naruto. Extremely so," the swordsman said. An almost sad look gathered on the blonde's face before he sighed. "Suigetsu. Gather everyone in the center." "What? Why?" "Just do it. We don't have time." Quietly and in seconds, Naruto's small force had been gathered in the center of the fort. They only had about 30 seconds before the enemy would attack if Naruto did not show himself again. He ordered his soldiers to gather tightly together in a circle, and before any could ask why, he gave them all a look that made them immediately comply. All of the shinobi except for Naruto stood in a circle, all very confused. They were surrounded by 6 of Naruto's kunai. He weaved through hand seals quickly and quietly while staring at the ground. As he finished, he clenched his teeth hard, before raising his eyes to meet Yuta's, who stood closest to him. "Yuta." At this moment, the other jounin and the combat-capable shinobi beside him realized exactly what the blonde had planned. "Get them back to the village safely. I'll catch up soon. Also, that's an order," the blonde said with a soft smile and stressing the last word. Kiba's eyes widened, and he called out while jumping forward, Juzo and Neji following suit. "Like hell." "Flying Raijin, final retreat," Naruto said quietly. A bright flash filled the interior of the wrecked fort's walls, grabbing the attention of the surrounding enemies. Tenzo stood roughly a mile from the cove, waiting patiently for anyone from his team. He was concerned something may have gone terribly wrong, when he heard a snap come from the direction of the fort his group had set out to attack. They trailed out of the forest, carrying each other and helping the wounded who could stand walk. They looked bruised, battered, and half dead. But the wood user caught on to something else, they looked sad. Tenzo stared as his entire platoon -4 appeared before him. They seemed to be as confused as he was. "What happened?" Yuta walked at the front of the group, and raised his eyes to meet Tenzo's. "We lost." The man sat down by a tree, and drew a flask from an extra pouch he kept on himself. He took a long drink from it before beginning to explain the situation to the Anbu. "God damn it, Kiba," Naruto yelled. "You weren't supposed to stay." As he yelled he dodged strikes from the strong shinobi that were currently facing him and the others. "You're not the only one who refuses to abandon his friends, idiot. You're lucky I picked up on your stupid plan. The animalistic shinobi called back. As soon as he finished, he launched into a fang over fang attack alongside Akamaru. Naruto had used a jutsu based off of the flying Raijin, guiding thunder technique. It was used to transport a large group of people a long distance away. Unfortunately, the farthest kunai away from the fort where they had been, was still within range of any decent sensor in the Kumo group. He'd known if he hadn't stayed as bait, the enemy would have immediately went after the retreating Konoha shinobi. The whole goal was to get you out safely. The blonde yelled back, throwing a kunai at Jinkaku. The Kumo nin easily shot the incoming thrown projectile with a bolt from the lightning pistol jutsu, exploding the metal into fragments. On orders from the Kinkaku force, the rest of the Kumo shinobi that had been participating were told to retreat to a safe distance so the Kinkaku force could go all out. All of the ninja and the special force were strong in their own right. Focus Namikaze. Or we'll kill you here, Jinkaku yelled, jumping forward at him. While more of the Kinkaku force engaged Kiba, Juzo, and Neji, the second of the two brothers also charged at Naruto. Naruto's eyes shot wide as he felt a familiar chakra emerge from the pair, and he voiced his surprise in a simple question. How the fuck do you have the Nine Tails chakra? He was forced to backpedal as massive bolts of electricity burst from the ground around him. The two men had immense skill with lightning style, enough to send it through non-conductive material. The pair seemed to have endless amounts of fun fighting the second yellow flash, and each had a permanent smile on their face. The brothers developed a version 1 Nine Tails cloak around them and laughed. There was a surprisingly interesting boy who originated from the fire temple that fell into our hands. Someone had sealed residual chakra from the attack on your village in the boy, and let's just say we made use of him. Seconds later found Naruto and the brothers dueling it out in an extremely fast-paced fight. Naruto was forced into a situation where they wouldn't even let him let go of his kunai, meaning the blonde had limited use of his flying Raijin. However, this did not mean the shinobi was out of his element. His natural speed equaled their own, even with the Nine Tails cloak. When Naruto combined his speed with his skilled use of the body flicker though, the brothers almost completely lost their advantage. As the blonde parried blows, and landed his own strikes, he sensed something that nearly terrified him. He realized that Kiba, Juzo, and Neji were nay at their limits, but something else struck fear for the lives of his comrades into his heart. Juzo. Duck. Had he not flashed to the radio nin to push him down along with the shinobi's own dodge, his head would have been ripped off by the Raikage's lariat. He was too late, however, to stop B from taking off Neji's arm with a sword. Neji, Naruto shouted as he watched the blood and the severed limb fly through the air. He sped to the side of his injured comrade, pulling the man away from the enemy. He set Neji beside Juzo, and was forced to flash away to stop Kiba from being destroyed by the Gold and Silver brothers. Naruto forgot Kiba's loyal companion in his rush, and the canine user was forced to watch as the enemy fried the poor animal nearly to death before Naruto interfered. Once again arriving by his comrades' sides, he laid the dog beside Kiba. The animal's breath was shaky and labored, but he lived. Naruto realized he was the only thing between his comrades and their deaths, so he began forming the hand seals for the final retreat jutsu again. The Konoha shinobi's actions were halted when a massive tentacle slammed down where he stood. He spun around, glancing a blow from Minkaku off his arm, before having to block Jinkaku with his leg. Their blows had large amounts of power behind them, but he took them in stride. The second yellow flash of Konoha was no match for 4 opponents, however, and took a devastating blow to the chest from Jinkaku while dodging. He'd essentially flashed to the kunai in his pouch, allowing him to move about a foot to the right to escape A and B's double lariat. He'd avoided their attack, but put himself in prime position for Jinkaku to make contact. Naruto was sure he'd felt multiple ribs crack, and at least one snap. He impacted a tree, quickly forcing himself back to his feet. With haste, he formed 3 shadow clones, who immediately jumped forward at the brothers. Once again, A came at him, and Naruto quickly drew multiple kunai from his pouch. He launched them at his enemies, some being destroyed by the brothers. A drew near, knowing how Naruto's jutsu worked after his skirmishes with Minato. He watched closely, knowing that the blonde would likely be just as fast as his predecessor. However, they hadn't noticed the blonde had drawn them away from his comrades, and when the man disappeared it wasn't to attack. He flashed beside his friends, and clenched his teeth at his sudden revelation. He'd successfully lead the strongest enemies away, but left his friends wide open to the rest of the Kinkaku force. 4 of them stood between him and his friends, and he watched as Kiba desperately tried to keep 2 nin away from Juzo and Neji. "You're in the way," he yelled, launching forward at the nin that stood in his path. He killed all of them without a second thought, forcing his way through the enemy to help Kiba. The Jinchuriki blew past Juzo, who was crouched down in pain and exhaustion. He buried his blades in the vitals of the Kumo shinobi, successfully freeing Kiba from his struggle. As Naruto let out a sigh of relief, he spun around to stop the incoming enemy, who'd already cut through his clones, only to be greeted with a horrible sight and a sickening wet stabbing sound. He was shocked as he watched Juzo's head roll on the ground, and growled at the sight of 8 different swords being buried in Neji's chest. Another sound ripped away his concentration, and he turned his head to see Jinkaku and Minkaku running Kiba through with lightning-coated serrated swords. The feral man let out a choke scream as the blades ripped through him, and blood burst forth from his mouth. The wounded animal on the ground looked with pleading eyes and whined as it watched its master die. Kiba reached for the white dog as he fell to the ground, and gave his loyal companion one last smile as he died. The surviving Konoha shinobi was ripped away from his shock when he felt Be close in on him. He sidestepped at the last second, managing to avoid fatal damage from his enemy. A blade cut through the side of his chest, deep enough to heavily wound the blonde. In his shock, his sensor ability had nearly shut down, and had he not managed to rein in his composure slightly, Be might have killed him. Naruto ignored the growing pain, and leapt back to his only surviving comrade. He scooped up Akamaru into his arms while throwing a kunai to the trees before he flashed away with the dog in tow. He leveled a glare at his enemy while he comforted the wounded canine. They stared him down, knowing that chasing him would be a fruitless effort. Jinkaku. Minkaku. Take the Kinkaku force and find the rest. Leave no survivors, said the Raikage before turning to his brother. B. Stay here in case this one decides to come back, he said, pointing to Naruto. I must return to the village. Of course, bro. If that's what you say. So. Replied the eccentric shinobi. Oh my god, I apologize, I cannot even think of how to write his speech. The Jinchuriki sat down, and the cage turned to face the Namikaze once again. If you were anyone else, you would not have survived coming into my country. Naruto leveled a glare at the hulking man in return, before he turned around and launched a kunai far away into the surrounding area. He proceeded to throw and flash to kunai repeatedly, putting large distance between himself and the enemy. Soon enough, the blonde hunkered down as night began to fall. He tended to the wounds of himself and Akamaru. As he worked, the dog weakly whined, pain constantly coursed through its body, but the pain of losing his master was far worse. I know, boy. I miss Kiba too. He patted the dog's head lightly, and looked directly into the animal's eyes. Akamaru. I'm sorry I couldn't save Kiba. The large canine whimpered quietly in response, before lightly licking the face of the prodigy. Naruto formed a few shadow clones, and he and the dog curled up together to sleep. It's been over 6 hours, Yuta, we haven't seen those 4 anywhere. Not to mention the other 2 we lost on the way back. We should go search for them, said one of Kiba's cousins. I'd like to say yes. But Naruto gave a strict order. I'll go, I can handle it. Spoke up Tenzo. No, you will come too, you're the only one that can quickly repair the boa. He was cut off when Tenzo created a massive shield above them with his wood style. A distinct chorus of hundreds of kunai hitting wood rang out, and the Konoha shinobi were forced into a new fight. They'd been lucky the Kinkaku force strangely had no sensor nin. Naruto had actually killed the 2 who filled that role in the Kinkaku force, but unfortunately that didn't mean they couldn't track. Suigetsu fought against one of the newly arrived Pseudo-Jinchuriki along with Kenji, while Tenzo and Yuta took on the other. As the battle began to involve the still wounded shinobi and the rest of the Kinkaku force, Tenzo began to take control of the situation. While the Gold and Silver brothers were fearsome opponents, Tenzo was likely one of their worst matchups. The Onbu's skills played a gigantic role in their survival, but he wasn't enough to overpower the duo of brothers. All the Konoha shinobi could do was fight a slow losing battle while on retreat. Hours before the battle that would take place between the Kinkaku force and Naruto's platoon, dawn had come and Naruto walked slowly through the trees. The Ninetales had done a tremendous job at healing his wounds, but he was still exhausted. He hadn't been able to sleep, and he'd torn open his field stitches in his tossing and turning, forcing the Jinchuriki's healing process to restart. After all the fighting, he had burned quite a bit of chakra, and still favored his side. Not to mention, carrying Akamaru in his wounded state helped nothing. The large animal had struggled to keep up, so Naruto had taken it upon himself to carry his new charge. At the very least, Naruto intended to return Akamaru to the Inuzuka, and personally apologize for his failure to protect Kiba, and his failure to retrieve his body. Well, At least he considered it a failure. He'd sent about 10 clones to attempt to retrieve the bodies of his fallen comrades, but if the enemy Jinchuriki still stood guard over the fallen fort, they likely wouldn't have the opportunity to seal away the bodies. Considering it was well known that B was a perfect Jinchuriki, shadow clones could only do so much against a tailed beast. The possibility also arose that the wreckage may have returned. He figured he'd find out soon enough. He was currently moving to where he could feel the chakra of 2 of his jounin. They must have been separated from the group. There seemed to be the chakra signatures of 3 civilians as well, but something was off. They felt distressed? The blonde quickened his pace, moving toward where his fellow nin were. He arrived shortly, and found a small farmhouse. He heard commotion coming from the building, and cautiously made his way forward. "Let her go," came a shout, undoubtedly from a female civilian with a lightning country accent. "Sit back down, you fucking cloud worshipper," yelled another voice, one he recognized as one of his shinobi. More sounds of a struggle were heard, and the next 2 noise put Naruto into action. A scream of pure desperate fear rang out from a woman, and the words of the other man in the house rang out. "Hold still, you fucking weasel." Naruto launched a kunai straight through the kitchen window, and swiftly set Akamaru down. In a flash, he appeared in the home, and with a quick body flicker found himself behind one of his nin, holding his blade to his comrade's throat. "Just what the hell do you think you are doing?" he questioned, forcing the man off of the young woman. In the other corner of the house, he saw what was likely the father and mother. The father lay bleeding on the floor, and the mother shook in the corner. "Calm, Commander?" the other shinobi asked nervously with his hands up. The blonde jounin launched a kunai that whizzed right past the man's head and stuck into the wall behind him in response. The Konoha shinobi wisely shut his mouth. "Don't make me ask again, Karu," Naruto said, venom in his voice. "Yes, sir. We were just investigating this house and that guy just came at us." The man spoke, filled with fear. "I didn't tell you to lie to me, Karu," said Naruto. With blurred speed, he flipped his kunai around and rammed the butt of his kunai into the man's temple. Just hard enough to knock him down and scramble his brain, but not enough to make him unconscious. He wasn't done with him yet. The other man actually had the nerve to attempt to draw a kunai on him, but before he could get it out of his pocket, Naruto sent the man to the floor. He walked to the other, and grabbed him by the shirt. He lifted the shinobi up so that he could look him in the eye. "If it wasn't for the fact that it's not my call to make, I'd kill you right now, you son of a bitch." When he finished, he rammed his forehead into the man's face, knocking him out cold. He gave the other man a harsh kick to the head to make sure he was unconscious, and sealed their chakra up tight. He turned his attention to the young woman on the floor, whose skirt had been pushed up, and her shirt was ripped apart. He unsealed a jacket from his scroll, and held it out to her. "Here. You should cover yourself." She flinched away from him, but he just continued to hold it out and look away. Eventually she took the coat. He turned to the mother, who had pulled a kitchen knife out and held it in defense of her husband. "Ma'am. Please put the knife down. I can't change what my men have done, but I can save your husband." Her hands shook as Naruto approached, the knife extended out towards him, but with each of his steps, her resolve weakened. He got up to her, and gently pulled the blade from her hands, setting it down gently on the counter. He unsealed a medkit, and quickly tended to the man's wounds. As he worked, he could remember the hatred he held for the Iwa nin that had torched that farmhouse in Taki with everyone inside. Back then, he'd have never thought there was still a naive bone in his body. But today proved him wrong. Karu was just as terrible as the Iwa nin. He knew that today, his illusion of Konohagakure, or at least being somewhat morally superior, was shattered. He now knew that men under his command were capable of the same atrocities that had been committed by other villages. Can mankind even exist without hate? Scum like these two litter the earth. And we can't even keep them out of our own ranks. Sometime later, Naruto gave his absolute best apologies for what had happened, but he knew it wouldn't change the way the family likely now thought of Konohagakure. He assured them that if he had his way, they would be thrown in jail for the rest of their lives, but the family wanted them executed on the spot. A part of him wished he could, but that was the Hokage's call to make, not his. He left the home shortly thereafter, and was soon greeted with the arrival of his clones, and the memories of one as it burst when it saw him. The rest carried the bodies of his friends. And he gave a small sad smile at the though that they would at least be buried in Konohagakure. The memories of what went down flowed through his mind. His clones arrived on site, being greeted with the sight of Killer Bee standing over his fallen friends. The large man took a fighting stance, But one of his clones waved his hands in surrender. Wait please. We're just clones. We'd desperately like to take the bodies of our comrades back home. Yo, even in your state. You came back for your friends, dough? Naruto almost deadpanned at the man in response. Yes. Their families would be deeply troubled if I don't at least give them a chance for a proper burial. You're likely the man who killed Yugi too, no? So why the hell should I let you go? The decision I made to kill Yugito was a hard one. I'd never thought about killing another Jinchuriki before. The first Jinchuriki I killed I had a burning hatred for, but I had nothing against your friend. A long time ago, when myself and the Kazekage, Gaara were Jinan. I made a statement. I told Gaara when I beat him, that I wouldn't kill him, and that I would be his friend because we Jinchuriki need to stick together. Those words haunted me when I killed Yugito. I wish the world wasn't like this be. I'd much rather have friends than enemies. But this war. Yugito and I were just on opposing sides. Naru too. The son of the great Mina too. I think I'm gonna let you go. You're much like your father, and he wasn't a bother. These words you speak. They might just bring peace. Now get going. Take your friends, 'cause time's a-flowin'. Thank you B, Naruto said. Thank you B, he said aloud himself. He carefully picked up Akamaru again, and they made their way back to where the platoon should have gone. Sure, any clone could have carried the dog, but he felt personal responsibility for the safety of his last living comrade from his group of 4. Well, 5 if you count Akamaru himself. Soon enough Naruto found his platoon. He was greeted once again with a battlefield. 1 Hyuga, 1 Inuzuka, and both Sarutobi, along with 2 more of his civilian-born shinobi lay dead or dying on the battlefield. The 7 survivors were fighting a losing battle at the edge of the cove. It didn't help that the watchtower on the shore had been alerted, bringing a few more Kumo-nin to the conflict. Naruto had 2 of his clones take Akamaru from him, and he himself quietly and quickly joined the battle. As one would assume, when the flying Raijin is combined with the element of stealth it is nearly impossible to defend against. With this, he wiped out half of the Kinkaku force along with all of the reinforcements from the watchtower before the Gold and Silver brothers took notice. Once they did, Naruto fought openly alongside Tenzo. With Naruto's arrival, the battle became much less one-sided, especially with the addition of Naruto's now fairly restored chakra pools. He'd gained enough back during his travel to the coast, and was now in fair fighting condition. As it turned out, the combination of Mikazuki and Suigetsu was an extremely deadly one. Between them, it seemed water became an absolute danger for any enemy on the battlefield. The leaders and survivors of the Kinkaku force soon realized their inability to continue fighting their targets. They wisely chose to retreat, and at what would likely be the ire of the Raikage, they let the Konoha shinobi escape. A loud angry sigh rang through the office of the Raikage. So you let them escape? Yes sir. We failed your orders. Well, no matter. Namikaze will be killed eventually during this war if I have a say in things. Jinkaku, Minkaku. You bring honor back to your bloodline, and no longer will the betrayal of your ancestors stain your name. Thank you sir, it means a great deal to us. Good. Now dismissed. The large man ordered. After they left the room, he snapped the arm off his chair in anger. That damn blonde asshole is too fast to kill. There's not a shinobi on this planet that can match his speed. A strange chuckle rang out as the door crept open, and a man in strange robes walked out. I might be able to help you with that. There is one, but he no longer lives. Just who the hell are you? The Raikage shouted, slamming his fist through his desk. Well, if we can talk business first. I'll tell you. As the group made their way through the gates of Kanahagakure, Naruto turned to look at Yuta. Please go to see Lady Hokage first. Tell her I'll be there shortly. Something of the utmost importance must be done. I'm alright. Well, don't take too long, Naruto. The blonde made his way to the Inuzuka compound with great speed, Akamaru held gently in his arms. He knocked on the door and within a minute, Inuzuka Tsume answered. Oh, Naruto. What can I do for you? At this moment, she noticed the still fairly beat-up dog. Wait. No. Lady Tsume. I'm sorry but Kiba and one of his cousins were killed in action. The death of your son was directly my responsibility. I failed to keep him safe, he said, bowing and holding out the scroll containing his dead friend's body. Tsume had let the blonde boy into her home a few times for meals when he and Kiba would play together. She had always known he was the son of the red and yellow couple. The feral woman had always liked the kind young boy, and she knew his heart hurt nearly as much as her own at that very moment. "Oh Naruto. It's not your fault. Come here boy," she said, grabbing the scroll before pulling the taller man into her embrace. The matriarch of the clan growled lightly as she fought back tears, and soon enough Naruto let just a few of his own drip down his cheeks. "Would you like me to tell Hana for you?" he asked. "No, that's all right Naruto. Thank you for bringing Akamaru back. He may never serve as a ninja hound again, but he'll definitely live." After a few minutes spent with the clan leader, Naruto departed the home with a sad smile. His next stop was the Hyuga compound. He was about to deliver news of the death of a clan prodigy, along with another of the clan members' deaths. The Hyuga had always been a proud and emotionally closed-off clan, so he wasn't surprised when no tears came from the clan leader. Tears that did flow, however, came from Hinata. As she had stood next to her father as he delivered the body and news of his fate. She cried even more when he pulled her aside after, and let the kind woman know the fate of her boyfriend as well. "I'm sorry Hinata." He left with that, as she spoke no words through her tears. Naruto had a final stop at a place he had not wanted to go. The Hokage would be pissed if he took much longer, but he dreaded this visit. He knocked on the door, and an older woman answered quickly. "Oh hello, do I know you? Perhaps you're a friend of Juzo's? I'm sorry but he's on a mission right now." "Ma'am. Please forgive me. Your son was killed in action under my command," he said, holding his arms out with the scroll containing Juzo's body. "My Juzo is dead?" The fit that followed deeply hurt Naruto. Seeing the pain of the people closest to his fallen comrades, he deployed clones to do the rest of the notifications of death. He personally delivered the news to the 3 who had died in an attempt to help him survive. But he wouldn't let some messenger be the bearer of bad news to anyone else either. All of them had died under his command, and he would do this himself. Even if it meant using clones. Finally, Namikaze Naruto stepped through the doors of the Hokage's office, and found Yuta and Suigetsu there. It seemed the rest had been sent home. "Naruto," said the blonde Kage. "Ma'am." Namikaze Naruto reporting back from a complete S-tank mission. "I'd like to report that, despite our success in our objective, my unit took mass casualties. I took it upon myself already to deliver the bad news to each family already, but I'd like to request that you send a Yamanaka by each home to see if they can help with the grieving." "That will be done. Now what about these 2? She questioned, throwing the files of the 2 arrested Konoha shinobi on the desk. He responded with a full report, and it was quickly decided that Tsunade would make an announcement to all of Konohagakura's shinobi about the atrocious acts of the 2 men, and they would be thrown in a maximum security prison for the rest of their lives. Hopefully this action would deter this kind of thing in the future. After more conversation and detail sharing, the other 2 ninja left the room, and Naruto asked his Hokage if there would be anything else. "No Naruto. That is all. Please, return home to your wife." "Yes ma'am," he said, turning and stepping through the door. Before he closed it, however, she spoke to him. "Naruto." "Yeah? It's really not your fault, kiddo." "Sure as hell feels like it, Granny." He responded with a sad and bitter tone. Chapter 33. Naruto could sense Rika's chakra as he entered his home. His wife slept soundly in their bed, and Naruto made a point to be quiet as he came in. The male of the household silently placed his gear in his closet, and began stripping down. He made his way to the shower, and sighed as he ran his fingers over his now healed scar that had completely disappeared. His teeth clenched, and his body shook as thousands of thoughts ran through his head. My friends come home in scrolls and I come home without even a bruise. The Jounin clenched his fists and released them before taking a deep breath. With a few quiet steps, Naruto pulled the shower closed behind him, and let the water run over his body. In all his fights, and all his injuries, only one had been severe enough to leave a scar. It was one he'd gotten on purpose as well, and he'd never felt the lasting effects of a battle on anything except his mind. He rubbed the place where Sasuke had ran his arm through his chest. One scar. That was all. How many of his comrades had died fighting beside him, or even to protect him? How many had he lost because of his own shortcomings as a leader? Most would say it wasn't his fault, but to Naruto the well-being of everyone in the village fell on his shoulders. The night of the pain attack, he'd promised himself that he would watch over the village as his father and pseudo-grandfather had before him. He would never break that promise, but he hadn't fully understood the weight of that promise at the time. A Hokage would need to actively send shinobi on missions where they could die. A team or platoon leader had incredible responsibility placed on their shoulders. A Hokage, however, shouldered that responsibility day in and day out. It would never leave, not even while they slept. Naruto was finally understanding what it took to be Hokage. Sure, the recognition and strength mattered. But not nearly like the pure willpower it took to make those decisions that no other could. Naruto sighed loudly. His thoughts were all over the place. Kiba would be confused if they'd have been having a conversation. He'd been close with the feral man as children, and now he regretted not ever spending much time with his childhood friend. Speaking of which, I need to catch up with Shika and Choji soon. Hey, maybe I could get the whole class together. The blonde smiled to himself as he finished out his shower. Once he felt clean, and a little bit more relaxed, he stepped out and brought himself to the mirror. The Jounin's once bright blue eyes seemed a bit darker now, and he couldn't help but wonder if his father had ever looked the same. Alive but slightly lifeless eyes. He desperately wanted to have a chance to speak to his mother and father again, but he knew that could never happen. Shit. I really do look like Dad, he said aloud. With a sigh, he stared down at the counter, and soon the maelstrom of emotions inside him erupted. Naruto clenched his teeth as silent tears fell from his face. God damn it. He walked backwards from the counter, and when his back lightly touched the wall, he resigned himself to slide down. Everything in his life leading up to now was roaring through his mind. All of the emotions that he had decided to bottle up when he was younger finally began to rise to the surface. Every bit of anger and sadness he'd ever kept inside now rose, and he hated feeling like this. The blonde preferred to feel happy. He liked it, and he liked his life. The time he spent with his wife would always make him happy, and it angered him that other emotions from times both recent and in the past could rip him away from that happiness. His arms hung from the tops of his knees as he sat with them pulled up to his chest. The man's head hung low, and just when everything seemed completely unbearable, he felt a soft touch. The soft hands grabbed lightly onto his own, before slowly sliding up to his shoulders. The fingertips traced his whisker marks before both hands cupped his cheeks and lifted his head. Naruto's dim blue eyes slowly filled back up with brightness at the sight of his wife. The woman's red eyes stared back at him, and a soft but concerned smile filled his heart with love. Her presence alone cast away the dark cloud of sadness that surrounded him, and he briefly wondered if this was how his father might have felt when he would come home to his mother. Naruto dear, what's wrong? She questioned softly. He stared at her for a moment, and oddly wondered why he hadn't sensed her. It came to mind that his sensor abilities did seem to be useless when he was under the effect of extreme emotions. Rika, Kiba and Neji were killed during the mission. Along with the young Jounin I'd had some time to talk to who had a bright future ahead of him. She pulled the blonde into her arms, and soon enough she sat against the wall with his head in her lap. He explained to her the entirety of the events leading to the deaths of his comrades, and when he finished she asked a simple question. Naru, do you blame yourself? Absolutely, he mumbled. Do their families blame you? No. Does the village? No. Rika, what are you getting at? He was cut off when she leaned down and kissed him. I don't blame you either. And I'm sure Kiba, Neji, and Juzo. Kiba, Neji, and Juzo would likely not blame you either, dear. They leapt forward to help you the second they realized you planned to stay alone. Which, by the way, we need to have a talk about that absolutely foolish idea of yours, she said, quickly smacking him on the head before continuing. But anyway, I know for a fact that although he never would have admitted it, Kiba thought of you as a member of his pack, and would gladly give his life for family. Hana told me once that he thought of you as a distant brother. I think Kiba would want you to move on and be stronger, rather than dwelling on his death. I know. It's just, I don't ever want to watch my friends die again. And I know that there's a good chance I'll have too. Right now, I think your father and Jiraiya-sensei would ask you if you're thinking about giving up. But you're Namikaze Naruto. The son of the fourth Hokage. The student of not only Kakashi of the Sharingan, but Jiraiya of the Sannin. You're right. But it hurts. My heart feels so cold. When you gave me that scarf all those years ago, you asked if I was cold. When I said yes, you told me that you'd be the one to keep me warm. So for the rest of our lives, Naruto, I will love you and keep you warm in return. The blonde sat up and spun around, and soon he locked his lips with hers. When they broke away, Naruto stared her deep in the eyes. I love you. Thank you, Rika. When those words left his mouth, she knew her job was done. As he spoke, his eyes lit back up to their full bright blue, and Rika knew her husband would be okay. He pulled her to her feet and soon enough they sat on the couch. Naruto moves over her, and placed his ear over her now quite showing belly. He'd spent quite a lot of time behind enemy lines in Lightning Country, and in that time, his child had grown a lot. In his absence, Tsunade had discovered the gender of their child. On Rika's request however, the Hokage had kept it to herself so that the couple could find out together. Tsunade knows if our child is a boy or girl, I told her not to tell me. She informed him. Want to go find out tomorrow? He said with a smile as he pressed his face gently against her stomach. I'd love to. Rika replied with a smile. I was waiting for you to come back. It's a girl, Tsunade said with a smile. The young Namikaze family sat across the desk from her and she almost laughed at the grin that broke out on the Jinchuriki's face. Rika, we're gonna have a daughter, he said happily as he wrapped his wife up in a big hug. In response, the blue-haired woman simply rubbed her stomach and smiled softly. After a few more minutes of conversation with their Hokage, the pair left the Hokage tower. Naruto moved to pick up his wife and flash them home, but Rika stopped him. It's been a while since we've walked to the village together. Isn't that right, Naruto? She said smiling. Hey, I guess it has, huh? Wanna go get some ramen? It's been a bit since we visited Tucci. He asked, rubbing the back of his head. It has indeed. It can't hurt to drop by, but you better not spoil your appetite for dinner, got it? She replied, giving him a look that promised pain at the end. The pair leisurely made their way through the village, talking to shop owners and villagers here and there. As they stopped at a street stand, a familiar voice called out. Yo Naruto. Hey Kaka-sensei. How's it going? Naruto asked with a smile. Not bad, I've just returned to the village from the Iwa front. Finally some time off? Yeah, but not for long. You know how these things go. Hey, ain't that the truth? Looks like you might be preparing? Kakashi questioned, noticing some of the stuffed animals and toys they had gotten for their offspring. Hey, yeah, a little bit. Do you know yet? Yes, we're having a daughter. We just found out today, Rika said, speaking up. Congratulations, Kakashi said with his signature smile. Thank you, sensei. Is Sasuke back in the village by chance? Naruto questioned. No, but I think he's supposed to be returning sometime tomorrow. Oh, good. Maybe we could all have dinner? I'd be glad to attend. Thank you, sensei. Of course, Naruto. With that, the masked Jounin left their company and the couple resumed their walk. As the day hit noon, they found themselves outside a Chiraku Ramen. Naruto lifted the cloth flap for his wife, and stepped into the establishment behind her. Well, hey there, Naruto. Tucci greeted. And welcome, Rika. It's nice to see you, Tucci, said the blue-haired woman. How's business? The blonde questioned. Without my favorite customer it's a little slower, but still going strong. The old man replied. What can I get started for you? The usual please, sir. The woman said. Coming right up. He replied. Finally, Ayame came out from the back and at the sight of Rika and her growing belly her eyes lit up. Rika. You're so far along. Only 3 months left. She replied with a gentle smile as Ayame came around the counter. I didn't actually do all the math for the dates, so just go with it please. Are you excited? Asked the ramen waitress with a grin. Of course. I can't wait to meet her. Rika replied. Oh? It's a girl? Asked an excited Ayame. Yeah, now that Naruto is back we went to see Tsunade to find out. Answered the mother-to-be. The shop owner's daughter turned to the blonde Jounin and smiled. And I bet you're excited as well, eh Naruto? The Jounin smiled at the woman and scratched the back of his head. Well, I've always wanted a family, so I'm overjoyed. This went on for a while, and the four shared a joyful afternoon together. The couple said their goodbyes to the ramen shop family and began making their way home. On the way back, Naruto stopped and made a shadow clone to go invite Iruka for dinner later that night. The couple had a special request for the academy teacher. That evening, about an hour before Iruka would arrive, Naruto sat in a chair in the middle of the kitchen. Dear. Are you sure about this? Questioned his wife. Of course, Rika. But. You've always been proud of it and loved it? I still do, but it needs to change. Sometimes. I feel like when people look at me, they don't see Naruto. You truly are the spitting image of your father. Right? That's exactly it. They know I'm his son, but I feel the need to really distinguish myself as well. Otherwise my stone face on that mountain one day will just be my dad with whiskers. Well, that's fair. How short? Take the bangs back about half. I'm okay with them hanging down like dad's, but I want them to only reach the top of my whisker marks. Try to leave the rest pretty long though. Please and thank you. When Rika finished cutting away at Naruto's hair, he looked a bit like a new person. Rika couldn't help but remember that she once read that sometimes when someone has trouble dealing with something traumatic they change their hair, but it seemed to make her husband happy so she didn't question it. The brunette leveled her red eyes at him and held up a mirror to his face. Do you like it? I love it. Thank you. The blonde jounin responded. Okay, so it's like his original hair before he cut it short, but maybe a little longer. And the bangs still drop down like Minato's, but they trail off at the top whisker mark on each cheek. Maybe think of the tail of the gutsy ninja version of Naruto and add slightly more pronounced and longer side bangs like his dad's. Eventually, Iruka arrived at the home and knocked on the door. Hiya Iruka-sensei, said the smiling blonde as he opened the door for his guest. Oh. Naruto. You look different, Iruka said in surprise as he looked at his student. He'd gotten so used to the blonde's hairstyle that it threw him off quite a bit. Hey, I thought you might say that, Naruto said with a chuckle. Come on in, I just set the table and Rika should have dinner finished up. The group settled in the home and enjoyed a nice meal. That talked and laughed for a good hour before Rika got up and left the room to do dishes. Thank you love, Naruto said as the woman collected his and Iruka's plates. When she reached the kitchen, Naruto turned his eye to Iruka. Sensei. I have something to ask of you. Oh? What is it? Asked the man with quiet curiosity. Well, you see. Iruka-sensei. Would you be this child's godfather? What? Me? I mean. Wouldn't Kakashi be the better choice? Sensei, you may not be a legendary shinobi, but you possess many of the ideals you instilled in me as a child. You taught me so much, and helped me even more. The love, happiness, and life lessons you taught me are all something we'd like our child to experience firsthand from you. You're a wonderful choice, Iruka-sensei. Please do consider it. Rika cut in as she returned to the table. The man stared back in awe with a slight blush on his face. Well, I guess if you really think so. I'd be honored. He replied with a grin while he rubbed the back of his neck. The couple smiled back at him before giving a slight bow. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Sakura? Asked Sasuke as he stepped into his home. The pinkette had moved into his home after they'd been together for a year, and he'd just come back from his extended mission. Sasuke. You're back. She called out, seeing her lover step through the door. So I am. How've you been? He questioned. Lonely without you here, but I've managed. The hospital was busy for a while, but it slowed down. Sit, I just finished dinner, she commanded. At this, the Uchiha removed his flak jacket and hung it up in their room. The pair sat down to enjoy their food, and idly chatted while they ate. Just as Sasuke filled his mouth with rice, Sakura made a comment. So you know Rika only has 3 months left of her pregnancy? Rice flew across the room after Sasuke choked on it and spit it out. What? He wiped his mouth and hid a blush. He put on a neutral face and acted as if nothing happened. I mean, oh she is? At his antics Sakura laughed at the man. She couldn't help but be overjoyed he'd returned once again. Maybe we should pay them a visit soon? She questioned. I suppose it couldn't hurt. There's a few things I need to discuss with Naruto anyway. The raven-haired man replied. Sakura put a knowing smirk on her face before speaking. Geez, you just can't admit you miss seeing your best friend, can you? Sakura simply laughed in response. Hello? Asked Rika as she opened the door. Sakura's smiling face greeted her along with Sasuke who stood behind her. Hey! The pink-haired woman said. Got time for a visit? Figured we'd drop by. Of course, Rika said in slight excitement. It had been a while since she'd been able to see her friend. She'd seen her for her first few exams with the baby, but that was it. The pair came into the home, and Sakura urged Rika to sit and let her make tea for them. How's the child? Asked Sasuke. Rika smiled at him and rubbed her baby bump before responding. So far, she's doing great. We're very excited to meet her. Sasuke smiled lightly at his friend's wife. I'm sure you are. Have a name yet? Well. No, actually me and Naruto haven't really discussed it. The woman said as she blushed. Of course he'd forget something important like that. Sasuke scoffed with a laugh. Speaking of which, Sakura said as she entered the room with the tea. Where is the fastest man in the world anyway? The pregnant woman smiled back, and laughed. Oh, he's in the shower off our room. He should be out soon enough. I'm sure he knows you're out here. Of course I do, said Naruto, walking out of their bedroom in a blue standard Konoha uniform. Yo! The stoic Uchiha let out a hint of surprise as he saw the blonde's new look. Oh? You cut your hair, huh? He asked. Yup. He replied with a grin. It actually looks great, Naruto, said the pinkette as she examined his new look. Thanks, he said with a chuckle. Rika did it, so she really deserves the credit. Oh? Where did you learn to cut hair? Inquired the medic Nin. I used to do it for Ryuko and a few others when we were kids. Rika smiled slightly at the good memories of her childhood. Oh, I see. After talking for a while, Naruto gave Rika a look before heading outside with Sasuke. The two jounin stood on the balcony of the Namikaze household, both leaning against the rails looking out at the village. They stood in silence a while, each knowing that they had something troubling on their mind. Finally Sasuke broke the silence. So, I heard that when people suddenly change their hair it tends to be because of something traumatic happening. I'd assume you got torn up over Kiba and Neji. The man questioned, as he turned to his friend. MHM. Naruto hummed quietly. And a young jounin named Juzo. He was a good kid. Definitely had lots of potential. A good kid? You talk like you're 10 to 20 years older than you are. The Sharingan wielder was surprised at the very somber change in his friend. He knew Naruto had some darkness brewing, but he hadn't expected a radical behavior change. Well. This war is changing me a lot more than I'd ever thought it would, you know? He asked, turning his head toward his comrade. Add to it. You remember that old man's place in Takigakure? The guy that helped us? Well, yeah. Seemed like a nice guy, said Sasuke with a cautious and questioning look. Some Iwa nin trapped the whole family in the house and burnt them alive during their retreat. The Namikaze said solemnly. Subconsciously, Sasuke's Sharingan activated. They what? Yeah. That's how I felt too. I condemned Iwa, and I didn't look at Iwa nin the same way after that. But. Naruto trailed off. He hadn't really thought about the event since he'd returned. But what? The other man questioned. On my way back from fighting the Raikage and losing those three. I caught up with two of my jounin. The blonde trailed off in thought as the event replayed in his head. Naruto, you've never been one to hesitate. Just spit it out. The Uchiha was almost annoyed at how different his friend had been acting. Right. Well, they'd broken into a farmhouse. The mother and father were there along with their teenage daughter. They stabbed the father, and while one kept the mother restrained, while the other tried to rape the girl. The blonde explained. Wait. Our own shinobi? Sasuke was honestly surprised. He knew he should have expected something like this, but his Jinan days may have instilled some naivety in him. Yeah. That's how I looked at it. No matter how much war I saw before, I always had this naive way of looking at Konoha. I thought we would always be the good guys. But I was definitely wrong, he said, relaying his thoughts to his closest friend. Sasuke let the silence settle for a bit before he finally spoke again. I mean, I probably looked at it the same way almost. But with the way things went down with Itachi and Danzo. You could say we should have learned our lesson then. The blonde sighed before he looked at his friend once again. That's true, isn't it? Sasuke. Do you think we're doing the right thing? You and I. We've killed so many. The Uchiha thought for a while to gather his words before speaking. In the eyes of Iwa and Kumo, we are scum of the earth who mercilessly murder their friends and comrades. In the eyes of the people and shinobi of Taki, we're the saviors who came to their aid when they needed it most. The difference between right and wrong lies in the viewpoint of those who witness our actions, Sasuke sighed and continued. However, acts like the ones you witnessed in Taki and Lightning Country are always wrong. Non-combatants should be left completely unharmed during our petty wars. They all just want to live their lives in peace. I think it would be proper for a shinobi to attempt to preserve and protect the lives of innocents. But that duty will always bring war. And with war, The scum of the earth rise to the surface, Naruto said, understanding where Sasuke was going. Took the words right out of my mouth, Naruto, replied the raven-haired man with a sigh. Sasuke. Where do we draw the line? In war? Wherever we need it. Naru? Asked the lovely voice of the red-eyed girl peeking her head outside. Are you two all right? Naruto smiled at his lover and instantly replied. Yeah, we were just about to come in love. The group of four spent most of the day together after that, and they enjoyed their time. They watched a few movies, and even went out to eat. There was no doubt that the families of the Uchiha and Namikaze would always be close friends. Finally, Sasuke and Sakura said their goodbyes and headed home. Later guys, said Sakura walking down the path. Hey Ski? Naruto said, causing the Uchiha to stop and turn around. Thanks for the talk. Anytime Naruto, replied the Uchiha with a tiny smirk. The blonde once more grabbed the man's attention. Hey Sasuke? Sup? The Jounin said with a questioning look. Better pop the question soon, there's no time like the present. Or are you just a scaredy cat? The Namikaze asked with a foxy smirk. HN. I know. I plan to. See you round Naruto, Rika. The Uchiha said, playing the blonde's comment off. Bye now. Both of you take care, said the brunette with a grin. Her husband smiled down at her, and she could just tell he was going to say something cute. You smile so much now, Rika. It makes me so happy every time I see it. Your smile lights up my life in ways the sun never could. I love you so much, you know, he said, pulling her towards him and kissing her head. I love you too, Naruto. I'm glad I met you. She replied while wrapping her arms around him. Thank you, Naruto, she whispered into his chest. What are you thanking me for, love? He asked with curiosity. She squeezed tightly on his shirt and laughed lightly into his chest. Tears of joy welled in the corners of her eyes, and she couldn't help but notice her heart was racing. Thank you for choosing me. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for making me your wife. And most of all, thank you for making me the mother of your child. Our child, Naruto said, crouching down and putting his ear to her stomach. And Daddy sure can't wait to meet you. The grin that split his face gave away just how excited he was to have his firstborn child brought into the world. We still haven't picked a name. She commented quietly. I know, but well, I have no idea what to name a girl. The blonde hummed in thought after the words left his mouth, contemplating what name sounded good. I think I have the perfect one, she said, looking up at the ceiling. Oh? You do? The curiosity was written all over his face, and he looked silly enough that Rika almost giggled. I would like to name our daughter after your mother, Naruto. The woman said with a gentle smile. Wait, really? You'd be all right with that? He questioned in mild surprise. It had crossed his mind once or twice, but he'd never actually considered it. Your mother seemed to be a wonderful woman. And I can't think of anyone else to be a better namesake. She'd placed a lot of thought into the name before, and she'd really enjoyed the idea of naming her daughter after Naruto's beautiful mother. Thank you, Rika. Thank you so much. The male Namikaze said with hints of tears in his eyes as he looked up at her. Soon he turned his focus back on the woman's stomach and spoke to his child once more. Daddy and Mommy can't wait to meet you, Kushina. We love you so much. The mother-to-be simply smiled softly down at her loving husband, a man who'd stolen her heart long ago. Chapter 34. A loud noise had the Namikaze household awake at a very early hour. Naruto knew Rika was exhausted, so he immediately stood from bed. Don't worry, I'll get her, he whispered, kissing her on the head. The blonde made his way down the hall, and smiled as he opened the door to the room the noise originated from. A baby lay in the crib, crying loudly. Kushina. Don't cry, Dad's gonna change your diaper. After the short and unflattering process, he held his child in his arms. 11 months since you were born. It's been 11 months already. He rocked his child lightly in his arms, and when he happened to lean his head down, she grabbed hold of his blonde hair. The small child tugged at his hair, giggling sleepily. Dada. Naruto grinned at her when she spoke. She'd been saying Dada and Mama a lot. She was cute, and he loved her. She had a small mop of tomato red hair on her head that had one blue strand that stuck out from the rest. Soon enough his child fell back asleep, and he gently lowered her back into her crib. He quietly returned to his wife's side and fell asleep soundly. However, despite the happiness in the Namikaze's heart, he knew not all was right with the world, and Konoha wasn't in the best position. At first it was going well. We were at the advantage the whole time it seemed. But after I met the Raikage, we had setback after setback, and loss after loss. The sudden emergence of Lord Second's reanimation jutsu made what was beginning to look like a quick and decisive victory into a slaughter of our own troops. By our own deceased loved ones, Naruto said, sitting atop his father's head. He looked over the village, admiring the beauty of it all. And the worst part is that I know I'll have to face you again. Flashback. 1 month ago. What the hell do you mean we lost contact with the entirety of 3rd Battalion? Naruto questioned. The radio nin before him, however, was just as puzzled as he was. 3rd Battalion had contained 6 radio nin, and the odds of an entire battalion being wiped out before anyone could relay their attack back to them was unheard of. Except for the feats of one man. I don't know, sir, they're just gone. I can't get any of them on the radio? The nin said in confusion. Maybe they're jamming us? No, I doubt it. Jamming usually results in the immediate deployment of a courier squad. I'll go myself. 2 miles south, correct? Naruto questioned. Yes, sir. Are you sure you want to go alone? We might have just lost 500 shinobi in a minute. I'd rather not lose more. And with that, the blonde tossed a kunai into the horizon, and disappeared. The closer he got to 3rd Battalion's last known position, the more uneasy he felt. He had stopped suddenly when he felt it, not only a chakra signature eerily similar to his own, but multiple of his kunai markers as well. His curiosity got the better of him, and he flashed straight to it. The sight that greeted him filled his heart with rage. Before him lay the bloody bodies of 500 slain shinobi. Blood and limbs were strewn throughout the boulder field before him, and a figure was on the horizon. Standing in the middle of the carnage stood the figure who wore a blood-soaked white cloak. It flapped gently in the wind, and the words on it were clear and easy to read. A nin stirred beside the man, and asked him a question with his dying breaths. Lord 4th Hokage. Why did you come back to kill us? Dad? Spinning around, the dead man stared back at his son. Naruto. Wow. You're taller than me, said the fallen Hokage. His pure joy in seeing his son managed to hold back the control of the jutsu user, but it wouldn't last. Prepare. I can't hold back. I can flash to your kunai and you can flash to mine. Right, Naruto yelled, realizing that he'd have to fight his father. What ensued was what seemed to be a ball of lightning forming on the surface of the earth. Yellow flashes filled the barren area as the father and son battered each other. Across the blood-stricken battlefield, the father-son duo would appear, locked in heavy taijutsu combat. Naruto flipped over his father, catching himself on his hands and spinning his legs around to kick at the fallen Hokage's head. Seconds before contact was made, Minato flashed above his son, striking down with a kunai at rapid speeds. As the blade began to cut through the fabric on Naruto's leg and cut away at the skin, Naruto transitioned to a single handstand. Here, the blonde formed a Rasengan in a split second. A bright yellow flash filled the space, and Minato quickly felt the effect as the jutsu bore a hole into his side. Before any extensive damage could be caused, Minato flashed away, placing distance between himself and his enemy. I never wanted to meet you this way, spoke one of Konohagakure's most legendary shinobi. I actually met you long ago, father. Well, at least the version you sealed inside me. Naruto explained to his dad. You told me where to find your notes on the flying Raijin, and I reverse engineered it. Ah, I see, said Minato as he sprinted forward. You've done well. I'm quite impressed, complimented the man as he met his son's punch with his forearm. Before the living blonde could throw another, his chest was met with a strong kick from the reanimation. Gah! Naruto let out as the air was forced out of his lungs. Just before the man impacted a rock, his father appeared behind him, swinging his kunai for the Jounin's neck. Naruto flashed away, landing roughly in a pile of rocks. He was sure some of his ribs had snapped. Damn it. I won't let them use dad like a pawn, you know, he said, forcing his way onto his feet. Again, his father appeared before him, Rasengan in hand. This time, however, Naruto was prepared and launched forward. He slammed a Rasengan into his father's own as the Hokage attacked. Here, Naruto poured whatever chakra he could draw from the 9 tails into it, and caused it to gain a red hue. Recognizing the danger, Naruto let his Rasengan destabilize and leapt away as the two techniques exploded with massive force. With a loud boom, Minato's arm was blasted apart, and Naruto stood unscathed. Once more, His father came at him, kunai gripped in his hand. As he closed in, Naruto took a kunai into his mouth while dual-wielding one in each of his palms. Finally, father and son collided in a flurry of blades. The sounds of combat echoed through the boulder field, and slashes quickly appeared across both blondes' flak jackets. The long-bladed tri-pronged kunai were deadly in close combat, and it wasn't long before the jounin felt the sting of his flesh being cut. Every blow Naruto traded with his father resulted in wounds forming on both men. His father regenerated almost as fast as he did, and the man now had his arm back. Naruto knew that this was likely one battle of attrition he could not win. Once again they clashed, and the living blonde was disarmed of his kunai in the trade-off of blows. The son lashed out at his father with a vicious kick that the deceased blonde barely managed to dodge before catching a follow-up kick right in the face. He stuck out with another that was deflected by his father as he drew a blade. The reanimated Hokage put his son on the back pedal in seconds, and his extra years of experience provided the advantage against his son. However, the second blonde genius was no pushover. When Minato struck out with a Rasengan, the blonde managed to glide through hand signs at his fastest pace to date, and used a perfectly timed jutsu. As the Rasengan got close, Naruto intercepted it with the hilt of his kunai, and used Flying Raijin, guiding thunder to teleport the deadly attack back into his father's kunai pouch. The man's legs were blown clean off by the blast from the large Rasengan, leaving him immobile. The Hokage's son was on top of him in seconds, pinning the man's arms down as he moved to make hand seals for a sealing jutsu. "Good job, Naruto. I'm proud of you," Minato said with a smile. "Thank you, Dad," Naruto said as he began the sealing sequence. His eyes narrowed, however, when his father's face turned neutral and a foreign voice came from his mouth. "Sorry, but I'm not done with this pawn," spoke the strange and in the very back of his mind familiar voice. At that second, Minato flashed away. The blonde man felt his father flash away more before he disappeared outside of Naruto's sensor range. "Damn it," the blonde said, surveying the destruction and death around him. "Sure, I'm glad I researched Lord Sekken's reanimation jutsu after the Chunin exams though," he said quietly to himself. Because of his research, he'd know that sealing his father away was the only option. But if his father had been reanimated, then almost anyone could be. Flashback end. Orochimaru definitely isn't coming back. So that means the only one who could have possibly learned that jutsu had to be someone that Snake trusted. The blonde said, pondering the source of the jutsu after reliving his meeting with his father. "He only trusted one that I know of," a voice said from behind the blonde. "Kabuto," Naruto said. "That's my guess," Kakashi said as he took a seat beside the man. "It's likely. We didn't confirm his death at any point," Naruto said, remembering the events of Orochimaru's death. They had all been so focused on their target, they had let one get away that had become an even bigger threat than the previous. "He may have gone to the Raikage and offered his help in the war," Kakashi offered to the troubled Jounin. "In exchange for what though?" questioned the new father. "That's what has my curiosity piqued," he admitted to his sensei. He couldn't imagine what Kabuto's motive could possibly be. Everyone had a goal, but he knew nothing of Kabuto's. "We might never find out," Kakashi resigned. "I'm worried that with someone like Kabuto whispering in the Raikage or Tsuchikage ears, this war may never be able to be ended by a cage summit. He could convince one or both of them to fight to the last man," Naruto sighed. "I promise to end this war quickly. And I'm starting to think there may be drastic measures necessary. I admit, Kaka-sensei. I planned to slaughter Kumo and Iwa shinobi until their cage gave up. But reanimations are cost-free soldiers." "That's a fair concern, Naruto, and I know that you're right. But I think you're worrying about something too far out of your control. Sensei, if we were to come against the first 4 Hokage, I don't know if we could win. We need to kill Kabuto. And fast," the Namikaze stated. "How do you propose we do that?" asked a new arrival. "You're incapable of sneaking up on me, Sasuke," Naruto said without turning around. "We'd need to get into Kumagakure and Iwagakure at the same time. That's on the off chance that he isn't hidden away somewhere else," the blonde explained. "To catch someone that slippery in a large village would almost require us to level the place in an instant," the Uchiha replied, ignoring the blonde's insult. "We can't do that," Naruto said, shaking his head. "I need to find a way to break one of the reanimations free so they can lead us to him. And that's just a shot in the dark. I'm not even sure it'd work," the blonde said, hatching a throwaway plan. "What other options do we have?" Kakashi questioned. I don't know. The blonde replied with a saddened sigh. Naru? Rika questioned as her husband entered their home. It was quiet in the home that night, and the mother had dealt with no trouble other than the fussing of her young child. Hey Rika, said the man as he stepped through the door. She observed her husband closely. She picked up right away that something was bothering him, but decided to leave it alone. He looked exhausted, but she knew it wasn't physical. Her husband was mentally drained, and surely wasn't at his best. You're home, Rika said with a smile as she gently bounced their child in her arms. She hoped to cheer him up quickly with a warm and welcoming home. That I am. Sorry, I had a meeting with Kakashi and Sasuke. After which we had to go pitch my idea to the Hokage and Shikaku. Shikamaru has been playing a huge role there as well, no surprise he'd follow in his father's footsteps, Naruto said, removing his flak vest and gear. He took his time removing his pouches and restocking some of his daily use scrolls with things like quick lunches and water. That's what you did. The mother pointed out. She knew he still looked up to his father immensely, even after the father and son's terrible meeting on the battlefield. I suppose you're right. He smiled. His wife was wonderful, and her mere presence was helping bring his happy mood back. How's our little girl? He questioned, approached the mother and child and played with his offspring's hair. Sadly she's been cranky all day, replied his wife with a sigh. She tried not to tell him about these things, as she didn't want him to worry. Today, however, it just felt good to tell him about her day. Kushi, have you been giving your mama trouble? Huh? At her father's face, the child giggled and smiled back at him. You're supposed to be good for mom, remember? Please play nice. He instructed. It's fine Naruto, it's not so bad, Rika insisted. Still, I feel bad leaving you here alone so often Rika. I know I have missions but I hate to rest it all on your shoulders. The blonde replied with a frown. He hated that he wasn't able to be there, and he hated the war that had stolen so much from his family, even if it was only time. It's okay, we're just happy when you're home, she said with a wide smile. It didn't last long however, as it slowly dropped off her face. So, where are you going next? The blonde sighed as he sat down at the table. Back to the land of hot water this time. I intend to use Kakashi as bait. Worry not though, Sasuke and myself are going to back him up. I'll likely bring Sakura along as well. We have to stop this jutsu as soon as possible. Especially because the findings from my research suggest that the user hasn't mastered it yet. And if the enemy reanimations can fight at this level, I can't imagine the amount of power they could get back after the user masters this. The danger the reanimation jutsu held was evident, and Naruto would make it his new priority. Seeing his father on the battlefield had hurt him deeply, and he couldn't imagine what it put his allies and friends through. I see. His wife replied softly. Before that though, I have to do something else, he said, sadness seeping into his voice. What is it, darling? She questioned. I need to go apologize to Lord Ishikawa, he stated. What for though, dear? Rika was honestly puzzled by her husband's statement. I promise to end this war quickly. And on that note, I have failed, Naruto said in regret. You think that bothers Lord Ishikawa? He likes you a lot, Naruto. I'm quite sure he'd forgive you. The woman countered. She saw no reason for her lover to be down on himself for such reasons. Even so, it's disrespectful of me to ignore my failure to make good on my promise to him. The blonde elaborated. He'd already made up his mind, he'd just decided to tell his wife. Lord Ishikawa. It's nice to see you. Naruto greeted. He truly respected and looked up to the man since he'd met him, and they'd only grown closer since. Naruto, my boy. I've told you, please refer to me as Hachi when it's just us. The daimyo insisted. Hachi. I've failed you and the Hokage. Along with the elders. I made you a promise. And I haven't kept it. I swore to end this war quickly, but it's only drug on. Naruto apologized sincerely. He'd had a lot of confidence in himself at the start of the war, but now with the appearance of the reanimation jutsu, he didn't know anymore. Naruto, my boy. You never made that a promise. You did indeed say you would end this conflict, but you never made it a promise. I wholeheartedly forgive you, my dear boy. The leader assured him. He'd cared for all the Hokage he'd met and worked with, and now he would care for the upcoming one. Thank you, Hachi. I don't deserve this, Naruto said with a sad smile. Oh, on the contrary, Naruto. You do indeed. Now, I must warn you. Some on the Konoha Council may not follow my wishes, and you may encounter resistance from the elders. You are in my favor, son, but for them, you are the target of their grudge. They've always disliked you, and I'm sure it won't stop now. The Lord of the Land of Fire warmed. I understand, sir. Thank you, I will watch my back. Due to his lack of experience in the field of politics, Naruto knew that any advice given by the daimyo would be something important. He knew from what he saw during Hiruzen's reign that he'd need to watch his back around the Konoha elders. Naruto. The Land of Fire has been under my watch since the time Hiruzen took the title of Hokage. I've seen many conflicts and shinobi come and go. The daimyo said, looking out his office window. He motioned for the blonde to come closer, and soon the man stood beside him. Of those shinobi, only a select few have earned enough recognition to become more than an elite jounin. For example, we have your Hokage. And just below them, we have the Sannin. As of right now, the 5 strongest living Konoha shinobi are yourself, Lady Tsunade, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. When he finished listing out those 5, he turned to his friend with a smile. Naruto, out of those 5 ninja, I believe you to be the strongest. You're not only the strongest but you're mature beyond your age. I believe you're ready to be Hokage, but I know that you must fight in this war. Please, my boy, do not die. Become the strongest you can be, and lead Konohagakure into its new golden age. As he finished, he laid a hand on the Namikaze's shoulder. Thank you, Hachi. I won't let you down. Naruto replied with a small smile of his own. You're welcome. Make sure to tell Rika and little Kushina I said hello. You're a wonderful father, my boy. Don't forget that, Ishikawa said with a grin. He truly missed the boy's father, and enjoyed the company of the young blonde man. Hachi. There's something else I'd like to inform you of, Naruto said. Oh? And that is? Here Naruto threw up a few privacy seals before speaking quietly into the daimyo's ear. Oh wow, Naruto. That's quite an aggressive idea. He offered. Do I have your permission, sir? This could undermine the Hokage. The Namikaze cautioned. Yes, you have my permission, my boy. I will deal with Tsunade and the lightning daimyo. Hachi replied. Thank you, sir, Naruto said. Of course, my boy. The Lord answered. Thank God you can't fight like you used to, Zabuza, Kakashi said as he took a heavy breath. I might not have my will, but I'm still fine with a rematch with you, Hitake. If I had my full power, I'd kill you. The dead Kirigakure-nin said with a smile. I'm sorry you and Haku were forced from your rest. The Cyclops apologized. Thank you, Mr. Hitake, but you should focus. The ice user said with a kind, respectful voice. Kakashi duked it out with the pair a while longer, eager to get the plan into motion. He finally severed Zabuza's arms, and completely delimbed Haku before sticking one of Naruto's kunai into the swordsman's chest. Zabuza stumbled back from the force of it, and almost shit himself when Naruto appeared. Jesus, kid, he said in surprise while kicking out at the new arrival. Once again, his mind was blown as the blonde dodged the kick with speed Zabuza had never witnessed. The man pushed the reanimated ninja onto the ground and slapped a seal on his chest that held him in place. Naruto smiled at his former enemy and threw a kunai at Haku. It landed beside the ninja, and Zabuza's mouth dropped open at Naruto's speed. He's come a long way, hasn't he, Kakashi? That he is, Zabuza. The Konoha nin replied. Tell me. Is he? The former Kiri shinobi questioned. Yup. You're looking at the son of the 4th Hokage. Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash, chuckled Kakashi. I should have guessed, Zabuza said with a sigh. As the two ninjas spoke, Haku stared at the blonde man in awe. Are you? Yup. Thanks for teaching Sasuke the lessons you did. He changed a lot after he met you. Naruto replied with a large grin. Did I really change that much? Asked the raven-haired man who approached. Yeah, you did. The blonde teased. Sasuke? Is that you? You look different now, older. Haku questioned in slight doubt. Yeah, I'm 22 now. The Uchiha answered. Wow. Came this simple response of the Ice Wilder. It's good to see you, Haku. I've wanted to thank you for a long time. I learned a lot from you, and it changed me for the better. The chance meeting I had with you derailed the hellish path I think I was on, so. Thank you, Sasuke said, finally having a chance to thank someone from his past who'd changed his life for the better. You're welcome. The reanimation smiled. I knew you were just a big softy, Uchiha, Naruto teased. Fuck off Namikaze, Sasuke said bluntly. You two settle now. Thank you for teaching so much to Sasuke Haku, you did so much for us, Sakura said to what in another world could have been her romantic rival. At this, all 6 ninjas shared a chuckle before Naruto sealed away Haku. Rest well Snow Angel, said Kakashi quietly. A kind person like you deserved better. I couldn't agree more. Zabuza spoke. Zabuza. I'm going to break you free of the reanimation user's control. A battalion of our ninja are currently fighting some other reanimated ninja, so unless the user wants to lose that battle, he's not gonna release the jutsu. The blonde Jounin explained to the once living shinobi. You should able to sense where he is, right? He questioned. Yeah, I can. The man answered simply. Good, now you're gonna lead us to him. Your arms should regenerate soon, so here's your sword. You're on our side now, Naruto said with a grin. Hey, that's no fun. But I guess I'll play your game, brat. Zabuza quipped at the blonde. Now, I'm not much younger than you anymore. Naruto replied with a calm smile. I suppose not, but you're still a brat, laughed the once vicious shinobi. Alright now, so we are going to follow him to who we assume is Kabuto, correct? Asked the copy ninja. Yeah. Sakura. Kakashi. Sasuke, Naruto said. What is it, Naruto? Questioned the Uchiha. If the Raikage shows up and interferes, I'm going to kill him. What? Chapter 35. The son of the fourth and his team stood at the border of the Land of Bones. They'd used Zabuza to track Kabuto all the way from the border of the Land of Fire and Land of Hot Water to here. Naruto knew that Kumo and Iwa wouldn't leave their ace in the hole undefended, thus they'd just contacted Konoha and Suna, and were minutes away from receiving 2 platoons of backup. One Anbu group from Konohagakure and one from Suna, both had been given the briefing the blonde commander was about to give. Once the shinobi arrived, Naruto addressed the battle group. Listen. Your Kage have called upon you. However, I have ultimate command of this mission. This is likely suicide. There's a chance that the Raikage or Tsuchikage could be here. There's likely hundreds of shinobi, and even more reanimations. I will not command you to take one step over this border. For over a minute, no one spoke. Finally a Konoha and Suna nun stepped forward and nodded to each other. Sir, I think we speak for all of us when we say that we're all committed. Good enough for me. Grab your gear, we leave in 15. The Namikaze said, before walking off to join the original Team 7 and Zabuza. As he approached, he caught the mist shinobi speaking to the copy ninja. That boy turned into one hell of a leader. That he did, Zabuza. Kakashi replied with an eye smile. What about you, Dobi? You've got a child now. Maybe you should stay behind, Sasuke said to his friend. I'm the only one who can combat my father, he said with a sigh before continuing. I can't send men off to die if I'm not willing to die myself. This could end this war. I guess that's fair. So I've been meaning to ask you something. The Sharingan Wilder asked. What is it? The blonde-haired man acknowledged. Why did you say you'd kill the Raikage? The Uchiha questioned. He's willing to force the dead from their rest. I'm not gonna let him get away with that. That bastard is using something terrible to gain a ridiculous advantage. By the time we kill Kabuto, there's still a possibility that we will have lost enough shinobi to the point where Jinan may have to enter the battlefield again. This is something I won't stand for. That Tsuchikage is on that list right there with him, but I doubt old Aniki will come in person. Naruto answered. Across the front lines of the war, Konoha and Suna were still battling large amounts of reanimations. This behind enemy lines operation was the only chance at stopping more of them from joining the war. Once Kabuto was handled, Naruto could sweep across the front and seal away the remaining ones. Naruto. Are you sure that's the route you want to take? Sasuke asked. I think Kumo is overdue for new leadership. It's time I put A in the ground. The blonde Jounin said. Alright, listen up. This canyon valley is the only way to reach the area the enemy stronghold is located. It's a likely place for an ambush, so stay on guard, Naruto commanded. Quickly, one of the Anbu spoke up. Sir, if we know it's an ambush point, why don't we navigate around it? Bypassing an ambush is exactly what the ambushers are expecting us to do. We're not gonna surprise the enemy by waiting. We're going to seize the initiative by assaulting them directly, Naruto said aloud to the shinobi battle group. While they marched on, one Anbu turned to address his partner. I think we just agreed to be ambushed. Quiet, the commander knows what he's doing. Follow his lead, and we might make it home. The second Anbu instructed. As the group made their way through the canyons, the passage slowly tightened up. Naruto could sense the shinobi on the opposite corner, and he'd already put a plan in place. He'd love to ambush the ambushers, but he decided on something better. Even the best ambush can't survive against a complete and overwhelming force ready to meet it head-on. The enemy shinobi tightened their hands around their kunai, and some prepared jutsu. Today they had the chance to kill all of Konoha's most powerful shinobi, and they now had orders to do so. At the back of the ambush sat Minkaku and Jinkaku. The pair was visibly excited at the prospect of taking on Naruto once again, but were quite shocked when the opposing shinobi forces came out swinging. Of the many things the Kumo and Iwa ninja had anticipated seeing, they hadn't expected a trio of a massive snake, toad, and slug to bust through the canyon's walls. Add to it they hadn't expected the evil eyes of Uchiha Sasuke to blaze to life and conjure the spectral form of a massive skeletal torso. The Susanoo's massive arrow tore through their ranks, and when it impacted, kunai shot off of it. As marked kunai scattered throughout the enemy position, the yellow flashes started. Jinkaku and Minkaku's first experience with Naruto had been an easy one. The blonde had been tired, mentally and physically, as well as emotional. This time, their opponent was well rested. His head was clear, and his comrades were there, ready and willing to assist the blonde. The best part was, the Jounin had even more time to train flying Raijin to perfection. It took the pair all they had to avoid instant death when Naruto joined the fighting, and they hardly did any better against Sasuke or Kakashi. The few blows they did manage to land were almost instantly healed by Sakura. They rapidly discovered they had little chance, and were even sent away from the battlefield when the Raikage arrived. "Hey!" Naruto shouted with anger. "Time's up, you bastard!" With a flash he blitzed the former fastest man in the world, kunai slamming against the man's gauntlets. The muscle-bound man pushed back the blonde with impressive force, but Naruto came back with everything he had. The blonde slid under the man's legs, coming up behind him and slashing across his back. The man growled in pain as he spun to punch at the blonde man. Naruto caught his hand, and with all his strength held the fist back as he placed the flying Raijin seal upon it. To hide his feet, the blonde rammed a kunai into the man's shoulder before using the buried kunai as leverage to run up the man's chest and plant his foot in the Raikage's face. As the second yellow flash used the cage's face as a springboard, Ace struck out with a vicious punch, aimed for Naruto's back. With a flash, the son of the fourth appeared behind the man, slamming his sandaled foot into the back of the burly man's large knee. With a grunt of pain the cage grit his teeth and ignored the injury, choosing instead to bring his fist to Naruto's face. At the last moment, he noticed the blonde's grin as he disappeared. More importantly though, he noticed the slight reappearance of the Raijin seal on his hand. With the newfound information, the man took Naruto's Rasengan in stride, and used his lightning style to remove his own hand. Minato's son was slightly shocked by this, and many of the Raikage's men were mortified. Sasuke, although busy handling B with Kakashi, was impressed with his determination. Not many shinobi could do the same. Neat, but will that really help, eh? Naruto questioned, more than focused on his target. Naruto blitzed toward the Raikage, while the copy ninja, the last Uchiha, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki disengaged from each other. B shot to his cage's side as Naruto approached, and with a simple flick of a kunai, the blonde shinobi appeared before the Raikage. A prepared to intercept him, but was caught completely off guard when Sasuke's Susanoo slammed into his side. He looked for his brother, only to realize the man had been teleported hundreds of feet away. Naruto had given the black-haired Jounin a flying Raijin tag that the Uchiha had managed to plant on the Jinchuriki. Ai's tumble was stopped in mid-air when he was hit with a Rasengan that sent him back toward the Uchiha. The black flames of Amaterasu appeared on the man's chest armor, and he barely managed to rip it off in time to avoid its spread. Finally B caught up, and the duo used each other as a springboard to attack Naruto and Sasuke. The Raikage's fist collided with the black-haired Jounin's face, sending him tumbling. At the same moment, the tentacles of the Eight Tails formed from B, reaching out for Naruto. At the last second, the blonde disappeared, and the tentacles were ripped away by Kakashi's Kamui. B, realizing their dire straits, began to let the Eight Tails inside him take over. In a flash, the blonde appeared behind him, slamming a seal onto his back and forcing him down. After so many years relying on his partner, B was rendered almost helpless as his swords had been destroyed by Sasuke in their first clash. Shortly after the second yellow flash disengaged, a small group of Anbu appeared, holding B down with even more restriction seals. Naruto intercepted Ai's next attack on Sasuke, giving the Uchiha a quick break. As the enemies fought a taijutsu battle, the blonde jounin called out to his friend. "Ski, you good?" "TCH, yeah. A few broken ribs and some bleeding, but it's nothing Sakura can't fix," the Uchiha replied. The Raikage dodged Naruto's next punch, swinging his heavy fist at the blonde's head, only to have to block an attack from another assailant. "Lightning Blade," called Kakashi, as the sound of 1,000 birds filled the air and he tore into the cage's armor. The momentary tear in the armor left an opening for the Hokage hopeful, who slammed a Rasengan into it, damaging Ai's ribs before the armor could reform. Sasuke was at their side in seconds, good as new after Sakura's work was done. "You got this, boys. I gotta help at the CCP, there's 5 criticals they can't heal." A CCP is a Casualty Collection Point BTW. "Got it. Thanks for the help, Sakura. We'll handle this," Sasuke yelled back. The 3 men stood tall, facing down the burly Raikage. "You don't stand a chance, eh? Surrender," Naruto demanded. "Like hell. Kumo will fight to the last man," the man said, standing tall. "You started a war. And now you're going to let all of your shinobi die because of your damn expansionism?" Naruto questioned with rage taking over his voice. The Raikage only growled in response, before charging the enemy. The 3 Konoha shinobi responded in kind, with Naruto placing a hand on each of his comrades' backs. "Sasuke, Kakashi. Go." "Right." They responded, being teleported behind the cage and charging him from his 5 and 7 o'clock. Meanwhile, Naruto approached from his 12 o'clock, forming a Rasengan in both hands. At the same time the Cyclops and the Uchiha both formed a Chidori. A caught Kakashi's hand, swinging him towards the blonde's Rasengan while simultaneously kicking Sasuke in the stomach. With a flash, Naruto teleported to the black-haired Jounin's back, rolling over him as he swung his attack at the Raikage. The leader of Kumo moved to block, but was stopped when Kakashi slammed his Chidori into his leg from the ground. Sasuke flickered into existence above Naruto, coming down with a vertical swipe of his sword. With an area of effect lighting jutsu, A managed to blast away the Konohagakure shinobi. All 3 skidded to a stop, and Naruto smirked. An older shinobi technique made its appearance on a battlefield for the first time in years. A flash bomb blinded the Raikage momentarily, and the 3 shinobi closed the distance for the kill. As they blitzed forward, Kakashi's Kamui removed the cage's good arm, stopping any possible block. 2 clones of Naruto formed, flashing to a buried kunai, and grabbing hold of the burly man. B watched and listened as the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh filled the air. Naruto stood at the cage's right, flying Raijin kunai buried in his spine at the base of his neck. The Uchiha's sword stabbed through the cage's heart, while the copy nin buried a Chidori-covered kunai through the man's right lung. The second fastest man in the world went still, and when all 3 removed their blades, his body fell to the ground. B yelled, dragging himself with all his strength toward his cage and brother. Naruto approached the man, crouching before him. "I know you lost a brother. I'm sorry for that, but Kumo needs a new leader. Someone kind-hearted. You need to resolve this conflict your brother started. Take the position of Raikage, and keep your village in line. I'd love for us to be allies instead of enemies. Think of what your brother did. He wasted the lives of countless shinobi, and forced the dead from their rest. I won't ask you to kneel, but I do ask you surrender. Let our villages be the start of peace." "I can't lead this village," B mumbled. The Jinchuriki had been conflicted for some time now. He didn't support this war, and he'd seen something change in his brother in the past few years. "You can, and you must. If you don't, I'll be forced to cripple your shinobi force so badly that your village will be at the mercy of lowly bandits," Naruto said, with his most commanding voice. "Retreat your forces. This battle is over. But make your next choice wisely. It could cost you dearly." As the Kumo force disengaged, Naruto and his team breached into the bunker complex they had assumed to hold Kabuto. The blonde wiped out shinobi along the way, sealing away many reanimations as he went. He smirked, knowing he had a complete trump card against Kabuto, and his father who he assumed would be guarding him. The lack of his father's presence on the battlefield told Naruto that Kabuto likely had a plan to possibly use him to get away. However, the Jounin had developed a perfect counter for his jutsu. His technique had also been his backup plan had they not been able to deal with the Raikage. At that moment, the blonde shinobi rounded a corner, and was greeted with his mirror image, minus the whiskers. Dad. Naruto. The reanimated man spoke with a soft voice. I have to handle this, Dad, I'm sorry. The blonde man said, focused solely on his mission. Do your job, Naruto. I believe in you completely. Minato replied. Kabuto cackled from his hiding spot, observing the pair. He was, however, caught completely off guard by the living yellow flash's next move. The blonde slammed his palm to the ground after using a few hand signs, and a bright light spread out, along with tendrils made of the flying Raijin kanji. They spread and wrapped the room in full. Flying Raijin, level 3. The blonde flashed to Kabuto at speeds never before seen in the human realm, slamming a wind-enhanced Rasengan into the snake's side, before pinning the man to the ground. Minato's reanimated body attempted to intervene, but was cut off when the Hokage hopeful materialized across the room with Kabuto, before ramming his blade into the man's neck and beheading him. The shocked expression stayed on Kabuto's face as his head rolled, and Konoha's strongest ninja let out a sigh before turning to his father. I've completed Flying Raijin's final form, father. Anything in the space the seal consumes I can teleport to. No marker required. A smile appeared on Minato's face as his son finished, and the Jounin instantly removed both of his father's arms. I'm impressed. Only my son could bring this jutsu even further. You've done great, he said as they began fighting. The living blonde had the advantage the entire time, but deep down, he wanted to speak with his father for as long as possible. I always knew you'd do great things, son. Thank you, father. Your sacrifice with mom saved me and the village. You gave me the power to fight for my village, and protect those I love, Naruto said, as he simply danced around his father. He wanted to take his time, but his chakra was running low. Level 3 was extremely chakra intensive, and he didn't have much time left. No, I gave you the opportunity. You made it happen, Naruto. You did your utmost to reach the highest potential you could. You're an amazing child, no, man, and a truly splendid shinobi. I'm more than happy to call you my son. Minato spoke as his son pinned him. Thank you, Dad. Please, tell Mom I miss her and I love her. Tell her I have friends, and I'm not picky with my eating. Tell her I have a wonderful wife, just like her. And please tell her about your grandchild, Kushina. She's got Mom's hair. At this point the man's face was dripping tears. Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura stood in the doorway, watching as Naruto's final moments with his father unfolded. They felt pain in their hearts as their faithful teammate spoke with his long-dead father. Naruto, Minato said sadly. I love you both so much. I wish you were here and could meet my child. I miss you, Mom, Dad. I promise one day I'll see you again. You taught me so much, Dad. You taught all of us in Konoha so much. I'm gonna tell the whole story soon. Thank you, Naruto said. Tears streamed from the eyes of the fallen Hokage, but a wide smile adorned his face. He simply stared as the younger blonde formed hand seals. Goodbye, my son. I love you, and your mother loves you. I love you too, Dad. Tell Jiraiya-sensei I said hi. Naruto spoke solemnly. Will do, kiddo. His father replied with a smile. I saw your grandfather recently. He really wishes he could have met you. My beautiful daughter. This war will end soon, and I'll be home, Naruto said aloud as he stood outside in the sun. A hand landed on his shoulder, and Naruto cast a sad smile at Sasuke. I'm gonna write a quick letter to Rika. Can I leave all this to you for a few? He questioned. Of course. Take your time, Dobi. The Uchiha said. Thanks, buddy. Came the blonde's simple reply. With that, he walked away from the large group of shinobi. Sitting down on a rock, the man began a letter, detailing the events of the past few hours to his lovely wife. He ended with a simple, I love you and I'll be home soon enough. Weeks passed as Naruto and his force sealed away reanimated shinobi across the front before making their way toward Iwa. Along the way more Konohagakure shinobi reinforced them. Meanwhile, Tsunade was beginning an outline of a peace treaty between Konoha and Kumo. With B in place as the new raikage, they'd made leaps and bounds in negotiations. It turned out, while the shinobi population of Kumo had been ready for war, the civilians weren't as keen. B informed Tsunade that there had even been a few riots as the death toll had stacked. Even the people of Kumo knew of Minato, and the fact that Naruto had mastered his father's jutsu, and that he had become an even stronger shinobi than him. With that knowledge, they'd taken to the streets, protesting a war they felt was unnecessary. The negotiations had put Kumo in a position that it would only have enough shinobi to take about half the mission count they had in the past, as well as keep the country clean of bandits and gangs. Kumo had been dealt a blow to its military that wouldn't be healed for a very long time. A chunk of Kumo's income would also be paid to Konoha and Suna for the next 15 years. Alongside this, Kumo would be kept under watch from the two victors for the foreseeable future, to ensure no rapid militarization by Kumagakure. The village had essentially been forced to demilitarize for the most part, and most of its civilian population wasn't against that idea. With B at the head, and willing to cooperate, things were looking peaceful for the shinobi world. With Team 7's overwhelming victory over the defending forces at Kabuto's hideout and the command location of the Kumo/Iwa armies, Iwa was pushed entirely back to its own village. 4 months had passed, and Aniki was at a loss. The second Yellow Flash and Sasuke of the Susanoo were sitting outside his gates. Alongside them was the copy ninja Kakashi, and the most skilled medic since Tsunade, Haruno Sakura. On top of that, stood the combined forces of Konohagakure and Sunagakure. To entirely top things off, the Kazekage, Gaara, had come in person to oversee Aniki's possible surrender. During the past 4 months, Iwa had continued fighting as the allied villages pushed into its territory. He'd lost many ninja during the multiple defeats they'd had trying to defend against the near-constant assault. He was left with a handful of skilled jounin, and maybe 100 elite chunin. The current bulk of his force was down to nearly fresh or inexperienced shinin. Something in the old fence-sitter screamed to go out fighting, but the Iwa shinobi knew his village needed to persevere. He knew, at this point Namikaze Naruto could decimate his shinobi in seconds. I've no idea what to do now. The defeat of I the Unruly at the Namikaze's hand had sent a message to the shinobi world: Naruto was not to be trifled with. Konoha was not to be trifled with. That blonde-haired man would become Hokage soon enough, and no one would touch his village. The treatment of Kumo had also shown something to the world. Naruto, and by extension Konoha, wanted one thing from the end of this war: peace. With his thoughts consolidated, Aniki stood from his chair. With his face neutral, he walked to the door of his office and let out a deep sigh. He then took a breath, and opened his door. Sasuke. The blonde man spoke quietly. HN. Think he's gonna fight? The prodigal son questioned. Right now Naruto, he's like a wounded dog in a corner. There's a very good chance he will. The stoic Uchiha replied. Then again. Interrupted the copy nin. He is known as the fence sitter. He could surrender. Guess we'll just have to find out. If we have to fight, we fight. If we don't, we don't. Honestly, it's as simple as that. Sakura added. I suppose you're right. I'm just almost tired of all this. I just want to stay home with Rika now. I want to watch my child grow. The Hokage to be said solemnly. The last Uchiha laid his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and gave a knowing look. And you will, soon. This is the end, it ends today. In your words, no matter what. No matter what. The blonde repeated. I've told you already Naruto, we can handle this without you if you'd like, Gaara said, approaching from behind. And I told you Gaara. I made a promise to see this war through, and to end it. So I can't leave it till it's over. The longer-haired man replied. Then I am glad you are here, my friend. The redhead replied with a small smile. Their collective focus shifted to the front gates of Iwagakure. The large doors swung open, and out of them stepped an old man that looked as if he'd aged even farther over the course of the war. Naruto quickly whispered to his comrades. No one make a move unless Gaara or I say so. With his head high, the elder walked the 1,000-yard distance right up to the group. The shinobi behind them began to draw weapons, but a quick flash of Naruto's hand in the air brought them to a halt. Namikaze. Lord Kazekage. Greeted the man. Lord Tsuchikage. Gaara replied. The man was as blunt as ever, and there was nothing but a neutral tone in his voice. The elderly Kage turned to the blond man, and with a sigh pointed his finger at him. You and your father have both brought my village to the brink. And as much hatred I have inside me for the both of you. I instigated this war. I should still have you killed. At this even Sasuke's sword unsheathed. It even managed to make Naruto slightly put up his guard. However, the man shouted. I don't think anyone here could pull it off. My village must survive, he said angrily before turning to the Kazekage. The blonde shinobi noted that it seemed like the man might be talking to himself as much as he was talking to them. Henceforth, I begrudgingly offer the surrender of Iwagakure. Unconditional? Questioned Gaara. This stopped old Aniki in his tracks. The man stood still, and quietly pondered the repercussions of his decision. Soon enough, he sighed and gave his answer. Yes. With that, the group began to walk over to a tent the Allied forces had set up. Tsuchikage, Naruto said, stopping them mid-walk. The elder turned, and stared at the man. I have a question. Well, get on with it. The elderly Kage replied. Were you involved with the decision to use reanimations in the war? The Jinchuriki inquired. Aniki could see the anger in the man's eyes. His tone may have hidden it, but he could feel the anger Naruto had over the situation just by making eye contact. In a way. A approached me with the strategy, and I simply agreed it was the best route. It was our best chance to win, especially against you. That being said, I dedicated large amounts of men to that, which you wiped out in your assault. Naruto could feel that Aniki had answered honestly. He wanted to be angry at him, honestly part of him wanted to kill the old Kage, but he couldn't. He knew he wasn't lying, and had to give the man credit for being honest with him. At this point, the leader of Iwa's only concern was saving his village. That was something Naruto respected, and understood. With a simple nod, the trio continued to the tent. After his surrender, the elderly Kage's village was forced to lower its shinobi force to the amount of nin a minor village would have, effectively ruining their ability to start another war. For the next 10 years, he wasn't to train more than 10 to 20 genin for each graduating class. Iwa, for the foreseeable future, would not become a military power in the world. Add to it, Aniki wouldn't be allowed to retire as Kage, at least not until he was no longer capable. The shinobi nations had agreed that it was best to keep the battered elder in his position, as to keep a young and ambitious shinobi from taking over. The last thing Iwa needed was a Kage that would drag them to war with worse odds of winning than ever before. Aniki himself had agreed to this immediately. He knew that if some young one tried to lead the village to glory in the near future, it would end terribly. Both Iwa and Kumo were assigned an entire embassy from Konoha and Suna. There, a garrison of Konoha and Suna nin would watch over the village, but an agreement was made that the villages would not be occupied by the foreign ninja. A few more months would pass, and peace had finally settled over the shinobi world. Konoha had a large celebration for V-Day, but now, months passed, the village was going nuts. People roamed the bustling streets, and the largest celebration in years was taking place, one to surpass even the V-Day celebration. You see, it wasn't a holiday festival, nor a celebration of the village's anniversary. Today, the people of Konoha rejoiced in one thing: the inauguration of their new Kage. A man surpassing their most beloved fourth Hokage. A man without the naivety of the first Hokage, without the coldness of the second, and without the reservations of the third, and far more interested in leading them than the fifth. They celebrated the arrival of the sixth Hokage. Today, they rejoiced in knowing a man who would secure the future of Konoha, and peace among the nations, was taking the reins. Everyone knew his name, be they from Konoha or not, he was famous. He was strong, caring, and not afraid or hesitant to take action. He'd ended a war, taken down a Kage who had become detached from the wills of his people, and he'd stopped the desecration of those who had fallen in battle long before. His name was Namikaze Naruto, and he was now Hokage. A boy they had shunned, and discarded had turned into the finest shinobi the village had seen. And now, he stood over them atop the Hokage tower, chatting with the last Uchiha, his right-hand man and advisor. He wore a black cloak with orange flames licking the bottom, over his now black standard shinobi clothing. His bangs no longer framed his face, instead he'd gone back to the hair he'd had as a young man under Iruka. He looked like Minato without the bangs, but now no one would mistake him for his father, as Naruto had stopped chasing his father's footsteps. He was just him, Namikaze Naruto. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the sixth Hokage of Konohagakure.